For any student whose ability ranks below D, I do not recommend the martial arts exam. It carries a genuine risk of death. Wei Liang said that to the entire room. Then he said the rest of it with his eyes, and his eyes were aimed at exactly one desk, and that desk was mine. 38 heads turned to follow. Somebody in the back row laughed and then tried to swallow it, which only made the sound worse. I had signed up for the martial arts exam with an E-rank ability called weak electricity. On the official damage tables that sits between a cattle prod and a very confident static shock. There were 6 other E ranks in Class 5, and all 6 had picked the liberal arts exam, like sane people. I was the exception. Everyone in that room knew it, and my homeroom teacher had just announced it with the delicacy of a man reading out a coroner's report. Here is where the previous owner of this body would have gone red and stared at his desk. I did not, because the previous owner of this body was gone. He left a day ago, and I woke up in his place with a headache and somebody else's memories filed in my skull like a folder I never asked for. 18. Orphan. Parents dead in a beast tide when he was 10. One ability, rank E, and a spear he could barely lift. Meanwhile, I had been a grad student. My greatest combat experience was defending a thesis. Xiaoyan, Wei Liang tapped my desk with 2 fingers. Do you understand what I'm saying? Perfectly, Teacher Wei. And I'm still going. He looked at me a second longer than he needed to. Wei Liang has a crew cut you could sand a table with, and 20 years of watching teenagers make decisions. He did not argue. He wrote something on his clipboard, which felt worse than arguing. The board on the front wall said 1 day. 1 day until the Gaokao, which in this world comes in 2 flavors. Liberal arts, where you sit in a room with a pen, and martial arts, where they hand you a combat suit and a weapon, drive you out to a sealed ruin full of monsters, and grade you on how many things you kill and what kind. The mortality rate was not a rumor. It was a published figure. The classroom television was playing the morning news on mute. A 9th Order Beast Emperor had surfaced in the Pacific and roared loud enough to register on seismographs in 3 countries. Last month, a defense grid failed at Liang City, tens of thousands dead. At 16, everybody awakens something, and the something you get decides the rest of your life. S at the top, then A, B, C, D, E, and F at the bottom for the truly cursed. I got E, weak electricity. Did I get transmigrated just to become a human stun baton? I said this quietly, to nobody, with my chin on my hand. Talking to yourself already? Zhao Feng leaned over from the next row. Bowl cut, permanent grin, also E rank, currently the happiest man in the province. This buddy of yours is off to a liberal arts university for 4 years of leisure with the girls. Heroic deeds should be left to an awakener lord like you. Get lost. I'm serious. Sit the paper exam with me. You write, I copy, we both live. I thought about that. 4 years of leisure, girls, a degree with the word management in it. And then a defense grid fails at 3 in the morning the way it failed on my parents, and I am standing in the street with a diploma in my hand. In a world like this, I said, it really won't do without the strength to protect yourself. Zhao Feng pulled a face. That's a very heroic sentence from a guy who can't open a bottle of soda. Fair. Wei Liang clapped twice and started reading out bus numbers and the section of the regulations where the school explains that it is not liable. I stopped listening around the word liable and thought, with the full sincerity of a man who has run out of options, don't they say every transmigrator gets benefits? Where's my system? Save me. Blue light unfolded across my vision. Deep blue system activating. Binding complete. Host. Xiaoyan. Starter package available. I sat very still. Around me, 38 people continued to write down bus numbers. Starter package. 200 ability points. 1 S-rank ability. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. I read that line 4 times. Then I read it a 5th time, because the 4th time I had been distracted by the sound of my own heartbeat. There was a claim button. There was also a classroom, a teacher, and a window. Whatever an S-rank ability looked like coming out of a person, I was fairly sure it did not look like something you should do at a desk. I raised my hand. Teacher Wei, may I go home early? I need to prepare my equipment. He waved me out without looking up. Best decision either of us made that week. I lived in an old 6th-floor walk-up in the Mingyue district, Third floor, no elevator, one bedroom, a living room with a couch that had already outlived one owner before my parents bought it. The neighborhood was full of retirees who knew me by name and asked about my grades in a tone that suggested they already knew the answer. I locked the door. I closed the curtains. I stood in the middle of the living room, which in hindsight was the single stupidest choice available to me at the time, and I pressed claim. Progress, 10%. Something moved in my chest. Progress, 30%. Blue-purple arcs came off my shoulders and hit the coffee table, and the coffee table stopped being furniture and became a fine spray of splinters heading in 4 directions at once. Progress, 60%. The couch went. The television went, skeptically, with a bang and a smell like burnt sugar. Lightning was coming out of me in ropes now, thick and jagged, and absolutely uninterested in my opinion, and one of those ropes went out the window trailing fire behind it. Somewhere below, a kid shouted, "Mom! Mom! That Big Brother's house across the street is on fire!" Progress, 90%. Outside, at 11 in the morning, the sky over Bai City went black. I want to be clear that I did not do that on purpose. Clouds came in from nowhere and stacked up over the district in about 40 seconds, and purple lightning started weaving through them like flood dragons swimming in a river, and every phone in the neighborhood came up at once. Down at the garrison, the 3rd Legion went to alert status, because as far as their instruments were concerned, a lightning-type beast had just arrived over a residential zone. Progress, 100%. The sky picked me. A single purple bolt came down out of that mess, went through my window like the window was a suggestion, and entered my body. And then it was quiet. The clouds pulled apart, sunlight came back through, and the neighborhood stood outside squinting at a perfectly clear sky. I was on my feet in the wreckage of my own living room, breathing hard, with lightning crawling over my knuckles like it was pleased with itself. Purple heaven divine thunder. One of the 10 primordial thunders out of the old myths. The kind of thing that in the stories has the power to destroy immortals and slay gods. I found out later that the reason my building still had a 3rd floor was that I had spent every ounce of will I had holding it in. 10% more, and there would have been no apartment, and probably no apartment above it either. The panel came up. Physique, 121. Spirit, 140. Spearmanship, beginner. Lightning gale break, beginner. Ability points, 200. And there was a plus sign next to everything, which is the single most dangerous shape in any language. I dumped 100 into physique and 100 into spirit, and felt my own body get denser, like someone had turned up the resolution on me. 141, 160. Then the front door blew inward. 4 firefighters came through it in full gear with a hose already charged, spread out fast, and found no fire, no smoke, no body, and 1 teenager standing in the ruins of a living room with a slightly guilty expression. I said. Hello? The captain lowered his hose. Where's the fire? There isn't one. I'm a lightning type. I put it out myself. He looked at the couch. The couch was, at that point, more of a concept than a couch. You put it out. With extreme prejudice. They swept the place anyway, because that is the job, and then 2 of them rehung my front door while the captain stood in my doorway and looked at me the way a scout looks at a kid with a good arm. Then he handed me a business card. Lightning types are excellent for electrical fires. When you finish university, come see us at the Jiangcheng Fire Department. Good pay, good pension. I'll think about it. I put the card in the drawer by the door. In my head, I was already doing something much more important, which was math. The 200 points were gone. Points came off dead beasts, and only off dead beasts. The system did not pay an allowance. It did not pay for studying. It did not pay for good intentions. Kill something, get paid, spend it on yourself. That was the entire economy. And tomorrow they were going to bus 1,400 teenagers into a ruin absolutely stuffed with things that needed killing, and grade us on it. I have never in my life looked forward to an exam like that. There was one more thing to do that day, and it involved finding out what I actually had. The Thunder Martial Arts School sits 40 meters tall on the east side of the city, silver-plated, hunched over the block like a giant animal that decided to lie down there. It was founded by a rank 9 named Luo Heng, who also happened to be an S-rank lightning type, which is why the place is free for high schoolers. Floors 2 and 3, no charge, bring your own weapon. Across the street, the Violent Bear Dojo charges $100,000 a year and has better couches. I took the bus and then the subway with a 2.1-meter spear over my shoulder, which nobody looked at twice, because in this world, that is just a guy commuting. I was crossing the lobby when somebody said my name in a tone of mild surprise. Cousin Yan? Yue. My aunt's daughter, 1.7 meters of cold weather in human form, B-rank special ability, Shadow Cat, dagger user, and the single most successful person my family had produced in a generation. She was standing with a cluster of the kind of teenagers whose combat suits cost more than my building's elevator would have if my building had one. The surprise was because I had said hello first. The previous owner of this body did not do that. He looked at floors. Cousin, I said. Training? Yes. She recovered fast. You? Same. One of her friends leaned in, a girl in a summer dress, cute in the deliberate way. He looks quite handsome, she said, to Yue, about me, in front of me. That's Xiaoya, Yue said. Xiaoya, my cousin, E-rank. The interest went out of Xiaoya's face like someone had unplugged it. Oh, only an E-rank ability. What a pity. A boy with a stud in one ear looked me over. To dare take the martial arts exam with an E-rank ability. At least his courage is commendable. The way he said commendable did a lot of work. Yue sighed. I'd rather he didn't take the martial arts exam at all. She said it to them, not to me. And she meant it kindly, which is the thing that would have hurt if I had been the guy they thought I was. With an E-rank ability, going into that ruin was almost the same as looking for a place to die. Good luck tomorrow, I said, and went up the stairs. They got the room next to mine. That detail explains everything that happened in the next 10 minutes. Training room, 20 square meters, one target block of memory metal in the far wall, one screen above it that counts your strike in Ka. 1 Ka is the impact of a black spider's slap, which is the standard unit here because a black spider is the weakest thing that will still try to eat you. Your average awakener punches for about 100 Ka. A rank 1 ability user punches for about 1,000. I set my feet and put the spear through the block with nothing but muscle. 321 Ka. The old number in this body's memory was 140, so the 200 points had roughly doubled a human being in about 90 seconds. Good. Fine. Normal. Then I let a little lightning into it. 3,012 Ka. I stood there and looked at that number for a while. 10 times my physical strength. That was middle stage rank 1 territory. From a guy who was technically still an awakener, technically still E-rank on every piece of paper in the country. There was a third thing on the list. Lightning Gale Break. Beginner. A combat technique that had come free in the box and which I had absolutely no business testing indoors. I did it anyway. The memory metal did not deform. Memory metal is designed to deform. It melted in a spray, and behind it the wall opened up in a spiderweb of cracks that ran floor to ceiling, and the conduit inside the wall started spitting sparks, and the screen above the target displayed nothing at all, because the screen above the target was dead. I checked the plate by the door on my way out, rated to upper stage rank 1. So that was my floor then. Not my ceiling, my floor. In the corridor, I passed Yue and her friends coming the other way at speed. They had felt the impact through the wall. Good luck tomorrow, cousin, I said, and kept walking. Behind me, the boy with the earring was saying, and I quote, "The one who unleashed this attack must be at the peak of rank 1, if not a rank 2. They found the room. I have this from Yue months later in the tone of a woman filing a complaint. They stood in the doorway and looked at a wall that had been converted into modern art and a target block that had run down the wall like a candle. What if, Xiaoya said, Xiaoyan is actually a super genius who's been hiding his strength all along? You've been reading too many web novels, the earring said, playing the pig to eat the tiger. It doesn't happen. For an E-rank awakener, it's already a good day if their attack intensity reaches 300, which, to be fair to him, was completely correct, right up until it wasn't. Yue did not say anything. She was standing there doing arithmetic she did not like, and for the first time in 18 years, she was entertaining the possibility that her cousin was not overestimating himself. I was on the subway home, eating a bun, deciding which parts of my house were still furniture. The buses left from the city stadium at 7 in the morning. I came out of my building in the full kit, black combat suit and boots made from beast hide, and the obsidian spear on my shoulder. F-grade alloy, 2.1 meters, 50 kilograms, and it had cost my parents' insurance money about 200,000 back when this body still had someone to spend it on him. 50 kilograms of spear is an absurd thing to carry to an exam. That was the point. Reach beats everything, and weight beats reach, and a spear does not care how fast something is if it has to come through the spear to get to you. Over in the Jinshou district, in a house with a garden, my aunt was standing in her daughter's doorway saying, "If you run into Xiaoming at the venue, help him if you can. Your cousin only has an E-rank ability." At the stadium, there were 1,400 candidates and more than 40 buses and about 3,000 parents. That last number is the one that got me. They were everywhere, fussing with straps, checking bags they had already checked, saying the same sentence in 40 different accents. I don't care how good your results are. The most important thing is to stay safe. Off to one side, I watched a father redo his son's bootlaces because his son's hands were shaking. I had been an orphan in my old world too. Different mechanism, same result. You learn to time your arrival at these things so you are not the only person standing alone for very long. I got on the bus. Class 5 had 2 rows near the back, and the conversation stopped when I came down the aisle, and then restarted at a lower volume in a completely different key. I couldn't tell before, but he actually looks quite handsome in a combat suit. How come I never noticed his aura was so sharp before? The answer to both questions was that for 18 years this body had walked with its shoulders rolled forward and its eyes on the middle distance, and I did not do that, because I had never learned to. It is amazing what standing up straight does for a person's reviews. The base was 40 minutes out of the city, and there was a soldier every 3 meters along the fence, and past the fence was Wei Yuan Town. Wei Yuan Town used to have 100,000 people in it. A beast tide came through decades ago, and now it is a testing ground, and the government leaves it exactly as the beasts left it, because there is no better classroom. Through the wire, 400 meters out, a one-horned rhinoceros was standing in the middle of what used to be an intersection, chewing. You could hear the sound go through 1,400 teenagers at once. Somebody near me said, "They put rank 1 beasts in the outer area?" And somebody else said, "That's not the outer area, that's the middle." And a girl to my left sat down on her bag and stayed there. "So what if it's a one-horned rhinoceros?" The voice came from the middle of the crowd, loud and pitched to carry. "If you can't even handle a fierce beast of this level, then even if you luckily get into an ability university, you won't amount to much." Everyone shut up. That is a specific kind of silence, and I had not heard it since my last department meeting. "Guo Cheng," said Du Guang, appearing at my elbow with a blade in one hand and a shield strapped to his back. "Light Wind Sword, number 1 high school. B-rank wind ability, Light Spirit Gale. He's already an ability user. He's the lock for the city gold. He seems nice. He's the best of us by a mile, and he knows the exact length of the mile." Du Guang was a C-rank enhancement type, gigantification, which meant that under load he could inflate to roughly the dimensions of a vending machine. "You holding up?" Before I could answer, the commander came out onto the platform, and everything else stopped mattering. Zhao Tianlong had a scar that started at his cheekbone and went down into his collar, and did not appear to have inconvenienced him at any point in his life. Rank 2, at least. He read the rules like a man who had read them many times and buried a few people who had not listened. 9 in the morning to 9 at night, 12 hours, 4 zones. Outer for the unranked beasts, middle for peak unranked and rank 1, core rank 1 and up, innermost upper rank 1 and rank 2. 12 hours, and the last zone reserved for people who had no business being alive. Standing there in the sun with a 50-kilogram spear on my shoulder, I had the single most useless thought of my life, and it made me feel completely calm. This is a math test. The innermost area is the last question. It's not there for everyone. It's there so the top students have somewhere to go. They handed out the packs. A smartwatch that tracked your score and your map. 3 energy bars. And a safety ball, which throws up a high-voltage net around you and calls in extraction, and which ends your exam permanently the second you use it. 1,400 of us lined up at the gate. Behind us, in the stands, the Education Bureau was taking its seats, and the school principals were finding theirs. Not one of them had the faintest idea that the most interesting thing on their screens that day would be the E-rank kid from Class 5 at the second-worst high school in the poorest city in the province. The last 20 minutes before a martial arts exam sound like a livestock auction. Need a tank. 2 damage, 1 support, need a tank. C rank enhancement looking for a team. I have a shield. Anyone got a healer? Anyone? Anyone at all? Nobody had a healer. Nobody ever has a healer. Team points get split evenly across the team, which means a good team is insurance and a bad team is a pay cut. So most people went solo and yelled about it anyway. Xiao Yan! Yang Mei came through the crowd in a silver combat suit with her hair tied back, and her 3 teammates came with her, and the exact instant she said my name, their faces turned the color of raw liver. Yang Mei was the class rep of Class 5. She was kind in the specific way that gets people killed. For 2 years, she had been quietly making sure the orphan kid had lunch without ever once making it look like charity, which is a skill, and she had no idea that anyone had noticed. Come with us, she said. We have a spot. They did not have a spot. They had a class rep who was about to hand a 50-kilogram anchor 4 shares of their score. One of the boys behind her was doing the arithmetic out loud with his eyebrows. Thanks, I said. I'm going alone. Xiao Yan, it's dangerous out there. With an E rank, I'll be fine. She opened her mouth to argue, and I got out of range, and behind me, the relief coming off those 3 boys could have powered a small appliance. My good ancestor, you have to learn to read the room. Smart, said Du Guang, who had watched the whole thing while eating an energy bar he was supposed to be saving. That team's going to score about 400 between them. You're solo too. I'm solo because nobody wants me, he said this cheerfully. Tell you what, if you're willing to call me Big Brother, I'll reluctantly take you under my wing today. Keep you alive. Split whatever we get, 60-40, my way. I looked at him. I am no longer who I used to be, I said. This time, I'm aiming for provincial champion of Jiangnan. If you're willing to call me Daddy, then I'll reluctantly bring you into the top 100 of the province. Du Guang laughed so hard he had to put a hand on his knee. You really know how to brag, he said, wiping his eye. Man, you really know how to brag. Remember that. He is going to bring it up again, and he is going to be much less relaxed about it. At 9 o'clock, the gates opened, and 1,400 of us went into Weiyuan town like locusts. What I did not know at the time, and what I would have found extremely relevant, is that the whole thing was broadcast live. Tens of thousands of fixed cameras in the ruins, plus 50 military drones that hunt the star candidates and follow them. And the feed goes up as a projection over the parade ground for the parents and out to every school in the city. 12 hours of teenagers with edged weapons in real time with commentary. My watch took my thumbprint and gave me a number. Candidate 203-721-47849. Ranking, live. First place, Guo Cheng, 7 points, 11 seconds in. Me, 874th, 0 points, because there were only 874 of us who had bothered to register a score at all yet. The first thing that tried to eat me came off a collapsed carport at 17 meters a second. Shadowcat. Black, low, orange vertical pupils roughly the size of a large dog with none of the personality. They call it the newbie killer because it goes for the head, and the average 16-year-old with a sword finds out too late that their sword is 1 meter long. Mine was 2.1. It came off the roof in a flat arc aimed at my face, and it met the spear point about 2/3 of the way there, and then it was a thing on the end of a stick, pinned in midair, with its legs still running. +3 ability points. I looked at that for a second. Then I pulled the spear free, and the body came off it and hit the road. And I went looking for the next one. Here is the thing about ferocious aura. Every beast above a certain size puts out a pressure that locks up the human nervous system. Most first-timers freeze solid the first time something looks at them properly, and even the ones who don't will fight at less than 30% of what they can do in training. It is the single biggest reason the mortality figure exists. It did nothing to me. Not reduced. Nothing. A rhinoceros the size of a delivery van screamed into my face from 4 meters, and my heart rate went up the way it does when your phone rings. I decided this was a benefit of transmigration and stopped thinking about it, because there were beasts everywhere, and they were made of money. I did not use the ability at all. 2 reasons. First, an E rank reservoir would have run 3 hours. An S rank at full output runs less than 1, and I had 12 hours to fill. Second, and more importantly, my spearmanship was listed at beginner, and beginner was going to get somebody killed eventually. And there is no better place in the world to fix that than a town packed with things that will correct your mistakes immediately. 3 hours. 40-some beasts. Shadowcat, 3 points. Iron-haired pig, 5. One-horned rhinoceros, 6. The rhino was the last of that batch, and by then I had stopped bracing for impact and started aiming. It came in with its head down and its horn out, 1.5 tons of angry engine, and I stepped off the line and put the point through its eye socket into the brain, and it ran another 4 meters on momentum alone before it understood. 213 points on the watch. And then, in the middle of the road, standing over a dead rhinoceros with my hands still stinging, spearmanship has advanced to intermediate. It had done that by itself, just from use. 3 hours of use. I looked at the 200 points sitting in my account, and I did something that a more patient man would have saved for later. Spearmanship, intermediate to advanced, 200 points. I have taken a lot of examinations in 2 lives, and I have never had one feel like that. It was not a skill bar filling. It was decades of somebody else's practice arriving in my arms all at once. Weight distribution, wrist angle, the exact instant to break a thrust into a sweep, the reason you never fully extend against something with a neck. My hands knew things my brain was still catching up on. I put 4 thrusts into a wall in 1 second, and the 4th one went in beside the first 3, and the spear tip came out warm. 13 points left. Broke. Extremely satisfied. Half an hour later, I ran into Yang Mei's team. 5 of them, moving in a clump, and one of them was a small girl called Mei Du, whose whole D-rank ability was Dash, a group speed buff, which is not a thing that kills anything, but is absolutely the reason all 5 of them were still breathing. Xiaoyan! Yang Mei was so relieved she forgot to be embarrassed. You're alive! Very, I said. Got lucky. Found some slow ones. Stay near us. At least stay in shouting distance. I'm going that way. Good luck, class rep. I went that way. They found the rhinoceros about a minute later. I got this account secondhand, at length, with reenactment. They stood around a 1-horned rhinoceros with a hole through its eye socket and no other damage on it at all, and one of the boys crouched and touched the blood and said it hadn't even started to set. You wouldn't happen to want to say, he said slowly, that this rhinoceros was killed by Xiaoyan, would you? Everybody laughed. Somebody pulled up the live rankings to settle it. Rank 46, Xiaoyan, 256 points. Nobody said anything for a second. Holy shit, he actually rushed into the top 50? Even Yang Mei's eyes went round, and the boy who had crouched by the blood stood up and said, to no one in particular, the sentence that would eventually be printed in 4 national newspapers in slightly different forms. What the hell? Can E-grade ability awakeners be this fierce nowadays? Out on the parade ground, there were 10 enormous screens for the top 10, fed by the drones, and thousands of small ones fed by fixed cameras, and in front of them, a stand full of men in suits. Guo Cheng was first with 412 and had started a straight slaughter in the middle zone. 8 of the top 10 were from number 1 high school, and their principal, Du Hong, was accepting congratulations with the modesty of a man who intends to accept them all day. Jiangcheng is the poorest and most out-of-the-way of the 24 cities in Jiangnan province. Our best historical result was a top 100 finish in the province 7 or 8 years back, and people still brought it up. Principal Zhou Bo of number 2 high school was scanning the top 50 for his own kids, found 8 of them, and then stopped. Who is this Xiaoyan? He said. Why have I never seen this name before? 3 rows back, my homeroom teacher was having a small private crisis. Wei Liang knew exactly who Xiaoyan was. Wei Liang had, less than 24 hours earlier, publicly advised Xiaoyan not to sit this exam, and Xiaoyan was now the highest-scoring student in Class 5, in the top 50 of the city, with an ability that turns on a light bulb. But no matter how well it's hidden, Wei Liang thought, a grade E ability is a grade E ability. It can't suddenly turn into a grade S ability. He tried to find me on the thousands of small screens. There are thousands of them and 1,400 of us, and no search function. He described the experience later as being a cat that can smell catnip and cannot get it into its mouth. Half an hour of running took me into the Central Zone, and the Central Zone is where Wei Yuan Town stops being a training exercise. I ate an energy bar walking and stepped on an old plastic wash basin, and it did not crack. It crumbled. Decades of sun had turned it as brittle as instant noodles, and it went to powder under my boot, and that was somebody's wash basin. There were cars in the road with their doors open. There were dark brown stains on the pavement that 30 years of rain had failed to remove. There were bones in a stairwell that nobody had come back for. 100,000 people lived here. 50 or 60,000 of them did not leave. I understood the exam then, in a way the regulations do not explain. They do not make it a combat exam because they want soldiers. They make it a combat exam because they want every single person who is going to spend their life fighting these things to walk through a town the beasts finished at 18 with their own eyes before anybody hands them a uniform. Something came around the corner of a collapsed shopfront. Blade-armed tiger, rank 1. You tell a ranked beast from an unranked one by the bone blades on the forearms, and the rule of thumb is 20 centimeters. These were 22, maybe 23. I did not back up. I walked at it, dragging the spear point along the concrete, throwing sparks, because I wanted to know what a ranked beast did when something walked at it. It charged like a truck with a grudge. The spear got there first and opened a hole in its chest you could have set a soup bowl in, and it kept fighting for another full minute anyway, which is the part they leave out of the videos. Ranked beasts do not stop when you damage them. They stop when the damage adds up. By the end of that minute, it had more holes than it had ribs, and there was not one drop of blood on me. That is the shameless part of a long spear. You are simply not where the animal is, plus 10 points. Find a beast, kill it, get points. Find a beast, kill it, get points. I have had jobs I liked less. Back at the base, the teachers were at lunch in the military canteen, and my homeroom teacher was winning a war he had not started. The question went around 3 tables. Whose student is Xiao Yan? Somebody asked He Jun, who runs the rocket class, the elite stream, because obviously a kid in the top 50 is from the rocket class. Xiao Yan is not in our class, He Jun said, with visible reluctance. And then Du Xiang, who teaches class 4 and has had a beard and a grudge for 11 years, leaned back and said, our class isn't bad this year. Our best has already rushed into the top 100. This year's bonus, I'm afraid I'll have a bit more than you, old way. Teacher bonuses here are tied to results. Top 100 in the city is worth more than 10,000 on a salary of 6,000 a month. It is not a small thing. Wei Liang did not look up from his rice. Someone has rushed into the top 50, he said. Top 50 is worth 20,000. Du Xiang sat forward. Xiao Yan is from your class? They were asking around all through lunch. Why didn't you answer? Really? Wei Liang said. That's probably because I didn't hear it. Du Xiang considered violence. He only made it into the top 50, Wei Liang added, picking up his tea. It's all right. 6 teachers congratulated him in the next 90 seconds, and 2 of them asked him to give a talk on classroom methodology. He came back to his seat, sat down, and checked the rankings. 32nd. 328 points. He blinked. 25th. 372. In the stands, Principal Zhou Bo had stopped talking to anyone. Zhou Bo is a C-rank spirit type, which means he had the entire top 50 memorized and did not need to look at a screen to know something was wrong. Inside the top 50, movement is 1 or 2 places at a time. Everyone up there is killing at capacity. Nobody jumps. 44 points in 4 seconds. He did the sum out loud, quietly, to himself. 5 peak unranked beasts, or 3 ranked ones, in 4 seconds. Up on the platform, the director of the Education Bureau, Zhao Hong, called for the homeroom teacher of candidate Xiao Yan, and Wei Liang found himself standing next to the most important man in Jiangcheng education, with everyone watching. Teacher Wei, what is this student's ability? As far as I know, Wei Liang said, Xiao Yan awakened an E-rank ability, weak electricity. E-rank? Zhao Hong turned around fully. Teacher Wei, you didn't remember wrongly? Before the exam, I specifically reminded him not to participate. The ranking crawled up the big board while they were standing there. 25, 21, 16, 12, 9. Less than an hour into the exam, the 9th screen switched over, and for the first time in my life, several hundred adults looked at my face at once. Black combat suit, 2.1 meter spear with blood on the shaft up to the grip, 4 bodies on the ground around my boots, and 1 more beast 20 meters out that had stopped advancing and was doing a thing beasts are not supposed to do, which is hesitate. While they watched, I got tired of waiting for it and closed the distance and put the spear through it. Fast, somebody in the stands said. Accurate. Ruthless. Wei Liang stared at the screen. In 2 years of physical education classes, this student's practical marks had been, and he could quote the file, barely satisfactory. Zhao Hong was watching the hands. That is advanced spearmanship, he said. Somebody near him made a noise. I'm not mistaken. Look at the recovery on the second thrust. Zhao Hong had been doing this for 30 years. An ordinary person needs decades to reach intermediate. Advanced takes most of a lifetime, and most never get there. That boy is 18. And then he sighed and said the thing that would be quoted back at him for the rest of his career. Ah, what a pity. With an E rank ability, his stamina will run out, and that will be that. If he just had a C rank ability, Jiang Cheng's #1 spot would definitely be his. Out in the ruins, I hit 312 points, noticed the drone, and made a decision. The drone meant top 10. Top 10 meant a dedicated camera on me for the rest of the day, which meant that the second I used the ability, the entire province was going to find out that the E rank kid was not an E rank kid. I thought about it for about 4 seconds. Only a fool gives up points to keep a secret. My level would not move. That was the wall. Awakener to ability user needs a cultivation method, an actual book of one, and the cheapest usable one starts around 1 million, and I had 2,000 yuan and a business card from the fire department. Points could not buy the rank directly, so points went into the only 2 places they could go. Physique, 141 to 181. Spirit, 160 to 182. 6 hours of fighting came off me like a coat. Not rest. Deletion. My legs simply stopped having an opinion about the last 6 hours. I went into the core zone at a dead run, and I want to note, because it turned out to matter, that I was moving faster on foot than the province's best wind-type ability user. Somewhere in the middle zone, my cousin was slitting the throat of a ranked beast and having a bad day. He Yue Blaze in her ability form, which is a violet-black cat veil across the face, ears, and vertical pupils, and it is genuinely intimidating right up until you learn her exact ceiling, which is 1 ranked beast at a time with everything going correctly. She had no business in the core zone, and she knew it, and she was doing very well. 12th place. 567 points. She had been 11th a minute ago. So she checked who had pushed her down. Zhao Yan, Jiangcheng Second High School. 607 points. 9th. She read it 3 times. As expected, she said, out loud, to a dead beast. You were the one who wrecked that room yesterday, Cousin Yan. And then, with feeling, it seems my cousin isn't nearly as honest as he looks. 2 kilometers away in the outer zone, Du Guang had inflated to roughly the size of a small car and was smashing a shadow cat with a shield when his watch buzzed. He looked at the rankings. He stood there, 3 meters tall, in silence, for a while. If I'd known earlier, he said, I should have called him Daddy and just hugged his thighs. The core zone used to be downtown. The buildings get taller, the streets get wider, and the only things living there are ranked. I went toward the loudest noise I could hear, which was southeast, and about 400 meters in, there was a rusted bus lying across the road on its side. I did not slow down for it. I jumped, cleared 5 or 6 meters, and landed on the side of the bus with a bang like a drop safe. Below me was an old outdoor fitness area, the kind with the painted metal equipment, and there were 10 blade-armed tigers in it. In the middle was a half-eaten rhinoceros, and standing over the rhinoceros was the pack king, thicker in the legs, blades on its forearms nearly twice the length of the others. Rank 1, middle stage. 9 heads came up at once, then they spread out. In a semicircle, in a very human-like manner, 3 left, 3 right, 3 center, and I remember thinking, quite clearly, that a thing which forms up is a thing which has done this before. 5 of them jumped at the same time. Behind me was a bus, beside me was a bus. There was nowhere to be except where I was, so I turned the spear on. 2.1 meters, 50 kilograms, and my arms after 200 points of physique, and I spun that thing like a propeller. Not a flourish, a wall. I put it into a horizontal rotation fast enough that the shaft blurred, and the air made a sound I had never heard a weapon make. All 5 flew into it. All 5 came off it in different directions with their skulls caved in, and they hit the pavement, and, annoyingly, not one of them was dead. Pure physical strength, still a bit lacking. I dropped off the bus and finished them one at a time while they were down, and then the king came, and 4 more with it, and that took a little under 2 minutes. Plus 106 points, in one wave, and I had not used a single spark. I found out afterward that every school in the city had pulled their first and second years out of class to watch the broadcast. On the field at Second High, they had the same projection they had over the parade ground, 2,000 kids sitting on the ground in the sun. They had adopted me in the first 20 minutes. Senior is so tall. Senior is so cool. Look at Senior's spear. Then I spent half an hour running through empty streets to get to the core zone, and my rank slid from 9th to 10th, and the crowd turned on me instantly. Senior Shao is running out of steam. I said it, E rank stamina. Let's watch Guo Cheng. He's actually killing things. And then somebody yelled, look, look, Senior Shao found beasts. And 2,000 people looked back at the screen and saw one guy standing on top of a bus with 10 ranked tigers underneath him. The field went absolutely silent. It's over. Why isn't he leaving? Why isn't he leaving? Senior still isn't activating the safety ball? Several girls covered their eyes. One of them, I am told, covered her eyes and then peeked, which is the correct way to do it, because what she saw was the propeller. Holy crap, so fierce! A spear can be used like that? Every single strike lands on flesh. What kind of overbearing spearmanship is that? 2 minutes later, my rank went from 10th to 6th, and my score went from 636 to 796 in one jump, and one of the second years who had been quiet the whole time stood up and said the thing that made the rest of them shut up. He's in the core zone. Those were all ranked beasts. Even Guo Cheng can only kite a group like that back and forth, somebody said. How can anyone be as fierce as Senior? Up in the stands, the jaws had come loose. Wei Liang had gone red to the ears and was pretending to check something on his phone. Principal Du Hong of No. 1 High School turned to Principal Zhou Bo with the expression of a man swallowing a bone and said, "It seems Jiang Cheng's first place this year will fall to your second high." Zhao Hong promised on the spot to put the school forward for a city commendation. At 3 in the afternoon, I passed Guo Cheng and took first place, with 6 hours left on the clock. The next thing I found was 12 beasts trying to kill each other. 8 blade-armed tigers and 4 one-horned rhinos had met in a courtyard and decided the courtyard was not big enough, and I came around the corner into the middle of the best thing that had happened to me all day. I also came around the corner into an ambush, which I noticed because the alley to my right had a shadow in it that had a heartbeat. "Come out," I said. "I've found you." Guo Cheng came out. He was not having a good afternoon. His hair was everywhere, his combat suit was more brown than black, and he had clearly been sitting in that alley for a while, waiting for those 12 animals to thin each other out. "Only a few people dare come into the core zone," he said, "and we all know each other by sight. So when a stranger shows up, of course it can only be you, first place. Congratulations on the deduction. There are 2 rank 1 middle stage beasts in there. You can't handle that alone." He straightened up and got businesslike. "If the 2 of us join forces—" "What?" I said. "Do you want to steal my monsters?" I did not say it in any particular tone. I have been told since that the look I gave him was the same one the Pack King had given me an hour earlier, and that Guo Cheng, provincial-level talent, B-rank wind ability, future officer material, got goosebumps down both arms and lost the thread of his own sentence. "No need," I said. "I can do it alone." I patted him on the shoulder on my way past. Then I walked into 12 fighting beasts. Under 3 minutes later, there were 4 left. Guo Cheng stood in the alley mouth and swallowed and said, mostly to himself, "Could it be that he has some kind of enhancement type ability?" Then, louder, up the street after me, "Xiaoyan, is what you have an enhancement type ability?" "No," I called back. "It's lightning." And I turned the corner. Behind me, Guo Cheng stood alone in an alley full of corpses and said, out loud, "Lightning type? Even if you don't want to tell me, you shouldn't brush me off like that. What a fellow with a nasty personality." Then he pointed out, to nobody, that he had been waiting in that alley for 10 minutes, and those were technically his beasts. 2 hours later, he had a new problem, which was that there were no beasts left. Not fewer. None. Guo Cheng went through the core zone in a widening spiral for the better part of an hour and did not find one thing to kill, and eventually got angry enough to kick a chunk of concrete into a billboard, which made a noise like a gong. What came running was not beasts. It was 3 of his own classmates from No. 1 High, a bald kid, a long-haired kid, and a very small girl named Meng Di, carrying a saber taller than she was, B-rank enhancement, 4th in the city. "Xiaoyan killed everything in the core zone," the bald one said. "We couldn't find anything. We had no choice but to group up." They checked the board together. First, Xiaoyan, 3,435. Second, Guo Cheng, Turmoil 1,103. The bald one started dividing and stopped. That's around 200 ranked beasts, alone, in the core zone. "Damn it," Guo Cheng said, with real feeling. No wonder he was so afraid of me stealing his kills. He'd thought of this from the start. He described the sensation afterward as 10,000 grass-mud horses stampeding across his heart. Then, Meng Di, who had not said anything at all, said, "Does that mean the four of us ability users still can't compare to one single awakener?" Nobody answered her. They decided to go to the innermost zone together, which tells you how the answer landed. Back in the stands, Zhao Hong had the layout sheet, so he was the only man on that platform who understood the actual number. The core zone had been stocked with 450 lower rank 1 beasts and 40 middle stage. "He's taken close to half," Zhao Hong said, "in 3.5 hours. The stand had run out of things to say around the 2-hour mark, so this time nobody tried. It was Wei Liang who broke the silence, and he did not say it like a boast. He said it the way you say a fact you have carried around for 2 years. Xiaoyan's parents both died in a beast tide when he was young. 2,413 points in the bank. The level still would not move. No plus sign next to Awakener, no matter how many points I threw at it, which finally settled the question. There is no buying your way past that wall. You need a cultivation method, an actual manual, and I did not have one and could not afford one. Fine. The points went where they could go. Lightning Gale Break, beginner to intermediate, 100 points. Lightning Gale Break, intermediate to advanced, 200 points. And again, that thing where the technique arrives in your body already worn in, as though you had drilled it 10,000 times in a room somewhere and simply forgotten doing it. I stopped there on purpose. There was more in the account, and I did not spend it. After today, there would never be another farm like this in my life. 1,400 candidates, 12 hours, a town stocked to the ceiling with things that pay on death, and no competition. Whatever I saved. Tonight I would still have in September, and in September I was going to need it. I drank both remaining energy bars, threw the wrappers and a dead planter out of habit, and went into the innermost zone. The innermost zone is a residential complex called Jin Se Yuan. 8-story blocks around a central courtyard, playground in the middle, the sort of place with a notice board still bolted to the wall by the gate. There were dozens of beasts in that courtyard, and they were lying down together. Different species, tigers next to rhinos, next to things I did not have names for, all of them at rest, none of them fighting, which does not happen. Beasts do that for exactly one reason. There was a king, and the king was big enough that nothing in that courtyard was willing to have an opinion in front of it. It was lying against the far wall with its back to me, and even lying down, it came up past the second-floor windows. A bloodthirsty, violent bear, rank 2. Gray, matted, and the matting was the point. That coat had gone into cords harder than E-grade alloy, and it did not conduct. Somebody in the stands said out loud that a missile would have trouble with it, and nobody argued. Up on the roof of the 8th floor, 4 people were lying flat and counting. 34 upper rank 1, the bald one whispered, plus a rank 2. Guo Cheng did the honest math. The 4 of them together could handle 3, maybe 4 upper rank 1s on a good day, with room to run. Whoever designed this exam, the long-haired one muttered. Old Du, his mortality rate is double the national average. And then he got going properly, because people always do. Look at the board. Xiaoyan has been grinding all day for 3,000 points. One bear like that is worth 4,000. What humanity needs are powerhouses with outstanding combat power. What's the use of killing more trash? Guo Cheng, lying on his stomach on a roof, thought, if Xiaoyan is useless, then what does that make the rest of us, whose scores are lower than his? He did not say it. He has since said it in an interview, which I think was brave of him. And then Meng Di said, somebody's down there. I had come in through the gate. My combat suit was brown from the waist down. My spear had lost its edge somewhere around the 120th beast, and looked, honestly, like a kitchen knife that had gone through too many bones. Such a handsome young man, said Meng Di, who has excellent priorities. Walking up to a group of beasts like that, said the long-haired one, isn't this courting death? A dozen upper rank 1 beasts came off the ground at once and buried me. From the roof, there was nothing to see. No gap, no shape, just a churn of bodies where a person had been standing 4 seconds earlier. Xiaoyan, Guo Cheng said. He couldn't have just died like that, right? Under the pile, in the dark, with something's shoulder across my back and something else's jaw closing on the shaft of my spear, I let go of the thing I had been holding in all day. Divine thunder! The pile came apart, not scattered, erased. A purple shockwave went out of the center of that mass in every direction at once, and threw a dozen upper rank 1 beasts 4 and 5 meters through the air. The courtyard that had been solid with animals half a second earlier was a courtyard again. Graffiti wiped off a wall with one pass of a sponge. I was standing in the middle of it, with lightning running up and down my arms, bouncing off the pavement, leaping around my boots. It does that. It has always done that. It behaves less like electricity and more like a pack of dogs that has just seen its owner come home. On the roof, 4 people had stopped breathing. Xiaoyan, Guocheng said slowly, really is a lightning type ability user. That's not lightning type, the bald one said. Look at the color. Look at the density. They said the next word at the same time. S-grade? And then Guocheng started shaking his head before he had finished saying it because he was a smart kid and the logic was airtight. Impossible. If an S-grade had awakened in this province, the whole country would have shaken that same day. He'd have been taken away and raised as national treasure. There is no world where an S-grade spends 3 years at some no-name high school in Jiangcheng. Then what? Mutation. Guocheng had read the case files because Guocheng read everything. It's rare, but it happens. There's a recorded case of a D going to A. His E must have mutated. Give the man credit. That was the best available answer, and he was going to be wrong about it for another 8 days. In the stands, the first reaction was not shock, it was panic. Every principal on that platform was rank 2 or better, and rank 2 or better meant they could all see the shape of it. A candidate at that boy's level tops out at 2, maybe 3 upper rank 1 beasts at once. There were 34 in that courtyard, and a rank 2 bear against the wall. Somebody shouted at a screen, which never helps. Zhou Bo went white and grabbed the arm of the man next to him. A pride of heaven our school spent 3 years producing. Is he going to fall like this? The safety ball would not save me. A safety ball throws up a high-voltage net for extraction, and a high-voltage net is a suggestion to 34 ranked beasts. Zhou Bo turned and asked Commander Zhao Tianlong to send an elite rescue team. There are a handful of those on the whole testing ground, and they get spent on exactly one thing, which is talent the country cannot afford to lose. Zhao Tianlong was already reaching for the radio when the screen turned purple. And Zhao Hong, the director of the Education Bureau, watched an E-grade ability throw a dozen ranked beasts across a courtyard, turned to Principal Zhou Bo, and said in a completely level voice, "Principal Zhao, you call this an E-class ability. You must be joking with me, right?" Down in the courtyard, I did the thing I had been saving. Instead of pushing the lightning out, I pulled it in, into the muscle, into the nerve, into every cell at once, until my eyes went solid purple, and the world slowed down about 40%. It is not a technique. Nobody taught it to me. It is just the obvious thing to do when you are holding a power source, and you are also, structurally, a person. It is also extremely stupid, because if you get the level wrong, you burn out your own meridians and spend the rest of your life being fed by a machine. I could hold it for maybe a minute. I only needed the first 10 seconds. The nearest rhinoceros was upper rank 1, easily 800 kilograms, and I took its head off with a single sweep of a spear that at that point had no edge left on it whatsoever. Then I went to work. 13 of them had not got up after the first discharge. The other 21 took under a minute, and I did not use the ability again because in that state I did not need to. 2.1 meters of blunt steel moving at that speed is not a spear anymore. It is a physics problem with a handle. And then the courtyard was empty except for me and the wall stood up. 5 meters tall, 3 across at the shoulder. Imagine a heavy tank deciding to stand on its hind legs and then being annoyed about it. The sun was going down behind the blocks, and it threw the bear's shadow across the whole courtyard and up the opposite building, and its eyes came on like 2 brake lights. I licked my lips. I want to be honest here, because it is the only part of that day I am slightly ashamed of. I was not afraid. I was delighted. 4,000 points. First, I found out what it could do, which I did by running away from it. It came off the wall like a landslide, and I went sideways, and it turned, and I went sideways again, and for about 40 seconds I walked a rank 2 bloodthirsty violent bear around its own courtyard the way you walk a large and enthusiastic dog. It gave up. It actually sat down. I have never been more insulted by an animal. Then I hit it with everything I had, straight on, full output. Nothing. The lightning went into that matted coat and spread out flat across it, and did not reach the skin. The coat was not armor. The coat was insulation. The bear took that as an opening and switched on a rank 2 ability called Berserk, which looks exactly the way you are imagining it. A red aura went up off it in a column, its muscles inflated, the veins came up in its face, and it roared in a way that put cracks across the courtyard paving. Then it jumped. Do you know what it feels like to have a tiger tank come at you through the air? What the? I got out of the way. Barely. Where I had been standing became a crater with a bear in it. So, new plan. The coat did not conduct. Fine. Skin conducts. Blood conducts. And a bear that big has 2 femoral arteries in 2 legs that are, conveniently, at exactly my height. I stopped trying to fight it and started trying to open it. 2 passes. 1 leg, then the other, in and out, and I did not stay to admire either one. Then I backed off 10 meters and I turned the lightning on, and I kept it on. The bear did the smart thing. It curled up, tucked its face into its chest, put its back to me, and settled in to wait. Because it had already learned that my lightning did nothing to its coat. Except now there were 2 ways into it that were not coat. Half a minute. That is all I asked of myself. Hold it. Do not break it. Do not get greedy. Half a minute. At about 20 seconds, it noticed something was wrong. At about 25, it tried to stand up and found out that its front legs were not participating. At 30, it stopped being a bear and became a very large object. You sat there and took purple heaven divine thunder for over half a minute, I said, walking in. Did you really think nothing would happen? It looked at me. It could still do that. Can't move, I said. Then you're a target. 3 or 4 seconds. Dozens of thrusts. And when the paralysis finally broke and its arms came back under it and it hauled its head up and pulled its lips back for one last try at me, I was already in the air at the height of its chest. Lightning, gale break. It went backwards like something fired out of a cannon, plowed 10 meters of courtyard, and stopped. Plus 24 points. 24. For a rank 2 beast worth 4,000. Because I had already collected the 4,000 and change over the course of the fight in installments every time I opened it up, and the last 24 was just the tip. Here is the part nobody watching understood, and it is the only reason that fight went the way it did. I still had 2,000 unspent points in my account the whole time. If it had gone badly, if it had reached me once, I could have poured every one of them into physique in the time it takes to blink and stood back up as a different person. That bear's ending was decided before it ever saw me. It just did not have access to my account balance. I checked my watch. First place, 10,835 points. Second place, 1,103. I stood in a courtyard full of dead things and worked something out, and then said it out loud to make sure it was real. The highest score in Jiangnan province last year was a little over 8,000. Doesn't that mean I already locked the provincial championship? While there's still an hour and a half on the clock? On the roof, the 4 of them had not moved. An elite ability user, the bald one finally said, needs half an hour of kiting to bring down a bloodthirsty violent bear. That took him under 2 minutes. Guo Cheng got up. If we don't get back to the central region right now, he said, we're not scoring a single point in the last hour. They ran. I want it noted that they ran down 8 flights of stairs to go and hunt for scraps in a zone I had cleared out 4 hours earlier, and that this was the correct decision. The parade ground did not make a sound for about 6 seconds. Then it made all of them. 10,000 points! He broke the record. Not the city record, the provincial record. A 100-year-old school whose best ever result was 64th in Jiangnan. Zhou Bo was on his feet with his fist in the air like a man at a football match. The teacher who ran the rocket class had his hands over his face and was audibly asking why this student had not been assigned to his class. Off to one side, the candidates who had come out early on their safety balls were watching the same board. I got 102 points, one of them said. 102. That's a 100-fold gap. At 9 o'clock, the announcement went out 3 times across the ruins. Examination concluded. All candidates to the extraction points. I pulled my spear out of the last thing I had put it into and looked at the ruin of Wei Yuan town going blue in the dusk. What a pity, I thought. There will never be a chance to harvest points like this again. I have been wrong about a lot of things. That one, at least, I was wrong about in the right direction. Final board. First, Xiaoyan, 11,124. Second, Guo Cheng, 1,233. 9 times. The gap was 9 times, and both of those numbers went out on the national feed. My classmates spent the next 20 minutes explaining to strangers that Xiao Yan had an E-rank ability, and not one single person believed them. An E-rank ability suppressed a B-rank ability by a factor of 10? Do you think we're idiots? Everyone waited at the gate. 1,400 candidates, and 3,000 parents, and 200 teachers, all of them facing one dark archway, because word had gone around that first place was coming out on foot. Xiao Ya, the girl in the summer dress who had lost interest in me in under 2 seconds the previous afternoon, was at that moment asking He Yue for my contact details. Times have changed, she said without a trace of shame. Yesterday, he was an E-rank awakener. Today, he's Jiangcheng number 1. Different status, different treatment. That's just how it works. He Yue told me later that she had been rendered speechless and that it was not the shamelessness that got her, it was the speed. I came out of the ruins, combat suit brown to the collar, spear notched into scrap, and about 4,000 people looking at me at once, which after 12 hours of animals was significantly more disorienting than the animals. The first person to clap was the director of the Education Bureau, then the principals. Then the whole field went up at once, and it did not stop. And somewhere in the middle of it, several girls I had never met shouted things at me that I am not going to repeat, and I stood there like a man who has walked into the wrong wedding. Behind me, Guo Cheng came out to a very respectable round of applause and watched the other one continue over his head. Truly dazzling, he said, and then, being honest with himself, admitted that even if he had taken first, he would not have pulled a reception like that. First place is first place. 11,000 points against a B-rank field is a story. Principal Zhou Bo drove me home himself. He has a driver. He did not use the driver. With this score, he said, both hands on the wheel, sitting very straight, any university in the country is open to you, including the top 3. Qingjing, Magic City, Jincheng. How top is top 3? 200 years old, instructors from rank 6 upward. He glanced over. For you, it's within easy reach. No, that's not right. They might beg you to attend. We pulled up outside my building at 20 past 11. He waited until I was through the door before he drove off, which I did not. Notice at the time and have thought about a lot since. I did not shower. I did not eat. I lay down on a bed in an apartment with no living room furniture in it and slept for 11 hours. And I did not dream about anything at all. I woke up at 11 the next morning, stuck to my own sheets, and made a note that in future I would shower first and collapse second. Physique, 183. Spirit, 185. Spearmanship, advanced. Lightning gale break, advanced. Ability points, 2,534. Then I sat on the floor of my ruined living room with a bowl of instant noodles and looked up the 3 universities. Qingjing, Magic City, Jincheng. Roughly half of every high-ranked ability user in this country whose name is publicly known graduated from one of those 3. The current 9th-rank country-protecting guardian, the man they put on the news when the Pacific makes noise, came out of Qingjing. But the alumni list was not the reason, and it took me about 10 minutes of reading to find the reason. Cultivation methods. Everything in this world runs on origin energy, and a cultivation method is just the instruction manual for pulling it in. On a bad method, an awakener needs 3 or 4 years to become a rank 1 ability user. On a top-tier method, the same person does it in under 6 months. Same person, same talent, same effort. 4 years against 6 months, and the only difference is which book you are allowed to read. Those books are not for sale. They live in the libraries of the schools that own them. I put the noodles down. The doorbell went at 1 in the afternoon, and it was my aunt. Xiao Fen is in her 30s, dresses like a woman who has decided the recession is not going to happen to her personally, and has the same face as He Yue with 20 more years of practice at using it. He Yue was behind her, being extremely interested in the hallway carpet. They came in. They stopped. The living room was a scorch mark with load-bearing walls. Yaner, my aunt said carefully, did your house catch fire? A minor accident. Nothing serious. Where is the couch? That's part of the accident. There was nowhere to sit, so we went across the street to the Chengguang shop and sat in a window booth, and my aunt ordered 3 coffees and then put both hands flat on the table like a woman about to negotiate a hostage release. Now, about the exam, she took a breath. No matter how badly you did this time, I will not beat you up. I want you to understand that this was a genuine concession. She has been my legal guardian since I was 11, and there is documented precedent. I got 100 points, I said. Her face did something complicated. And a lot more than 100 points, 11,000 of them. She sat there. He Yue, who had been waiting for this for about 16 hours, put her phone on the table with the screen up. 10,000 points, an absolute dark horse from Jiangcheng Second High School. There was a photograph under the headline. It was me, in the air, at chest height on a 5-meter bear. My aunt read that article the way people read a lottery ticket they are afraid to blink at. Then she read it again. Then she said, to the window, Yan has finally made something of himself, and then, quieter, now the Xiao family has someone to carry it on. And I had to look at my coffee for a moment. How? Said He Yue. Here it comes. I had written this the night before the exam and rehearsed it in the shower. During the storm 3 days ago, I said, a bolt came in through my window and knocked me out. When I woke up, my ability had changed. Both of them stared at me. The beautiful thing about that lie is that it was not even a lie about the storm. Everyone in the district had watched the sky go black at 11 in the morning. 3,000 people had filmed it. The fire department had a report on file. Ability mutation is a documented phenomenon, rare, dramatic, and completely untraceable. I used that story for the next 4 years, and not one person ever questioned it. My aunt stood up so fast her chair went back. Let's go. We're going to the vegetable market, and at noon, I am making you a proper meal. That night, in a conference room on the other side of the country, 40 people were arguing about me. Magic City Ability University runs its admissions committee like a war room. 30 or 40 ability users of the 3rd and 4th rank around a circular table and a floating display in the middle, and the national score rankings 24 hours before the public gets them. Handling the display was a small glowing ball with a face on it. Provincial results, in order, said the ball in a bright voice. Capital Region, first place, Guo Wei, 9,343 points. A rank ability, bronze body, rank 1 upper tier, father is a rank 4. Aura recommends quota A+. Somebody asked her to double-check the father. The ball's face scrunched up. Aura's information is not wrong. Nobody said it was wrong, Aura. Then why check it? That is Aura. She is a subunit of the university's central AI. She is rendered as a cheerful, floating sphere because somebody in the design department in the 80s thought that would be comforting, and she has the emotional resilience of a small child in a room full of adults with doctorates. Jiangnan Province, Aura said, still sulking. First place, Xiaoyan, Jiangcheng Second High School, 11,124 points. The room stopped. Jiangcheng? Somebody said. That's not the provincial capital, is it? What the hell is Jiangcheng? Nobody at that table had heard of my city. Nobody at that table had reason to. File, said the director. Xiao Yan, Aura read, 18 years old, awakened a natural type E rank ability, weak electricity. Current rank, Awakener. Silence. What the hell, said a rank 4 man at the back. E rank ability, Awakener? Can either of those things be connected to a provincial champion? They pulled the footage. The first thing they noticed was the spear, because in 20 years of provincial champions across that whole country, they had seen swords, and they had seen sabers, and they had seen one very memorable girl with a warhammer, and they had not seen a spear. Spears are hard. Spears take too long. Nobody has the time. The second thing they noticed was that they could not find an ability user's aura on me anywhere, because there was not one there. I really was still an Awakener. Then the courtyard footage came up, and the purple went across the screen, and a room of professional soldiers made a noise. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That is not an E-rank ability. Quiza. Probability distribution. 4% B rank, Aura said. 10% A rank. 83% S rank. 1% SS rank. 0% SSS. The director of admissions at Magic City is called Zhao Chaoyang, rank 5, spirit type, and he did not hesitate for 1 second. Zhao Yan is designated for an S+ special recruitment quota. We take him at any cost. 6 people volunteered to go and get me. He went himself. 3 days later, my phone buzzed at 8 in the morning. Jiangnan Province, first place. Xu Jingming. Total score, 11,124 points. I punched the air in my kitchen, alone, in my underwear, and I am not sorry. Up in Ning'an City, which is the provincial capital, the Education Bureau had already booked the restaurant. There was a cake. There was champagne on ice. Their man was Lei Guo, 9,200, A rank, son of 2 rank 4 parents, and the previous provincial record was 8,900, so as far as anyone in that room was concerned, the evening was a formality. They opened the list and found a name they did not recognize from a city they could not place. What? The provincial champion is from Jiangcheng? Over there? The champagne was not opened. The cake, I am told, was eventually eaten in a break room. The press arrived about 4 hours after that, because an E-rank awakener taking a provincial championship is not a news story. It is a natural resource. Shocking! The provincial champion is still only an awakener. Who says an E-grade ability cannot take first place? And under every one of those articles, the internet did what the internet does. An E-grade awakener took provincial champion? If this is true, I'll eat dirt on the spot. Obviously the son of somebody. They shoved him up the board. Which official's kid is this? Say the name. That went on for most of a day, and then the Jiangcheng City account, with no comment and no caption, uploaded the complete 12-hour recording of my examination. All of it. Every camera angle. Uncut. The comment sections went quiet in the way a room goes quiet. The rewards came in on the 5th day. The Education Bureau gave me 1,000,000 yuan and a cultivation method. The city government gave me another 1,000,000 and a villa. I would like to say I handled that with dignity. I called my aunt and made her say the number back to me twice. The call from my principal came while I was at the Thunder Martial Arts School putting my ruined spear through a target it did not deserve. Xiaoyan, come to the school, right now. What happened? The admissions directors from all 3 top universities are already here. They had put them in the VIP room, which was a mistake because the VIP room has 1 door. Zhao Chaoyang from Magic City, in a suit, very calm. Gao Lan from Qingjing, whose personality is exactly as fiery as her frigger and who has never in her life allowed anyone else to speak first. And Cheng Kai from Jincheng, gray robe, long hair, the look of a man who considers hurrying to be a character flaw. All 3 were directors of admissions. All 3 were rank 5 spirit types. In previous years, special recruitment has produced actual physical fights between recruiters, and there is a rule about it now. Let me state in advance, Gao Lan said before I was through the door. Xiaoyan belongs to our Qingjing Ability University. I'd say our Jincheng has already claimed him, said Cheng Kai. I came in straight off the training floor in a stretched-out school tracksuit, carrying a spear that had been retired by any reasonable standard, and standing next to my principal in his good suit, I looked like something he had found on the way over. 3 rank 5 spirit types in one small room put out a pressure you can lean on. My principal was sweating through his collar and trying not to show it. I did not feel anything. That was the first point in my favor, and all 3 of them clocked it instantly. May I test your ability? Zhao Chaoyang said, and pulled a detection instrument out of thin air. I want to note that he pulled it out of thin air. Nobody else in the room reacted. I filed that away hard. Just release it. I released it. The purple came off me and filled a third of the room, and 3 rank 5 ability users felt their arm hair stand up, and my principal took a step back into a chair. Detection complete, said the instrument. Ability identified as Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, rated S rank. Zhou Bo made a sound. S, he said. It went from E to S. Mutation, I said sadly. Lightning strike. Then the bidding started, and I discovered that I enjoy being bid on. Jincheng went first. 4,000,000 scholarship, a full set of C-grade equipment, which on the open market is several tens of millions on its own. Free access to any cultivation method and any combat technique in their library for 4 years. Qingjing went over the top of it without pausing. 6,000,000, all the equipment, all the methods. Then Zhao Chaoyang said, Magic City offers no scholarship and no equipment. Gao Lan actually laughed. We offer 1 S-rank cultivation resource every year. The laugh stopped. S-rank cultivation resource, I said. What is that? Dragon blood. He said it the way you say a price you know is fair. Heart blood from an 8th rank draconic beast. Taken correctly, it brings a human physique in line with a dragon's, permanently. Gao Lan and Cheng Kai looked at each other, and neither of them said anything, and that told me more than the offer did. Those two were rank 5. Resources at that grade were useful to them. I choose Magic City Ability University, I said. I did not choose it for the dragon blood, although the dragon blood did not hurt. I chose it because my points come off dead beasts and nowhere else, and Magic City has won nearly half of the last 20 national university leagues, and a school that wins leagues is a school that puts its students in front of things worth killing. Gao Lan told me I was making a mistake in a tone that suggested she already knew I was not. Zhao Chaoyang produced a contract in duplicate, stamped, and when I had signed both copies, he snapped his fingers and they were gone. That's a space ring. It is. Those are real. Very. How much? Not cheap, Zhao Chaoyang said. If you want one, work hard. Which is what adults say when the answer would upset you. The rest of that week went quickly. I gave my aunt a set of masks that cost more than her monthly grocery budget and got told off for it. I gave He Yue cosmetics and got a look that I have decided was gratitude. I gave my uncle He Bao a tin of tea worth about 20,000, and he held it in both hands and said, I worked half my life for the house we live in, and they hand my nephew a villa for free. He was not bitter. He set it to the ceiling, like a man reporting a weather event. Truly, the younger generation is to be feared. Take the villa from the city, my aunt said. The one from the government. Any private company offers you anything, you take nothing. Nothing. Do you understand me? You cannot afford what those people give away. I took the city villa, 400 square meters, in her district, 6 minutes walk from her door. She pretended that was a coincidence. The last night, Zhao Feng and Du Guang took me out and immediately began ordering lobster out of spite. You, Du Guang said, pointing a claw at me, made me look like an idiot. You made yourself look like an idiot. I offered you a deal. You offered to bring me into the provincial top 100 if I called you daddy. And, Du Guang put down the lobster, and I've been thinking about it for a week, he said. Zhao Feng, 4 beers in, grabbed my sleeve with both hands. Listen to me. When you get to Magic City, you have to get me a signed photo of Goddess Bai. Who? Bai Ling, he was appalled. She broke the internet with a beast kill video. She's at your school. You're going to walk past her. Promise me. I'm not promising that. Promise me. On the 16th of June, I took the train to Shanghai. My uncle came to the station and shook my hand like a business partner and said on the platform, half to my aunt, Once Yan goes, I'm afraid he's going to soar into the sky. I thought that was a very nice thing to say, and also that he had no idea what he was talking about, and it turns out that we were both right. The cultivation method the city gave me was called the UN High Training Method, and it was rated intermediate. There are 4 grades: elementary, intermediate, advanced, top tier. The city of Jiangcheng had reached into its treasury, taken out its very best, and handed me the second worst kind there is. They were proud of it. It had been in a safe. With a spirit of 180, I read it and understood it in 2 days. The instant I finished it, a plus sign appeared next to my rank, which meant the wall was gone, and I could break through to ability user whenever I wanted. I did not. Touch it. Here is why. The quality of the method you are using at the moment you break through decides the size of the jump. Break through on garbage, and you get a garbage bonus, permanently, and no amount of later reading gets it back. In 3 weeks, I was going to be standing inside a library that had top-tier methods in it. So I sat on a plus sign for 3 weeks like a man staring at a cake. The train to Shanghai was 6 hours, and 3 people got on at the second stop and sat in my compartment. Du Qian, quiet, pretty, reading, Sun Rue, glasses, sharp, and Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang talked for 4 hours and 20 minutes. His score was 421. His brother was at Huangpu Ability University. The cutoff at Huangpu was 406, which he had mentioned by the time we cleared the city limits, and would mention 9 more times, each time as though it were new information. His brother had a car. His brother knew people. His brother had said Huangpu was probably going to open a new dormitory block, and he, Zhao Qiang, might get a room in it. Du Qian's book stopped turning pages somewhere in hour 2. She had the specific glazed look of a person who is being held hostage by politeness. I had gone to sleep against the window, and Zhao Chang woke me up around hour 3 by laughing and his own story. What a handsome guy, Du Qian said, and then went bright red because she had said it out loud. She spent the rest of the trip looking at me and not at Zhao Chang, and Zhao Chang noticed, and Zhao Chang did not care for it. At Shanghai Station, he made his move. Laters, my brother's car is outside. He'll take us straight to Huangpu. You can see the campus. Then, to me, in a completely different voice, my brother's car doesn't have enough seats. If you want to come along, you'll have to take a taxi yourself. 4 of us, 5 seats. I looked at him the way you look at a man who has done arithmetic in front of you and got it wrong on purpose. When did I ever say I wanted to go with you? Du Qian stood up. Do you think everyone is desperate to visit Huangpu Ability University? Both girls walked out of the station with me, which was not my doing and which I enjoyed enormously. Zhao Chang came after us as far as the doors, because some people cannot leave it alone. A guy who couldn't even get an interview at Huangpu. I don't believe you can get into any of the schools at Shanghai University City. There was a car waiting at the curb. It was a Mercedes X100, which is a military frame off-road vehicle that does 0 to 100 in 1.8 seconds and costs upward of 10 million yuan. There were maybe 4 of them in that city. The rear door was already open, and on the hood, and again on both doors, was a crest. A sword inside a ring of thorned roses. Magic City Ability University. I heard Zhao Chang say, impossible, behind me. I heard him say, absolutely impossible, while I was getting in. The last thing I heard through the door was him saying in a much smaller voice, good heavens, are the important ones this low-key? None of that was planned. The universe simply handed it to me, gift-wrapped, and I accepted. Zhao Chaoyang was in the front seat. He turned around, looked at the 2 girls I had somehow acquired between the platform and the curb, and produced 2 guest passes to Shanghai University City from the glove box without comment. Those passes go for 20 or 30,000 from scalpers. He had at least 100 loose in there. He mentioned, while handing them over, that there were another 100 in his desk. Then he spent the drive telling Du Chen and Sun Rui exactly where their scores would land them and which departments were undersubscribed this year, which was worth considerably more than the passes. The main gate of Magic City Ability University is 100 meters wide and 10 meters tall. I say that as a measurement, not as a description. There is no describing it. You go through it and the road keeps going. The campus is 26 square kilometers. That is not a campus. That is half a county town. And the enrollment is about 4,000 students, with roughly 10,000 staff to look after them. Sun Rui worked it out on her phone in the back seat and went quiet. Per capita area, she said, is about 2,600 square meters, per student. Don't do that again, said Du Qian. They got out at the visitor center because a guest pass gets you into the university city, not into this school. Du Qian stood by the door with her hand on the frame and did not ask for my contact details, and I watched her decide not to. In the end, she said, mostly to herself, we're not people from the same world. She was wrong about that in a way I did not have the standing to argue at the time. I have thought about it since. Sun Rui put my face into a search engine before the car had pulled away, and I heard her say, it's him. He's the provincial champion, from our province. And Du Qian's answer was too quiet to catch. The student housing at Magic City is villas, not a dormitory that they call a villa. Villas. 2 students per building, split by floor, cleaners once a week, and the size of the building scales with your entrance score. Mine was 800 square meters. I got the second floor. The whole second floor. I stood in the doorway of a bedroom bigger than my aunt's ground floor and had a moment about it. Welcome home, Xiaoyan. There was a glowing ball in the middle of the room with a face on it. Aura? Aura, she spun once. This unit is a subunit of the campus intelligence. My conversational grade is level 4, which means you cannot tell me apart from a human being in conversation. I can tell you apart from a human being right now. That is because you are looking at me. Close your eyes. The rules of the place took about an hour to learn, and every one of them was about money. The currency is credits. 1 credit is worth 10,000 Great Sha coins, which in practical terms is 10,000 yuan. Food is credits. Equipment is credits. Techniques, resources, medicine, everything is credits. An S-rank student receives 100 credits a year. The lowest bracket receives 20. On 1,000 freshmen, the school spends 200 million yuan a year just handing out pocket money. And it does this because 1,000 freshmen who fight harder is worth more than 200 million yuan. An ordinary dish in the canteen costs 1,000th of a credit, 10 yuan. A dish made from beast meat starts at 1/10 of a credit, which is 1,000 yuan, and there are dishes on that menu at 10 credits, which is 100,000 yuan for lunch. There are 4 canteens. They run 24 hours. Good grief, I said. If you run out of credits here, you can't even afford to eat. That is correct, said Aura. Historically, 3 students have. The last rule was the one that mattered. Group classes are group classes, Aura said. A personal mentor is different. Signature techniques are passed down to disciples only. Never in a lecture hall, not once in the school's history. Recommend 1. For a lightning-type weapon user, Aura recommends Yang Zhentian, Dean of the Weapons Academy. Then she gave me the file, and I sat down on the floor to read it. Yang Zhentian, 52 years old, Dean of the Weapons Academy, rank 7, upper tier. A rank lightning ability, Wind Fire True Thunder. Best weapon, the spear. Nickname, Thunder Spear. And then a line at the bottom that made me read the whole thing again. Alone, he killed an 8th rank beast, the earth-quaking demon python. The fight took 3 days and 3 nights. Fighting 1 rank above yourself at the low end is normal. Fighting 1 rank above yourself at rank 7 is not a thing that is supposed to be possible. The gap between ranks stops being a gap and starts being a species change. There are 5 academies: Elemental, for people who want to be pure ability and nothing else; Weapons, for people who want to be both; Tactics, for spirit types, who at the high end can reportedly break a man's mind by looking at him and who end up commanding armies; Support, for the healers and buffers; Logistics, for the special types who keep everything running. There were 3 other lightning-type mentors on the faculty. 2 were in Elemental and did not touch weapons. The 3rd was in Weapons, but he was rank 7 lower tier and he used a sword. So it was Yang Zhentian or it was nobody. The faculty housing is built around an artificial mountain. I want to say that again. The school built a mountain in the middle of the campus so the teachers would have a nice view. There is a lake, there are little bridges, there are waterfalls, plural, and every one of them is plumbed. Villa 23 was old Chinese style, with pale turquoise wind chimes under the eaves, and there was somebody already standing at the gate. Are you here to apprentice? White clothes, cynical face, the confidence of a man who has been on campus long enough to own the doorstep. Tan Mingyang, 3rd year, Weapons Academy. How did you know? Because you don't know who I am. He looked me over and stopped. An awakener? The disappointment came off him in a wave and then reversed. Wait, special admission? Yes. Special admissions are always rank 1 upper tier, sometimes middle. He said it slowly, working through it. Never awakener. He told me the process. Normally, freshmen wait for the freshman competition, which happens 3 or 4 days after intake, which the entire school attends, and where the mentors sit in the stands and pick. Coming to the door before the competition is legal, and it is also a good way to be told no. What he did not tell me was that he had been to this door several times in 6 months and had never once cleared the bar, because he did not want to say that to a special admission student, and because he assumed my odds were about the same as his. The butler opened the gate before either of us knocked. Xiao Yan, Teacher Yang is already waiting inside. Tan Mingyang's face did something I enjoyed very much. He's waiting, he said, inside, for you. Yang Zhenqian's living room had 2 men in it. One was Du Ming, whose face was so ordinary you would forget it in a corridor and whose presence sat on the room like weather. Rank 3, Peak, my senior brother, although I did not know that yet. The other was in gray martial robes and had lightning behind his eyes, and when he looked up at me, every hair on my body stood up, in the same way it does when a top-tier draconic beast decides you are worth looking at. You must be Xiao Yan. Zhao Chaoyang mentioned you to me in advance. He stood. Let's go, to the training room. Behind me, Tan Mingyang made a small, strangled noise because Yang Zhentian had smiled. Yang Zhentian's campus nickname is King of Hell Yang, and it is not affectionate. Just what is this kid's background, Tan Mingyang thought. Is he the principal's son? Then he squared up to go and fight Du Ming for the 11th time, because the entrance test for that house is that you beat Du Ming while Du Ming uses 1/10 of his strength. He did not beat Du Ming. In the training hall, I let the purple heaven divine thunder out. Yang Zhentian watched it fill the room and did not speak for a long time, and his own lightning, which was rank 7 and A grade and had killed an 8th rank beast, did not do what mine was doing. It never would. That gap does not come from level. It comes from the source, and no amount of work closes it. Then he said something I did not expect. When I traveled outside, I made some friends. I also made a considerable number of enemies. He looked at me evenly. Once you become my disciple, that follows you. After you graduate, it will find you. There may be people who move against you specifically because of my name. Knowing that, are you still willing? I did not have to think about it, and I want to be precise about why. He told me the cost before he told me the price. In 4 years at that school, and in everything that came after, I met perhaps 6 people who did that. This student is willing. Good, good, good. He laughed, and the hall rang. From today, you are my 32nd disciple. He had taken more than 30 students in 20 years, all of them lightning types. A rank, B rank, C rank. I was the first S. The gifts came out that afternoon, and I had to sit down for the second one. First, the extreme ability training method. Top tier. One of only 3 top-tier methods the entire school holds. Second, a manual bound in something that was not paper. Undying lightning body, Yang Jintian said. S-rank body tempering technique, 13 layers, lightning types only. I looked up. S-rank techniques are created by 8th rank great masters and 9th rank saints. You're rank 7. I am aware of my own rank. You made this. It is the work of my life. He said it without any particular weight, which is how you can tell. I have reached the 10th layer. The last 3 have never been tested by anyone. If it is ever practiced to the full 13, that physique can achieve true indestructibility. He was quiet for a moment. I would like to find out. So would I, as it turns out. There was a condition attached, and it was not the one I expected. You will also learn to fight with your fists. I use a spear. Yes, he nodded. And one day, in the middle of something that is trying to kill you, your spear will break. When that happens, without a weapon, will you simply turn around and run? I opened my mouth. On the second day of my fight with the earthquaking demon python, Yang Zhentian said, my spear came apart. It was forged from SSS-grade alloy. It could not take the load. By the end of that day, my ability had burned out as well. Then how did the third day go? With my hands. I learned fist technique. His own gradings, which he gave me flatly and without pride, were Grandmaster in fist and Grandmaster in spear, Master in saber, and Master in sword. The scale runs primary, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, perfection. An ordinary ability user needs decades to reach advanced. Master is a life's work. Most people who devote a life to it do not get there. During your university years, specialize in fist and spear only, he said, handing me a list for the library. Remember not to bite off more than you can chew. I nodded, took the list, and went home to bite off considerably more than I could chew. Tan Mingyang was outside the gate, sitting on the step, having failed again. Did you succeed? I nodded. He got up. You really succeeded? I nodded again and left him there, and I understand from later conversations that he stayed on that step for some time. The top-tier method took 4 hours. The city's intermediate one had taken 2 days, and I had thought at the time that I was doing well. Then I opened the extreme ability training method and found that the difficulty had gone down rather than up, because a top-tier method is not more complicated, it is more correct. When I sat down and looked at the air the way it teaches you to, the origin energy was visible. White points of light, dense, going out in every direction with no end to them, like standing on a beach at night and being told that the sea is also full. On the city's method, I had been drinking through a coffee stirrer. I pressed the plus sign. 300 points. Awakener to rank 1 ability user, lower tier. I have broken through a lot of times since then, and nothing was ever like the first one. My whole body reorganized itself over about 90 seconds. The lightning came out darker, thicker, with a weight to it that had not been there in the morning. Physique, 186 to 283. Spirit, 187 to 289. Nearly 100 points on each from one breakthrough. On the city's intermediate method, the same breakthrough would have given me 30 or 40. If I had gotten impatient on that train, I would have thrown away 60 points of physique and 60 of spirit forever to save myself 3 weeks. Then I stood in the middle of my enormous bedroom and worked out what I had become. 4 to 5 times stronger than the day before. If that rank 2 bloodthirsty violent bear had walked in through the wall right then, I would not have needed to draw the spear. I could have killed it with the lightning. It felt fantastic. It felt like the first time in either life that the number on the page matched the effort I had put in. Then I opened the undying lightning body and got humbled inside of 2 hours. 13 layers. I read for 2 hours and understood the first 3. Not disagreed with, not found difficult. Understood 3 and hit a wall at 4 where the sentences were in my language and the meaning was not. And there was a prerequisite the ordinary body tempering techniques do not have. You lay a foundation first, with blood. Specifically, with the blood of a lightning attribute beast, applied externally and driven in. And the manual is very clear that the final sealing of your body is set, permanently, by whose blood you used. Lightning beasts start at rank 4. I was rank 1, lower tier, as of that morning. Teacher, I said the next day, about the foundation. Yang Zhentian had been about to say something and stopped. You've broken through. Last night. So fast? He looked at me properly. You received the manuscript yesterday afternoon. It's a very good manuscript. He went away for a while. What he had already prepared before I arrived was the blood of a storm giant bear, shedding rank upper tier. That was the highest lightning attribute beast he had personally killed in his life, and as cultivation resources go, it is a premium S-grade item. What he did instead was walk into the resource department and ask to trade 2 S-grade allocations for 1 SS. The resource department said no. He asked again. They said no with more paperwork. He called the rector. He came back with a sealed case, and inside the case was something silver-white with arcs moving inside it. Thunder Tyrant Dragon, he said. 8th rank, lower tier. You killed an 8th rank? No, he said it plainly. I cannot kill a draconic beast of the 8th rank. Very few people can. Then he told me how the process worked, and I understood why he had spent a phone call to the rector on it. The blood goes on the back. For anyone below a certain level, it is not a resource, it is a poison. 1 drop touching skin burns down to the bone. It does not soak in. It has to be driven in, vessel by vessel, meridian by meridian, and driven with lightning, by hand, by somebody who can see what they are doing. His eyes went white-blue and stayed that way for 5 days. Wind and fire, true thunder. Crimson lightning came off him, and the temperature in that hall jumped, and I understood immediately that this was several orders past anything I could produce, and that a single stray arc off the edge of it would have removed me from the world entirely. The process will be somewhat painful, Yang Zhentian said. Bear with it. The critical thing is that you do not lose consciousness. 5 days, 10,000 ants, and the ants are inside the bone. There is no position that helps, and no part of it that stops. Dragon blood went through my vessels, then my meridians, then, on the 3rd day, into the marrow. The whole time, a rank 7 Grandmaster stood behind me, steering it, 1 thread at a time, with a power that would have vaporized me if his hand had drifted a centimeter. I did not go under once. Not because I am tough, because he had told me not to, and because, after the 2nd day, I had a fairly clear sense of what would happen to a man who went limp in the middle of that. Du Ming came to the house 3 times in 5 days. Not finished, said Uncle Fu, the butler, each time. Uncle Fu is rank 6 middle tier and has been with Yang Zhentian through everything, and he says all 4 of those words with exactly the same weight every time. On the 3rd visit, Du Ming admitted, to himself and then out loud, that he was jealous. His unfoundation had been laid with 7th rank lower tier blood. Then he shrugged it off, because an S-rank ability is an S-rank ability, and because he is a genuinely decent man, which I did not appreciate at the time as much as I should have. On the 5th day, the training hall produced a dragon's roar. Du Ming went up the outside of the building rather than take the stairs, and at the hall entrance he ran into a pressure that made a rank 3 peak ability user's stomach turn over. I was standing in the middle of the floor, stripped to the waist with my eyes gone red, veins standing out from my jaw to my wrists, lightning tearing around me in a circle with no discipline in it at all. 98%. Yang Zhentian said, and there was something in his voice I had not heard before. Yan's essence blood absorption rate reached 98%. 90% is excellent. The record across 30-odd disciples in 20 years was 92. Du Ming's own had been 87. The bad news arrived about 4 seconds later, which is when I stopped being able to hear anything. Something came up out of the bottom of me, not anger, appetite. A very simple and very reasonable conviction that everything in the room should be destroyed, starting with the 2 men in it, and that afterward I should go and find more rooms. Yan! His voice went through it like a bell, not loud, vast, and level, the way spring thunder is vast without being loud. Wake up! Everything went out at once. I came back with both hands on my knees, shaking. Thunder tyrant dragons are known for tyranny, Yang Zhentian said, perfectly calm, as though we had been discussing the weather. Your compatibility was too high. That is the cost of 98%. He put a hand on my shoulder. As long as your emotions do not swing violently, this will not surface again. I have thought about that sentence a great deal over the following years, generally about 4 seconds before my emotions swung violently. Physique, 289 to 391. 100 points from the foundation alone on top of the breakthrough, and a new line on the panel that had not existed before. Body tempering. Undying lightning body, first layer, plus. Du Ming gave me 200 credits on the spot, which is 2 million yuan, and called it a gift for a junior brother. Senior brothers should take care of junior brothers, said Yang Zhentian from a chair, looking about 10 years older than he had 5 days earlier. I had been in agony for 120 hours. He had been holding a scalpel with both hands for the same 120 hours. Only one of us needed helping to a chair afterward, and it was not the 18-year-old. It was the 22nd of June. The first thing I discovered on the 6th day was that I smelled like a drain. The tempering had pushed a lifetime of impurities out through the skin, all of it, at once, and I had walked half a kilometer toward the martial arts school before a passing student physically changed direction. I went home and stood in the shower for 40 minutes and watched the water run gray. The campus had come alive while I was busy. Freshmen everywhere, dragging cases, some of them with parents in tow, all of them stopping every 30 meters to take a photograph of a building. Villa 32, District 3. My front door was standing open. Brother! He was on me before I got the door shut. Liang Ming, from Sichuan, A-rank spirit ability, rank 1 middle tier, top 20 in his province, headed for the Tactics Academy, where he intended to one day command an army of 1 million. You're Xiao Yan. You're the provincial champion of Jiangnan. How do you know that? I know everyone. He hung off my shoulder and started firing questions at a rate of about 1.5 per second. He had memorized the files of nearly every freshman in our intake. He would later be given the nickname Know-It-All by people who meant it affectionately and by people who did not. Here is the thing I have not said yet. In my previous life, I grew up in a children's home. From about the age of 13, I lived by myself, and I got into the habit of turning the television on the moment I came through the door so that the flat would have a voice in it. I went to graduate school partly for the degree and largely because graduate school came with roommates. Then I transmigrated, and the universe, in its wisdom, made me an orphan again. So when a loud stranger from Sichuan draped himself over my shoulder and would not stop talking, I did not push him off. I made him tea. He has never known why, and if he ever watches this, he is going to be insufferable about it. We went out to look at the campus, and 40 meters down the road he grabbed my arm. Brother, major beauty, 10 o'clock. There was a girl walking the other side of the road, with a light about her that was not metaphorical. Guo Xin. Provincial champion of Sichuan, 9,000 and change, rank 1, upper tier, A rank, light ability called Light of Dawn. She stopped walking. She told me, a long time afterward, what that moment was like from her side. She has an unusually fine sense for intent, fine enough that it works as a warning system, and what she felt land on her from across the road was, in her words, a terrifying gaze akin to that of a fierce beast. No malice in it, no aggression, just the pressure of something large that has noticed you. What she saw when she looked over was a tall guy in a school tracksuit walking beside a chatty Sichuanese boy. The two things would not reconcile. So she decided she had imagined it. She did not imagine it. Dragon blood does not wash off. The Thunder Martial Arts School on campus is bigger than the one in my home city, and it stands directly across the road from a violent bear dojo, which I assume is somebody's idea of a joke that has been running for 80 years. Membership is $100,000 a year. The university pays for every student. Nobody mentions it. The third floor is a single hall that takes 300 people at once, floored in C-grade memory alloy, and when I walked in, it was full and it was loud. There were 3-meter-tall men in there. There were people in partial beast forms. Somebody in the middle of the room was shouting, "You are all trash. My triple enlargement can slap every one of you into that wall with one palm." In the center stood 5 pillars. Punch power rankings, 1 pillar per rank band, 1 through 5. Top 3 on each pillar burn gold. Anyone in the top 3,000 overall gets 50 credits. "Watch this," said Liang Ming and rolled up his sleeves. A spotlight came down on him. The announcer voice came on over the whole hall, which I would like to note is not optional and cannot be turned off. 300 people stopped to watch a stranger punch a wall. He punched. Punch power, 476 kilograms, extremely good performance. He straightened up, pleased. However, it is very regrettable that your punch power ranks beyond the 100,000th place. The hall came apart. That ranking has been running since the school was founded. There are more than 100,000 graduates on it. "Look at that little guy," somebody said over the noise. "His face is as red as a monkey's backside." Liang Ming came back to me walking very upright. "Your turn," he said through his teeth. Somebody nearby had already looked me up. "Rank 1 lower tier? It's hard to say whether he even reaches 400. I stepped up and hit the plate. Punch power, 4,589 kilograms. The hall did not react because the sentence was not finished. Peak punch power. Congratulations, you have broken the record. Gold came up the first pillar from the base to the cap, and my name went to the top of it, and every name underneath slid down 1 line. Second, Chang'an, 4,321. Third, Weihai, 4,122. 300 people said nothing at all for about 2 seconds. "A single punch from that thing could turn me into paste," somebody said. "And you're telling me he's a freshman?" The first pillar's record had stood for nearly 10 years. Somebody suggested cheating. Somebody else pointed out that the measurement is done by aura, and that aura does not make mistakes, and I heard aura's voice come out of a speaker in the ceiling saying, "Aura does not make mistakes," which did not help the mood. Then a 4th year at the back said the thing that actually mattered, and the hall went quieter than it had for the record. Everyone in the top 10 of that pillar is someone who hit the ceiling of rank 1. Every one of them. That kid is rank 1 lower tier. Nobody knew where my limit was. That included me. The record paid 400 credits, 1 time only. My account went to about 700. Liang Ming attached himself to my arm with both hands. Brother, you really are my own biological brother. From today, I follow your lead." Upperclassmen started arriving to introduce themselves and recruit me into clubs, and I got out through a side door. Across campus, in the library, Guo Xin read the forum post about a freshman breaking a 10-year record and put her tablet down. So she had not imagined it. And somewhere else on that same campus, one more person read that same post and did not put anything down. "Xiaoyan, so you came to Shanghai as well." He read it a second time, and his hands were not steady. "This time, I will take back everything that belongs to me. I should say what the dragon blood actually bought me, because the number on the panel undersells it badly. My skin now stops a blade. Not resists, stops. It has roughly the toughness of E-grade alloy, which means that a knife of the sort that most people carry cannot open me, and the sort that can leaves a line that closes over in a few breaths while I watch. I went from 1.86 to 1.89, which is a normal amount of growing. I went from 80 kilograms to 120, which is not. Nothing about me looked different. I did not get wider. The mass went into density. into bone and muscle, packed to a specification that human beings are not built to. And the practical effect is that I now break chairs by sitting down carelessly, and that stairs in old buildings make a sound when I use them. If you dropped me back into my previous life exactly as I was that morning, I would have been a minor Superman, bulletproof, unkillable by any ordinary means, capable of pulling a car door off. In this world, I was a rank 1 lower-tier freshman, and there were 4,000 people on that campus, and I was somewhere near the bottom half. That is a very clarifying thing to know about yourself. The combat technique library sits on the campus like a hill, and if you look at it directly for more than a few seconds, you notice that the air above it shimmers. That is not heat. One of the vice-rectors is a spatial-type ability user, and the entire archive is held one step out of the world. If anything ever came for that building, the whole collection would leave, and, as Aura put it, even a ninth-order martial saint would have no way to take those original manuscripts by force. They are worth it. Everything above B grade in that building exists in one copy, in the original hand, and there is a reason for that, which I will get to. The librarian was a rank 4 woman who came around her desk to greet me, which she did not do for the 2 fourth years ahead of me in the queue. I had S clearance. There are not many of those. She was perfectly pleasant about it. Later, when we knew each other, she explained her reasoning without embarrassment. She had chosen her own ceiling years ago and was content with it. I had Grandmaster written all over me. Being kind to somebody on their way up costs nothing today and might be worth a great deal in 30 years. I respect that enormously. Techniques below B grade sit in open halls. Anything above B is requested through the AI and read in a private room. Mine was 403. The lightning catalog came up in front of me, and the first 3 entries were a joke at my expense. Myriad Prison Heavenly Thunder Guide, SS, generates a storm domain 80 kilometers across, minimum requirement, rank 5. Wrath of the Thunder God, SS, locked. Thunder Abyss, SS, locked. 80 kilometers. I sat there for a moment and let myself imagine it, and then scrolled down to the things I could actually have. I took 4 A grade. Thunder Spear, which is a spear of lightning you throw. Chain Thunder Spear, a rapid series of thrusts that leaves charge behind in the target and detonates all of it on the final movement. Thunder Flash, a short-range, instantaneous dash. Thunder Prison, a cage that comes down on a target and holds it there. Warning, said Aura, appearing over the desk. Each of these requires an average of 6 months to master. Total estimated time, 2 years. Aura recommends replacing at least 2 with lower-grade techniques. No need, just like this. Aura has recorded your decision and the timestamp. Why the timestamp? For later. There is one hard rule with A-grade techniques and up, and it is the reason for the single-copy archive. You can only learn them from the original. A perfect copy, character for character, is useless. Something in the way the thing was written carries the intent of the person who made it, and photocopies do not carry intent. And without the intent, the movements are just movements, and the technique never comes together. I read for 4 hours. Then I spent 800 points, 200 apiece, and all 4 of them landed in my body at once. 1,434 points left. I sat in room 403 with 4 A-grade combat techniques in my hands and had a genuinely unkind thought. I wonder which lucky person gets to be first. The freshman group chat that night was people comparing library clearances. A-class was the top of the conversation, and there were 3 of them, and they were being extremely gracious about it. Brother Ming, Liang Ming typed, downstairs out loud while I was upstairs. If you can browse A-class combat techniques, then you must be A-class clearance, right? Not A-class, I called down. S-class. There was a silence from the ground floor. Our school has a clearance above A-class? I tested the consumption before I did anything else, because the fastest way to die in this world is to run a technique you cannot afford. Chain Thunder Spear, 1/8 of my reservoir. Thunder Spear, 1/8. Thunder Prison, 1/10. Thunder Flash, 1/20. The whole chain, start to finish, ran about 2/5. The other thing I found out that afternoon was that a 20-kilogram training spear glows dull red if I put my lightning through it for long enough. Standard practice spears are not built for it. An ordinary person picking one up after me would have been in the burns unit. So I went to buy a real one. Weapons are sold by weight here, and the weight is your choice. which is a sentence that only makes sense once you have watched a rank 3 walk out with something you would need a forklift for. I asked for 210 kilograms. The clerk asked me to repeat it. A standard rank 1 is comfortable somewhere around 60 or 70. Obsidian Spear, E grade, 210 kilograms, 230 credits. Combat Suit, 70. Boots, 10. 317 out the door, leaving me 382.6. I carried it home on my shoulder and did not think about it again until a week later, when I jumped down off an arena and the ground objected. The freshman assembly was on the main stadium field, 600 and some of us, and Liang Ming had not slept. I went through every provincial champions file, he said, holding his phone up like evidence. Every single one. Not one of them has S-class library clearance. Not one. So what did you use to get it? I snapped my fingers next to his ear. Purple arced between my knuckles. Because I have an S-class ability. He did not speak for a full 30 seconds, which is the longest recorded instance. The standard credit allocations for reference run by ability grade. S rank gets 100 a year. A rank gets 60. Most of that field was B or C. Across the crowd, Guo Xin looked over at me for the second time in 3 days. This time, I looked back and nodded. She told me later that this was the moment I became interesting, and that it had nothing to do with anything impressive. Boys who look at her either go red and look away, or perform an unconvincing interest in the middle distance. Nobody just nods. What a peculiar person, she thought. Xu Jingming! The voice came from the middle of the field, and it had been rehearsed. I, Lei Guo, want to challenge you. I had never seen him before. I knew the name from the news coverage, because when a provincial championship gets taken by a nobody, the papers spend a lot of ink on the person it was taken from. Lei Guo, Ning'an City, which is our provincial capital. #1 high school there. Second place in Jiangnan province with 9,300 points. A rank fire ability called Grim Karma Fire. Both parents rank 4. Rank 1 upper tier at 18, which is genuinely excellent. The previous provincial record had been 8,900. He had beaten it by 400 points and been second. His city had booked a restaurant. His province's education bureau had prepared a press release. And then a name nobody could place came out of a city nobody had heard of, and the joke that went around Ning'an for a month afterward was that the capital's education bureau was worse at its job than the back end of nowhere. He had it all worked out, too, and to be fair to him, the logic was not stupid. Our strength is the same, he said, loud enough for the field. The difference is that in your examination center, nobody was competing with you for beasts in the core zone. In ours, 4 of us were fighting over every single one. He had posted this on forums, several times. Nobody had replied to him, which had not helped. Sorry, I said, I don't have much interest. The truthful version of that sentence was that I had 4 A-grade combat techniques, a rank 2 physique, and a dragon in my bones, and that fighting Lei Guo would be an adult beating a child in front of 600 witnesses. His friends started in about cowardice, which I let run. And then Lei Guo said something else. I remember your paternal aunt's family is in the rare plants and herbs business, is that right? The field noise did not change. Nothing visible happened. What a coincidence. Our family is currently your aunt's largest buyer, and we still owe her quite a large sum on the last order. I stood there and let him finish. The order was placed, a deposit was paid. Final settlement is, he made a small gesture, complicated. She could sue, of course. A case like that takes a year, maybe 2. Small companies don't usually last that long. Here is the part he did not know, and I want it on the record. That order was 600 kilograms of graded herb stock on a 4-day turnaround. My uncle and my aunt had gone 48 hours without sleep to fill it, the 2 of them and 3 staff, sorting by hand in a warehouse in July. When I called home that week, my aunt was so tired she got my name wrong twice, and she was happy because that one contract covered their operating costs for the year, and she told me so, and she told me not to worry about them. You're threatening me, I said. Lei Guo opened his mouth and every hair on his body stood up, and he did not manage to get the first word out. It doesn't count as a threat, he said, when he could. It's just a reminder. Time and place. Halfway across the field, Guo Xin's head turned. What she felt was not the ability, which I had not released. It was what was under it. Such a violent aura, she thought. How on earth is he keeping that inside? 7 days later, noon, arena number 3. He chose 7 days so the audience would have time to gather. I want to thank him for that, genuinely. Every hour of those 7 days went somewhere useful. The freshman orientation covered credits, mentor selection, and the combat ranking, which turns out to be the single best thing that school owns. Full immersion capsules. You fight your way through a holographic ladder, and how far you get sets your ranking and your reward, and nobody can lie about it. I did not have time for that yet. My schedule for those 7 days went like this. Up at 6:30, 1 hour of solo work. At Yang Zhentian's house by 8:30, mornings with Du Ming, fists only. Afternoons with the teacher, spear and ability. Evenings, whatever was left of me. The night before the fight, I broke through to rank 1 middle tier. It cost 386 points. That number is important, and it is the single most useful thing I learned in my first month at that school, so let me be precise. The system does not charge a flat rate for a breakthrough. It charges for the distance remaining. Every hour I put in with Du Ming and the teacher moved me a little way up that slope under my own power, and the system only billed me for the gap I had not closed myself. Which means the harder I train, the cheaper my breakthroughs get. It means the points are not an alternative to work, they are a multiplier on work. I have met people since who got a system, sat down, and waited for it to make them strong. I understand them, I just do not have anything to say to them. How long has it been, Du Ming said, when he found out, and you've already advanced? About 3 weeks. It took me a year. He said it without any bitterness at all, which is a thing I have noticed strong people do and weak people never manage. Then he thought about the next day. All right, I'll hold a 3-minute silence for your opponent. His assessment of me, given flatly, was that my combined combat power was somewhere around rank 2 upper tier. Lei Guo was rank 1 upper tier. Arena 3 seats about 800. 400 or 500 of the 600 freshmen came, plus a scattering of upperclassmen who had heard there was going to be a fight. The forum consensus, which I read on my phone in the changing room because I am not made of stone, was that I had taken my championship at a soft testing center, and that Lei Guo was going to correct the record. Guo Xin bet on me without hesitating, and when the girl next to her, Wu Qin, made the standard argument about soft testing centers, Guo Xin took it apart in one sentence. Xiao Yan may well have had an easier center. He also had none of the provincial capital's resources for 18 years. If you moved Lei Guo to Jiangcheng at birth, he could not be certain of making the provincial top 100 at all. That is the correct read. Ning'an is normal difficulty. Jiangcheng is hard mode. I came in with the light behind me, 1.89, black combat suit, black spear with 4 blood grooves down the head, and the noise in that arena dropped by half. A wager, Lei Guo said. Go on. All of your credits. He put down the equivalent himself. We handed it all to the referee, who was a woman named Guo Yun, rank 6 middle tier, B rank ability healing light, and whose entire job is standing at arenas making sure that teenagers do not kill each other over pride. I put in 370 credits. He put in 50 credits and 3,200,000 in coins. 3.7 million in the pot. Rules, said Guo Yun. Surrender or unconsciousness ends the match. If either of you continues after that point, the school's punishment will be severe, and I will apply it personally. We stepped back, and Lei Guo opened with white fire. Grim Karma fire is not red. It comes out white, and the front 2 rows physically got up and moved backward from the heat. Then he chained it, a dash into a blazing slash, which is a genuinely good combination and which about 90% of that arena could not have answered. I wrapped the lightning around myself like a shell, so the fire arrived on the outside of it, and I moved the spear once. Not a technique, not the ability, one basic parry, in the correct place with 210 kilograms behind it. The blazing slash came apart in the air. Somebody in the stands screamed. His basic attack just broke an ultimate move. How is this possible? Lei Guo said. There's nothing impossible about it, I said. You're just weak. Then I hit him in the waist with the shaft. He folded around it in the shape of the letter C. The white fire went out like somebody had closed a door on it, and he crossed the arena backwards into the boundary cables and came off them onto his face. 2 movements. Total elapsed time, under 4 seconds. The audience reaction is my favorite thing that has ever happened in a stadium. What happened to the promised epic battle? Refund! Refund the money! What? Nobody collected any money? Oh, sorry to disturb. Teacher, I haven't conceded defeat. He got a hand under himself, then a knee. Then he reached into his belt and came out with a pill the color of arterial red, and the referee's face changed completely. A blood-boiling pill? Guo Yun was already moving. Are you out of your mind? This is a match, not something worth risking your life over. He swallowed it. For the benefit of anyone who has not met one, a blood-boiling pill multiplies your output several times over for a few minutes, and then puts you in a bed for 2 months. Fighters take them when the alternative is dying. Students are not supposed to be able to buy them. Nobody had specified a rule against it because nobody had ever needed to. The white fire came back up off him in a column and kept going. His aura climbed out of rank 1 entirely and stopped somewhere in rank 2 lower tier, with a combat output nearer to rank 2 upper. Guo Yun, watching the numbers, thought, even Xiao Yan will find this difficult. I was delighted. Finally, not an adult beating a child anymore. Thunder flash. 20 meters in no time at all, and by the time his eyes had finished tracking, I was already through the fire and into him. Force against force. He had a rank 2 body and a blood-boiling pill, and he came off worse by a distance, went back 3 or 4 steps, and looked at his own hand. What kind of monster are you? Answer, one with a dragon in his bones, but it seemed rude. He was smart enough to stop trying to trade. He backed off and started kiting me with flame barrage, white spheres that burst on impact and did no damage at all to the lightning shell, but which put out enough concussion to keep me from closing. The stands loved it. Bad news, Xiao Yan's a short-legged melee getting kited. By a mage! Good news, the mage's attacks don't do anything. I let that run for about 6 seconds because I wanted to see the pattern, and then I ended it. Thunder Spear, thrown. He dodged it, and he dodged it well, and it went past his ribs and opened his side anyway, and then the charge in the wound started doing what charge in a wound does, which he described afterward as 1,000 ants with opinions. Thunder Prison. Straight down on top of him, a cage of purple with no gaps in it. He threw up a fire barrier inside the cage, which was the correct call and bought him about half a second. Thunder Flash. 10 meters, instantly, into the cage with him. Chain Thunder Spear. The barrier lasted a fraction of a second. The thrusts went in faster than the audience could count them, each one leaving charge behind, and on the final movement, all of it went off at once. I concede! I concede defeat! The spear stopped 1 centimeter from his forehead. Everyone in that arena heard him say it, and everyone in that arena watched me stop, and I want that clearly on the record because of what I did next. I put the spear through his right shoulder. He went down. The bone went with it, and he was in a hospital bed for 2 months, and the school reviewed it and found no rule broken because he had conceded a fraction of a second before the strike landed, and because the strike went where it went, on purpose. That was for the herbs. From the counterattack to the concession was 4 or 5 seconds. The arena spent the next hour arguing about what they had just watched. 4 combat techniques in a row. 4. In 4 seconds. Forget the 4. He stopped Chain Thunder Spear mid-execution. Do you know what that takes? You can't just stop a technique. The recoil goes into your own arms. The general assumption was that they had been B-grade techniques, because A-grade in a freshman is not a thing that happens. At the back of the stands, my senior brother sat with his chin in his hand and did not say anything to anybody. Du Ming had taken exactly 1 A-grade technique off Yang Jintian's list, Thunder Flash. It had taken him 4 months. How embarrassing, he said to himself. You make your senior brother feel. Lei Guo did not whine about it, and I will give him that for as long as I live. He conceded honestly, in front of everyone, and he confirmed in front of witnesses that his family would settle my aunt's invoice in full and on time, and they did, 11 days later, and my aunt phoned me about it, thrilled and confused. He also knew exactly what he had spent, 2 months in bed out of the first wave of the freshman year, missing the freshman competition, missing the mentor selection, missing the club intake. In an environment like that, you do not catch up. You get a different 4 years than the one you were going to get. He was told this by a doctor, and he shrugged. The pot came to me, 422 credits and 7,420,000 coins. Gambling matches, I noted, make money very fast. Then I jumped down off the arena platform, which is 2.5 meters, which for me is a step. 120 kilograms of me plus 210 kilograms of spear is 330 kilograms, and the ground made a noise, and the front row felt it in their feet. Liang Ming, who weighs 65, stared at the spear. That one weapon, he said, is equal to 3 of me? A woman was waiting at the tunnel with a card already out. Suman, vice president of the Spirit Fox Club. She was pretty, and she had the closing manner of a good salesperson. Our entry requirement is rank 2. We're prepared to waive it. Just come and look at our facilities, Suman. Du Ming had appeared beside me without any noise at all. Your Spirit Fox Club has broken the rules. He did not raise his voice. Recruitment opens after the freshman competition, not before. She was gone so fast the card was still in the air. Elite clubs, Du Ming said, watching her go. They get impatient. Are you in one? I'm vice president of Ash. Is that a rule violation? I haven't recruited you, said Du Ming. I've merely walked beside you in a corridor. That evening, Liang Ming posted, anyone want to walk around downtown Shanghai tonight? On the freshman forum, and by 7 o'clock we had acquired a delegation. The Du twins came, Du Jie with 1 ponytail and Du Ying with 2 and a small fang that shows when she smiles. Both B-rank healing types with the same ability, Healing Holy Water, which stacks when they use it together and functions as A grade. In a world with almost no healers, twin healers are a natural monopoly, and they knew it. If you ever put together a wilderness area team, Du Jie said, over dinner, with no preamble whatsoever, please consider us 2 sisters first. Noted. We're very good, said Du Ying. We're the only ones, said Du Jie. Wu Qian came, and Guo Xin came. Huaihai Commercial Street is the best shopping street in the country, and about 1/3 of it is holograms. There are equipment houses on that street where the window display is a suit of armor with a price you have to read twice, and pill shops that operate more like private banks. Guo Xin bought 3 combat suits. 3. Several million yuan total, and she did it in the manner of a person picking up socks, and Liang Ming's face went through a documented series of expressions. Who would have thought, he said to me quietly, that Guo Xin, who dresses so plainly, is secretly a little rich girl? Here is the thing about Guo Xin that took me a long time to understand. That fine sense of hers works on intent. Anywhere she goes, she is reading the room whether she wants to or not, and what she mostly reads off men is want. Not affection, appetite in various strengths, most of it politely hidden, and none of it hidden from her. She has lived inside that since she was 14. What she got off me was appreciation for a beautiful thing, the way you appreciate a good sword or a well-made building, and nothing else underneath it at all. She checked twice. She told me that years later, and she was still slightly annoyed about it. The rest of July, I disappeared into the routine. 16th of July. Physique, 460. Spirit, 351. 1,048 points in the account. Breakthrough to rank 1 upper tier, 456 points. Physique, 520. Spirit, 421. After that, the rank would not move, because I could not afford the next one, so the remainder went into the body. Undying Lightning Body, first layer to second, 354 points. Bone density up, muscle density up, and the strange, specific sensation of your own skeleton becoming a better product. And here is the part I had been waiting for. Every 3 layers of the Undying Lightning Body unlocks something. At the 3rd layer, it unlocks Extreme Thunder State, which is the polished, engineered, no longer suicidal version of the thing I improvised in that courtyard during my exam. Lightning driven into every cell at once. Movement speed, strike speed, limb strength, all of it at the same time. I was 1 layer away and out of money. Chain Thunder Spear went from beginner to intermediate for 178 points instead of 200, because I had been drilling it by hand every morning and the system billed me for the gap. 62 points left, which settled the next question. It was time to go to the wilderness area. I want to answer something before it gets asked, because I know how it looks from outside. 6:30 every morning, fists until noon, spear until dark. 120 hours of dragon blood without going under. Why? It is not ambition exactly. The closest I can get is this. I did not like the feeling of my safety being somebody else's responsibility. There is a version of my life where the grid holds and the army does its job and I go to a good university and get a good job and grow old, and it is a completely fine life. My parents in this world had that life. It lasted until it did not, and then it took about 90 seconds. I do not have anything against depending on other people. I depend on other people constantly. But there is a difference between choosing to and having no other option, and I had spent one entire lifetime in the second category. In my previous life, every adult around me was quietly confident I would leave school at 15, and that would be that. I finished a master's degree. Nobody threw a party. My heart stays as it is. It does not move. That is the whole engine. It is not more complicated than that. The morning I asked permission, Yang Zhentian came out to the back garden to watch me spar with Du Ming personally. The back garden of that villa is 500 square meters of open floor cast in A-grade alloy. There is no equipment on it. There is nothing to break.
Inside here, Yang Zhentian said, just let loose and fight.
He had heard about the rank 1 upper tier. He had not yet heard about the second layer. When he did hear about the second layer, the man they call King of Hell, Yang, who is famous throughout that campus for never reacting to anything, stood in his own garden with no expression on his face at all for several seconds. Du Ming did the arithmetic out loud. Rank 1 middle to rank 1 upper took me 6 months. The second layer of the body took me a year. Then he pressed himself down to rank 2 lower tier, because he is rank 3 peak, and because at equal rank he had concluded, correctly, that he would lose. We both opened with thunder flash. The spears met in the middle at exactly the same instant, and neither of us moved. Such strength, Du Ming said, and he was grinning. Chain thunder spear into thunder prison into thunder spear, no pauses, no breathing room, and he broke out of all of it with his own A-grade ability, Jade Pivot True Thunder, and shouted through the discharge, I am not that newcomer, Lei Guo. He was not. He was better than me at every single thing except the thing I had, and after 20-odd minutes I found the bottom of my reservoir and stopped, standing there with a spear I could no longer power. Senior brother, I lost. You did not lose, Du Ming said. I used a bigger battery, that's all that happened. Then he turned to Yang Zhentian and gave his verdict, and this is the phrase that followed me around that campus for a year. Rank 2 invincible. Meaning, within rank 2, nobody. Meaning also, and he was careful about it, that rank 3 is not a step up, it is a different country. Uncle Fu brought out clear spirit fruit, which takes the fatigue out of you in about a minute, and which costs more than my monthly credit allowance. At teacher's place, I said with my mouth full, I can always freeload something good. Yes, said Yang Zhentian, enjoy it. Teacher, I'm planning to make a trip to the wilderness area. The wilderness area is everything outside the army's line. It is not zoned. There are no rank brackets. As Yang Zhentian put it without any drama, it is entirely possible that shortly after you step into the wilderness area, a 5th-tier beast passes by and you are eaten on the spot. Not defeated, passed by. I know. How long? I'll be back before the freshman competition. His eyelid moved. The freshman competition was 6 weeks away. He did not say no. He said after a while, the rise of every powerhouse has to pass through blood and fire, which is the kind of thing he says. And then he gave me the only advice that mattered. If it looks bad, run. Immediately. Do not assess. Do not finish the exchange. With Thunderflash, as long as you have not walked into a 4th-tier beast, there is essentially no danger to your life. I picked Yuanshui City, which is close to Shanghai, and where the beasts top out around 4th or 5th tier. There is a detail about that conversation that I did not learn until much later, and it changes the shape of it. Yang Zhentian has taken 32 disciples in 20 years. A little under half of them are dead, and all of them died the same way, and every one of them had this same conversation with him in this same garden before they went. He said yes anyway, because the alternative is producing students who are alive at graduation and useless at 30. Du Ming was leaving too, in the other direction. The guild had called him up. Beast tides had broken through several cities in the southwest, and they were assembling under an 8th-rank Great Master named Zhao Linyang. Don't die, I said. Don't get eaten by anything embarrassing. I told my aunt it was a special school training program, because there is no signal in the wilderness area, and I needed a reason not to answer the phone for 6 weeks. That is the first time I lied to her. It is not the last. The equipment department is 20 stories of glass, and the couriers who work in it are rank 1 ability users, because the merchandise cannot be carried by anyone weaker. 13th floor. Spears. There was a 3-meter one in a case by the window that I looked at for slightly too long. I want a heavy spear, I told the manager, whose name was Guo Dong, with a fast thrust. He gave me the polite version of the sigh. Those two things are opposites in a mass-produced weapon. Weight buys impact, and it buys it out of speed. There is one, he said, in the tone of a man who has been waiting a year for the right idiot. It has been here since last summer. Dark Cloud Gale Spear, 2.19 meters. D-grade alloy shaft, C-grade head. 4 blood grooves. Dark gold, with a cloud pattern worked down the length of it. 260 kilograms, and the shaft was enchanted by a wind-type ability user, which accelerates both the thrust and the recovery. The reason it had sat in a case for a year is beautiful. 260 kilograms means only a rank 3 can wield it properly, but a rank 3 considers a D-grade shaft to be a chicken bone, beneath them, embarrassing to be seen with. Those with low levels cannot use it, and those with high levels look down on it. The enchantment cost a fortune, and the whole project had lost the department money. I picked it up. Guo Dong was watching my face for the moment the weight registered. Up on the 13th floor, a crowd formed at the glass. Look at that thrust speed. That has to be a rank 3 senior. Rank 3s don't want that spear. Then a rank 1 wants it? Don't be ridiculous. It's a bit light, I said, putting it down. But it's fine. Guo Dong made a sound. The truth is, it was a bit light. 300 would have suited me better. And there was a second thing, which I did not mention to him. My lightning ran through D-grade alloy noticeably more smoothly than through E. 600 credits. With the student discount? 480. Ah, I put my hands in my pockets. Can it be a bit cheaper? The provincial champion of Jiangnan province, 120 kilograms of dragon blood physique, holder of the school punch record, haggling on the 13th floor. I traded in the old obsidian spear for 100 and walked out with 32 credits to my name. The last thing I did was open the school's mission board, which is the real reason the best students at Magic City are never on campus. Beast sinew collection, herb retrieval, an A-grade job assisting the police with a fugitive rank 3, 200 credits, and an S-grade posting sitting at the top in red, offering 600 credits to go southwest and fight in the war. I took 3 B grades and the A. Then I spent 2.1 million of my winnings on a D-grade combat suit and boots from a shop off campus because my credits were gone and my coins were not. The train to Yuanshui City left at 2 in the afternoon. Yuanshui City exists because of the wilderness area, not near it, because of it. 1,000 ability users walk through that gate every single day, and all of them need suits, weapons, medicine, and food, and the ones who come back with cargo spend it downtown that night. There are tens of thousands of soldiers stationed around the perimeter. There is a marble supply base at the entrance with a crystal chandelier in the lobby the size of a small sun, and waitresses in short skirts carrying trays between men who look like they have been chewed. If Zhao Feng had been standing next to me, he would not have been able to walk. Adventurer registration is a form, an ID check, a basic strength assessment, and a satellite watch with a live map. The clerk explained the last part cheerfully. Even if you die out there, there will be a record. That's comforting. It's mostly for the families. She looked at my student ID and got wistful. Magic City. You'll come out of that place rank 3, rank 4. Our regulars would kill for that. Then she checked my rank and frowned. Most Magic City students don't come here until rank 2. Rank 1 upper is unusual. Behind me, the lobby noise dropped about 40%, all at once. 6 people had come in through the main doors. 2 of them were security, 1 was carrying a shoulder camera, and the one in front was a girl of 18 or 19 in a pale turquoise combat suit with silver white hair down to her waist, and the hair moved like silk in a draft. It's Bai Ling! Goddess Bai is here! 15 million followers, videos of herself killing things, edited well. Second year at Magic City, which meant she was a year above me at my own school, and I had never seen her because that campus is 26 square kilometers. Zhao Feng is going to lose his mind, I thought. And then I went to buy pills. The pill counter was where I met the first man I ever put in a wheelchair. He was middle-aged and thin, and he was working a boy of about 17 who had a new suit and a nervous laugh. First-tier healing pills, 20,000 each. You won't see that price anywhere else in this building. The market rate is 30 to 40. I stopped walking because a healing pill is not a thing you gamble on. You gamble on a healing pill exactly once, on the worst day of your life, at the moment when you are lying down and it is the only card left in your hand. A 20,000 yuan healing pill, I said. Do you really think anyone believes fake medicine like that has any therapeutic effect at all? The boy stepped back from the counter fast. The seller's smile came off in one piece. A mere rank 1 upper tier, he said, and you dare play with me? Joe Bin, rank 2 middle tier, with a black market behind him and a relative in the base's management, and a business model built entirely on the fact that nobody in a supply-based lobby has ever once warned a stranger. I know that because there were at least 3 other people in that lobby who had been sold the same pills. I watched their faces while it happened. Not one of them said a word, and one of them was enjoying himself. People who have walked in the rain do not hold an umbrella for the next person. Quite often they go and knock the umbrella out of somebody else's hand. Joe Bin, a girl of about 20 in a black combat suit with a long sword, came out of the crowd and put herself between me and the counter, physically, like a hen with one chick. Leave him alone. Zhao Ruo. He had sold her the same pills a year earlier. She had a team behind her, which is the only reason he backed off, and he did it with a line he had clearly used before. You'd better not leave the supply base for the next few days, otherwise you will regret it. I bought what I came for, a reinforced pack, a month of water and rations under 100,000, 10 first-tier healing pills at the correct price, 10 antidotes, and 1 second-tier blood-boiling pill for 300,000, which I hoped very much to still be carrying when I came back out, 900,000 on medicine alone. She reminded me of Yang Mei. That is the whole reason I remember her name. He was waiting in the square the next morning in a combat suit with a saber across his back. Slap yourself 10 times, he said, and then compensate me 200,000. I kept walking. I'll make it easy for you. His skin went gray-blue and took on a metallic sheen from the jaw down. C-rank ability. Metallic skin. Combined with a D-grade combat suit, a rank 1 can't even scratch my defense. Noisy, I kicked him. A whip kick into the waist at rank 2 upper tier with a dragon blood physique behind it and 200 and something kilograms of body mass rotating through the hip. He crossed 8 or 9 meters of public square without touching the ground and left 2 divots in the paving where he landed. I did not look back. I had a train of thought going about rations. Zhao Ruo, rank 2 lower tier, did not see the kick happen. Her captain, a woman named Shen Hua, did and said, out loud, in the tone of a person identifying a bird, "That was a whip kick." Joe Bin lived. He did not walk again. There are healers who can regrow bone, and there are healers who can regrow the other things, and there are not very many of the second kind, and none of them work for free for a man who sells fake medicine. Shen Hua worked out where I was from before I was out of the square, and she did it off the spear, because every weapon Magic City issues carries the crest, a sword in a ring of thorned roses stamped at the base of the head. Besides students from schools like that, she said, have you ever seen anyone with the strength for a cross-tier one-hit kill? Their team only takes women, so that was the end of that. The wilderness area has one law, and it is the obvious one. The supply base is a gray zone. The police do not go in. Inside the wire, it is worse. The map divides into 2 kinds of ground. City ruins, where the beasts are weaker and the sight lines are good, and mountain forest, where they are stronger and you cannot see 6 meters. I picked Pinggan County. It is a ruined county town 20 kilometers in, with an estimated 500 to 600 second-tier beasts in it, very few first-tier, and no third or fourth-tier at all. I walked it in 3 hours, going the long way around 2 territories I did not want to argue with. There is grass growing through the roads in Pinggan County, and in the grass there are skulls, and not all of them are beasts. A paradise for fierce beasts and a nightmare for human beings. I stood at the edge of it and felt something come up in my chest that I recognized from the training hall, that same simple appetite, the dragon's opinion arriving uninvited. And this time there was no reason at all to push it down. Let the slaughter begin. My rules for that month were simple, because being clever gets people killed out there. Only singles and small groups, never more than about 10 at once, never more than 3 of them at peak. Anything bigger and the noise brings hundreds, and hundreds is a number that does not care how good you are. Second-tier beasts paid 18, 19, 21, 22 points apiece. I did that for 31 days. Here is what it looked like from the outside. A 4-person team came through Pinggan County at the end of that month, working a standard sweep, and by mid-afternoon they had not found a single beast. Not one. They had been walking since sunrise. There are 500 or 600 second-tier beasts in Pingan, one of them kept saying. Even in a migration, they don't move out this cleanly. At dusk, a single blade-armed tiger came out of a doorway, and all 4 of them went for it, like starved ghosts. Something arrived from the direction of the high-rise a kilometer away, moving like a cruise missile. The tiger stopped existing. A purple column went up where it had been standing, and stood there for a second and a half, and the man in front dropped his saber, because he had been 3 steps from being inside that. Somebody powerful has taken Pingan County, their leader said, when he could speak. That was also a warning. They left at a pace just under running. I was on the roof, and that was not a warning. That was a kill I was too lazy to walk to. Thunder Spear, at advanced proficiency, has a range of over 1,000 meters. By then, I had not shaved in a month, my hair was in my eyes, and my 10 million yuan combat suit had holes in it and had gone brown in the places that were not holes. The only clean thing on me was the spear, because I cleaned the spear every night, the way you do. The month came to about 8,000 points, panel at the end of it. Rank 2 upper tier, which means I had gone through an entire tier during that month. Physique, 1,310. Spirit, 972. Spearmanship, Master. Undying Lightning Body, 3rd layer, which meant Extreme Thunder State was now mine and legal, and no longer a way to destroy my own meridians. Points remaining, 112. I had spent it all the moment it came in, every time. The other thing I would like to record about that month is that I ate very badly. The pack, by the end, weighed over 400 kilograms, because I only kept the valuable parts, sinew and bone blades and horn, and 400 kilograms of the valuable parts is a lot of dead animal. It sat on my back like a second person. I roasted tiger sinew over a fire most nights. It goes tough and springy and squeaks against the teeth. It is not food, it is a texture. I spent a genuinely embarrassing amount of that month thinking about buying a pot and salt, and possibly cumin. At the gate on the way back, somebody said, "He couldn't have carried back an entire rhinoceros, could he?" and got a laugh, and then the laugh stopped, because they got close enough to feel what was standing inside the pack. The freight elevator in the supply base is rated for 10 tons. 120 kilograms of me, 260 of spear, 423.5 of cargo. 790 kilograms total, and I felt the elevator think about it. The intake weighing station called a supervisor before the scale had settled. Zhao Yi, rank 3, arrived with a platinum card and a pot of tea and did the count personally. 89 second tier upper, 60 to 80,000 each. 107 middle, 50 to 70. 221 lower, 40 to 60. 34 peak first tier at 20 to 30. 24,764,000, he said. Let's round it up and call it 25 million. How about that? Is that how rounding works? Here it is. My account went from 4 million to 29.1 million yuan. His commission on that single transaction was close to $1 million, which explains the tea. I ate an enormous dinner in the base restaurant, and from a corner table, a man in a wheelchair watched me do it. I want to walk through the next 12 hours from the other side, because I only found out about most of it afterward, and because it is the single clearest lesson I have ever received about how this world actually works. Zhou Bin got himself wheeled into Zhao Yi's office and demanded the Tiger Shark team. Have they come back? Then use them. I want him to wish he was dead. Zhao Yi agreed reluctantly, on the reasonable principle that you should look at the owner before you hit the dog, and he attached a condition. After this, we are not associated. Then Zhao Yi went upstairs and reported to the chief director of the entire base, a rank 4 named Zhao Chuang, that an interesting newcomer had turned up. He did that because reporting interesting newcomers is his job, and because 25 million in one delivery is interesting. Zhao Chuang ran the name through his family's intelligence people. It came back in about 4 minutes. Zhao Yan, 18, provincial champion, Jiangnan, special admission, Magic City Ability University, personal disciple of Yang Zhentian. Zhao Chuang read it twice, and then said something that his secretary wrote down. It is not only that we cannot afford to offend him, the ability user family standing behind us cannot afford to offend him either. And then, with the file still open, 18 years old, second tier upper rank, nobody would believe it if you told them. I spent 12 million on B-grade armor that evening because my old suit was scrap. They offered me a space ring at 10 million, and I turned it down because 10 million was a third of everything I had. The Tiger Shark team picked me up 2 streets from the base. 5 of them, every one rank 2 upper tier, captain with a claw scar down one side of his face. Their orders were to break my arms and legs and bring me in. I noticed them within about 90 seconds because my spirit was at 972 hertz and the human baseline is 600 or 700, and a room full of people who are all pretending not to look at you is extremely loud at that frequency. So I turned into a dead-end alley on purpose. It seemed more efficient to have them all in one place. At the mouth of the alley, the captain stopped, out of pure professional habit, and told his spirit type to run a scan first.
Captain, the man beside him was grinning. Sometimes you are too cautious. How much trouble can a first-tier upper-rank kid cause? Heji ran the scan. She sees living things as lights, and the brightness is the strength, and she had spent 9 years developing that, and had never once been asked to describe what she saw, because everyone she scanned was some flavor of dim. What a fierce aura, she said. Then she shared the perception with the team, which is a thing spirit types can do, and 5 people saw the alley the way she saw it. Faint sparks scattered across the district, their own captain, a solid, steady flame. And at the end of that alley, something like a small sun. Not brighter than the captain, tens of times brighter. This is a first-tier upper rank, the captain said. You have got to be kidding me. The intelligence is wrong, he said. Abandon the mission. We are going back to settle with Zhou Bin. I stood in that alley for 4 minutes, waiting for 5 people who had already left. The bunker where they kept Zhou Bin got a visit about an hour later, and the captain of the Tiger Shark team opened the conversation by hitting him hard enough to move the chair. Your intelligence was wrong. That is not a rank 1 upper tier. That is a rank 2 upper tier. Zhao Yi, meanwhile, was on the phone getting a description. 1.9 meters, dark gold spear. He went cold. The person you arranged to have killed today, what is his name? His name? Said Zhou Bin. How would I know his name? You idiot, Zhao Yi said. You did not even know his name, and you sent people to kill him. He crushed the phone in his hand. He was still holding the pieces when the door opened and Zhao Chuang came in, and a rank 4's pressure filled that office to the corners. Sending people to assassinate Xiao Yan, Zhao Chuang said. How dare you? Zhao Yi tried to explain about the herbs merchant and the wheelchair and the fact that it was a personal matter, and got about 6 words in. Personal disciple, Zhao Chuang said, of young Zhentian. Zhao Yi's face went white in stages. Here is what he was calculating, and he was not wrong. If a Grandmaster level figure walked into that supply base and flattened it, all of it, every building, over a dead student, the state would not say a word. There would be a report. The report would say that the supply base had been flattened. That would be the end of the matter. I will deal with Zhou Bin, Zhao Yi said. Personally. Tonight. Supervisor Zhao. Zhao Shuang did not raise his voice at all. Dealing with Zhou Bin is not enough. Did you really think nobody knew about the things you have done in this base over the years? 2 rank 4 guards took him out through his own door. I came down for breakfast the next morning, and the entire management of the supply base was standing in the lobby in a line. The chief director, every supervisor, in order of seniority, facing the stairs, at 8 in the morning, in a room full of adventurers who had never seen anything like it, and were all now filming it. Zhao Ruo was at a corner table with her team, and she had the expression of a person watching the boy she had rescued from a market stall get greeted by a head of state. They took me into a VIP room, and Zhao Chuang apologized properly, which is to say, briefly and without excuses, and then told me what had already been done about it. Zhou Bin had been dealt with the previous night by Zhao Yi personally, which was tidy in a way I did not enjoy thinking about. Zhao Yi and the entire Tiger Shark team had been handed to the police with a folder attached, and would, in Zhao Chuang's phrase, spend the rest of their lives inside. I sat there with a cup of tea and understood 2 things at once. The first was that Zhao Chuang was a genuinely ruthless man. He had gone through his own people in under 12 hours with the efficiency of somebody clearing a drain, and had done it so completely that there was nothing left for me to be dissatisfied about, which was the entire point of doing it that way. The second was that none of it was about me. Nobody in that room had made a single decision based on Xiao Yan. They had made every decision based on the name of the man who had taken me as a student. A small token, Zhao Chuang said. A black and gold card.
free accommodation for life, 20% off everything in the building, and a space ring with 1 cubic meter of internal volume, which retails from 50 million upward. I put it on and pushed my spirit into it the way Zhao Chaoyang had shown me, and it took the imprint instantly. That is the other thing a high spirit buys you, incidentally. The reason I had felt the Tiger Shark team following me at 972 Hz is the same reason the ring bound in one attempt. They also moved my room, without asking, to a 200 square meter suite with a glass wall facing the wilderness area, which, at night, looks like the edge of the world with something moving on it. I called my teacher from that room. I got about as far as Elite Rank 2 team and assigned to kill me before the connection started tearing, and through the interference I could hear, clearly, thunder. Not a metaphor. Weather. Somewhere in Shanghai, the sky over the faculty housing had opened up. If anything had really happened to you, Yang Zhentian said, I would have leveled that entire supply base. Nothing happened. Teacher, the weather. Yes, one moment. The line cleared. Then I told him the rest, which was that I had come out of Pinggan County at rank 2 upper tier, and there was a silence, and then a laugh that made the phone speaker buzz. Good, good, good. As expected of my student, your progress is faster than mine was at your age. He did not say the other thing out loud, but he told me years later that he had thought it, standing in his garden with a phone in his hand. This is not a catalyst anymore. This is practically a cheat code. I gave myself 1 day off. I want that in the record, because it is the only day off in this entire story. I lay on the couch of a 200 square meter suite with a bag of chips on my chest, watching a hollow film I did not follow, and I did not move for 11 hours. Human beings are not machines. I had slept with one eye open for a month. Then I went into the mountain forest. The numbers going in. Rank 2 upper tier, with combat power somewhere around rank 3 upper. Extreme Thunder State multiplies me by 3 or 4 with no aftermath at all, which is the part that matters, because the blood-boiling pill does roughly the same and then takes 2 months of your life as payment. Thunder Flash at advanced range meant that, barring a peak 4th tier, nothing in that forest could catch me if I decided to leave. 48 kilometers in, 5 hours of walking, and I stepped on a dry branch. Something came out of the undergrowth ahead of me at head height and took the tops off 3 or 4 trees on its way past. A Gale direwolf came out after it. 3rd tier, middle stage. 3rd tier is where beasts stop being animals and start being opponents. Below that, they are strong and fast and stupid. At 3rd tier, they get actual abilities, the same way we do, and they use them with intent. I had about a second and a half to appreciate this before somebody else's voice cut across the clearing. That one, get it in frame before it moves. 6 people came down the slope on my left, and I recognized the silver-white hair immediately. Her escort spread out around the wolf like a film crew, which is precisely what they were. A beast of this level is perfect for Miss Bai to use as kill footage, the team leader said, and started forward. There is a rule out there, and it is not a law. It is just the thing that keeps people from murdering each other over animals. The beast belongs to whoever found it first. Taking somebody's find is not theft. It is a provocation, and it is understood to be one. He knew that. He was rank 3 middle tier, and I was standing there alone, and he had done the sum. Team leader Zhao, Bai Ling had stopped on the slope. This beast was discovered by someone else first. Let's find another one. Miss Bai, the moment we leave, this kid is going to be bitten to death by that wolf. We would be doing him a favor. Team leader Zhao, her voice did not go up at all. I believe I mentioned last time that I don't like stealing other people's prey for my footage. Something went across Zhao's face. It was there for less than a quarter of a second, and it was not annoyance. I saw it. I filed it, the way you file the sound a floorboard makes. Her control over that team, I thought, is not as good as she thinks it is. They pulled back up the slope. The wolf, which had been waiting for exactly this, came off its haunches the moment the strong ones turned away. Oh, I said, you're even more impatient than I am. Thunderflash covers 54 meters now. The wolf finished its jump into a space where a person had been, and lightning gale break came down on it from the side, and the head was simply not there anymore. Plus 34 points. Then I spent 10 careful minutes taking the pelt off in one piece, which is why I had aimed at the head, because an intact Gale direwolf pelt is worth 500,000, and a punctured one is worth considerably less. I did it with a B alloy dagger that had cost me 790,000 and which I keep in the ring, and I did it badly because nobody teaches you that in school. 7 days later, I found a troop of great strength apes, 3rd tier, 20-some of them, led by an upper stage male, and great strength apes are known for defense, which I established by putting a thunder spear into the leader and watching it get up. So I used the cage instead. Thunder prison, 20 meters across, dropped over the whole troop at once. One of them tested the wall and did not test it twice. None of you are getting out. 5 or 6 minutes. 3,267 points, which is the largest single deposit I had ever received, and I sat down on a rock afterward and did arithmetic instead of resting. The breakthrough prices, because they are the shape of the whole problem. Rank 1 upper to rank 2 lower had been 1,200, to middle 1,500, to upper 1,800, to rank 3, with the training I had already done, 3,000 was not enough. I needed something like 4,000. The curve is not linear. It never is. Every tier costs more than the last one and gives you proportionally less, and the only thing that keeps it survivable is that the things you kill also get more expensive. There is a principle I worked out on that rock and have not revised since. Having rank without the right combat techniques is a baby holding a sharp knife. My watch buzzed against my wrist. Distress signal. The way it works out there is beautifully honest. You activate it, and your position goes out to everyone within 2 kilometers. Nobody is obligated. Nobody is dispatched. There is no penalty for ignoring it, and there is no reward for answering it. It is a broadcast that says, "Here I am," and then you find out what kind of neighborhood you are in. I looked at the marker. If it is a weak 3rd tier, I thought, it costs me nothing. If it is a strong 4th tier, there is nothing I can do about it, and I will have made it a 2-body problem. I went. She was moving through the canopy in 7 and 8 meter jumps, which is impressive, and she was losing ground, which told me everything about what was behind her. I got the story afterward in pieces. That morning, during filming, a 4th tier beast had walked into the chute and scattered the entire team, and she had come out of it alone and turned the wrong way. Then, while working back toward the extraction line, she had passed the mouth of a cave. What came out of the cave was a burrowing earth dragon. It is a pangolin. I say that to be accurate and not to make it sound manageable. It is a pangolin the height of a 3 or 4-story building, plated to the ground, and it is rated 3rd tier lower stage, and it fights like 3rd tier upper, because any beast with the word dragon in its name is invariably worse than its grading. She was rank 2 middle tier. She could not beat it with a blood-boiling pill in her hand, and, critically, she could not outrun it either. She turned and used everything she had. Ice seal. 50 meters in every direction went white and solid, trees and ground and the thing in the middle of it. The dragon came through the ice in one movement with a noise like a window breaking. It's over, she thought. I can't get away. There was a flash on her left and a man landed between her and it. Run! I did not look around. That's a 3rd tier burrowing earth dragon. You can't beat it. She did not run. Hey, why won't you listen to advice? She was, in fact, getting her blood-boiling pill out so that she could buy time for a stranger she had met once on a slope over a wolf. Thunder spear. The throw broke the sound barrier off my fingers. The bolt went a full meter into the eye socket of a 3rd tier beast and detonated inside the skull, and the pangolin's forward momentum carried it another 8 meters and put it down in the leaf litter. She had not swallowed the pill. She had not had time to get it to her mouth. To create a sonic boom, she said, with a bare hand. How much strength does that take? Plus 36 points. Dragon-named beasts pay above their tier, which is the only compliment the system ever gives anything. My name is Bai Ling. She had got her breathing under control impressively fast. I cannot repay a life-saving grace with words. If there is ever anything you need, tell me. She did not offer money. I noticed that, and I have thought since that it was deliberate, and that she had probably had to learn it. Actually, I said, there is one thing. She braced. Could I get a signed photo? There was a pause of some length. A signed photo. Of you, signed. That's it? My friend from high school will not stop asking. He made me promise on a platform. He was drunk, but he was serious. She was quiet for a moment, and I understand now that she had been assembling a fairly bleak mental list of things a man alone in a forest might ask for, and had to throw the whole list away. Yes, she said.
Of course. Then she saw the crest on my spear. I watched the entire calculation happen on her face. Magic City, Weapons Academy, rank 2 upper tier, killing a 3rd tier from standing, alone, at 48 kilometers in. Hello, senior. She actually straightened up. I'm Bai Ling. Ice Element, 2nd year, Class 3, Elemental Academy. Senior. I opened my mouth to correct her, and then I did not, because the look she was giving me was so extraordinarily bright, and because I am not made of stone, and because it seemed like the sort of thing that would clear itself up naturally in a day or two. It did not clear itself up in a day or two. I know the Weapons Academy, she said, walking beside me now, and this was the moment I discovered that Bai Ling on camera and Bai Ling off camera are 2 different products. On camera, she is glacial. Off camera, she does not stop. Your dean is Yang Zhentian. They call him King Yama Yang. He's supposed to be terrifying. Apparently, he once made a 4th year cry just by asking him a question about footwork. That's my teacher. She stopped walking. Ah, sorry. Sorry, I misspoke. I only meant, you're right though. Yes, she said with feeling. I am. The cave the pangolin had come out of was about 100 meters back through the trees, behind a screen of scrub, and the entrance was 3 stories tall. I went in first, with a dome of lightning up around both of us, because I had no idea what else lived in there. Bai Ling told me later what that walk was like from inside the dome. Even one stray spark off this, she had been thinking, would probably kill me instantly. The main chamber had a nest of hides in one corner and a great many bones that had been chewed, and in the middle of the floor there was a spring. It was small, you could have covered it with a dinner plate. Around it, in a ring maybe 6 meters across, things were growing that should not have been growing in a cave. Some of them breathed cold. One of them was putting out heat I could feel from 4 meters. Every plant in that ring was C grade or better, and I recognized 2 of them from a list Aura had made me read. Bai Ling crouched down at the edge of it, pulled up a root, and smelled it. Then she smelled it again. This should smell like glutinous rice, she said to herself. It doesn't. It smells like spring water. She sat back on her heels. Senior, could this be the S-grade Earth Spirit Spring? I did not know what that was. She told me, and it took her some time because she kept stopping to check the plants again. Earth Spirit Spring is condensed essence of Earth. Its practical function is this. For anybody below the 4th tier, as long as they are still breathing, it will almost always bring them back. Not heal, bring back. It is also the reason the entire ring of plants around it had turned into rare herbs, because things grow strangely near it over a few decades. There was enough there for about 5 doses, and it happened that the woman crouched next to it was a certified 2nd-grade pharmacist, which at that university is a qualification held by a handful of people, and which the major guilds fight over on graduation day. She stood up and dusted off her knees. Senior, all of this Earth Spirit Spring belongs to you. She said it immediately. No pause, no negotiation face. I'll take 4 parts, I said. You take 1, and we split the herbs down the middle. That's not... You identified it. Without you, I'd have filled my canteen from it and walked out. She was still. Arguing when we heard the boots at the cave mouth. 5 people came into the cave, and the one in front was team leader Zhao. Bai Ling moved first, and she moved smoothly, and I understood in that second that she had done this before. Team leader Zhao, good timing. She stepped between them and the spring, casually, as though she were making room. The quality of these herbs is quite good. Since we've all seen them, let's share them out together. It was a decent play. Zhao did the arithmetic in front of us. A-grade herbs split 5 or 6 ways against falling out with a woman who has 15 million followers and a legal department. 10 million yuan is not worth a national news cycle. He was actually nodding. Then the thin one at the back said, Captain, he was looking at the water, that pool, it looks a lot like the S-grade healing medicine, Earth Spirit Spring. The temperature in that cave changed. Miss Bai, Zhao said slowly, it seems you are not a very honest person. She did not hesitate for even a second. The Earth Spirit Spring and all of the herbs are yours. We don't want any of it. She was already turning. Senior, let's go. I did not move.
Junior, I said. They're peak third tier. I don't think I'm any worse than that. She looked at me like I had proposed swimming home. Also, I said, even if we hand over every last drop, they aren't letting us walk out of here. Zhao did not deny it. He did not have to. She goes back and posts a video, he said, almost reasonably, and the two of us are finished in every province in the country. You understand the position. So the plan was simple. Take everything. Take her out as well, as a package to be moved rather than a person, and settle the details somewhere without cameras. Then his skin darkened and coarsened, and the shape of his jaw changed. Zhao's ability is C-grade, a partial beast transformation, saber-toothed tiger. When it finished, there were tusks past his chin, gray-yellow fur across his shoulders, and a mark on his forehead in the shape of the character for king. His team spread across the cave mouth and cut off the exit. Off to my left, there was a crack of thunder. Zhao's head came round. One of his people, a rank 3 middle-stage man named Guo Chong, was 2 meters off the floor, on the end of my spear, and I had not appeared to move. Cap! Cap! Tane. It seems, I said, your team members aren't very strong. Zhao left Bai Ling entirely and came at me. Tiger roar, slash! I was not there. Thunder Flash took me 11 meters sideways, and the slash went into the rock wall and left a crater 3 meters across. And the next part is the coldest thing I did that day. On raw output, Zhao was stronger than me. I could have taken Bai Ling out of that cave. Both of us, out through the entrance. Gone. And there is nothing in that forest that catches Thunder Flash. I thought about it for approximately 1 second. It's a shame, I said. I want the Earth Spirit Spring. And the herbs. All of them. Zhao started to say something. In that case, I'll just have to wipe you out. Extreme Thunder State. Here is what that looks like from outside, which I know because she described it to me at length several times over the following years, usually at parties. I grew. 1.9, 1.95, 2 meters, 2.05. The upper half of a 12 million yuan combat suit came apart at the seams and left in pieces. My eyes rolled back and came forward again, and the pupils were vertical slits in a field of blue lightning, and the whole chamber turned into a small, private, indoor thunderstorm. This, somebody said. What kind of monster is this? Here is what it is, mechanically, because it took me a while to understand it myself. The undying lightning body is built on a foundation of a lightning beast's blood, and extreme thunder state wakes that blood up. Whatever went into your foundation is what comes out of you. My senior brother Du Ming was founded on a 7th tier thunder giant wolf, and in that state he gets speed and senses that are not human. I was founded on an 8th tier thunder tyrant dragon at 98% absorption. I lifted one finger and brought the roof down over the entrance, and the way out stopped existing. Zhao got his shield up in time, which I will credit because his reflexes were genuinely excellent. The shield went into him, and he went into the wall, and the wall cracked in a web around him. As expected of a veteran, I said, your reaction speed really is very good. The deputy came in behind me with a flame demon claw, which is a B-grade technique and represented several decades of that man's life. I did not turn my head. I put a net of lightning up behind me, and the claw went into it and did not come out the other side. My flame demon hand, he said. How is that possible? Zhao started bargaining somewhere around the 90-second mark. All of the spring, all of the herbs, over 100 million in personal savings held in 3 accounts, and he began listing the account numbers. It's a bit late to beg. Devil, he said. You devil. Devil. I thought about it. Compared to people who kill strangers for their luggage, I'd say I'm the one who's still human, wouldn't you? The last 3 took a little over 10 minutes, and I am not going to describe them. Because there is nothing in it worth describing. They were people who had come to a cave to take 5 doses of medicine and a woman, and then they were not. That was the first time I killed a human being. I did 5 in one afternoon. I had assumed in advance that it would sit badly. I had thought about it during the walk-in, the way you think about things you expect to have to do eventually. There was nothing. No wave of anything. I checked myself for it afterward, the way you press a bruise, and there was no bruise. They were people who deserved to die, and I had been the one standing there. 10 minutes in extreme thunder state cost me more than 2 or 3 hours of fighting beasts. The state is not free. It simply charges you later, and all at once. Bai Ling had fought as well. She swallowed the blood-boiling pill somewhere in the first minute, and she held the flank with ice, and she killed their healer herself with an ice blade at close range, which was the correct target and which took nerve. It was also her first. She did not throw up either. She sat down on a rock and put her hands on her knees and breathed for a while, and then she got up and went to check the spring. The spring was fine. That was not luck. I had spent the entire fight steering it toward the other side of the chamber because a single drop of blood in an S-grade natural treasure ruins the whole thing permanently, and I had decided in advance that whatever else happened, nothing was going into that water. 5 vials and a half. I gave her a full one and the half on top of it, and she argued, and I pointed out that the vials were hers, which ended the argument on a technicality. In perhaps 40 or 50 years, if nothing disturbs that chamber, a little more Earth Spirit spring may condense in the bottom of it. I hope somebody good finds it. Then the blood-boiling pill wore off. It went out of her all at once, and her legs stopped participating. Her combat suit had burned through in 3 places during the fight. Her spirit was too scrambled to open her own space ring. She sat on a rock in a cave at 48 kilometers, shaking, trying very hard to arrange her arms in a way that solved a problem that arms do not solve. I pulled off my own shirt, which was black and enormous and the only intact piece of clothing in the room, and put it over her without saying anything. Then I picked her up and carried her to the pile of hides in the corner, which was the only soft thing in the cave. I was bare to the waist for that entire walk because my own suit had exploded 20 minutes earlier, so I would like the record to show that this was not a move. "Senior is really gentle," she said into my collarbone in a voice that was mostly asleep. The standard aftermath of a second-tier blood-boiling pill is 1 to 2 months of weakness. 1 mouthful of Earth Spirit Spring reduced hers to 3 or 4 hours. I cleaned up after us before she woke. You do not want the details, and I am not offering them. There was one more thing in that nest of hides, underneath the top layer, and I found it while I was putting her down. A litter of pangolin young. 4 of them, the size of house cats, plated and blind. No wonder the burrowing earth dragon had come out of that cave in a straight line at us. It had not been hunting. It had been going toward us, so we would not go further in. I handled it, and I did not enjoy it, and I would do it again. A 3rd-tier beast raised in this forest kills people. Not might. Does. 4 of them, in 9 or 10 years, is a body count with names on it. The system gave me nothing for it. Not 1 point. I have wondered about that. We came out of the cave at dawn into a beautiful morning, and Bai Ling, in a fresh combat suit, walking backward in front of me down the slope, said, the air in the mountains really is better. If there were no beasts, I could live up here for a month. 40 meters away, a 5th-tier flame tiger, the size of a 2-story house, went past through the trees at full speed and did not so much as glance at us. She stopped walking backward. "Senior, that beast, why does it look like it's running away from something?" The forest floor about 600 meters behind it turned black and started moving. Iron-devouring rats. 40 centimeters each, 1st tier, and individually so weak that an ordinary adult with a shovel wins. In a tide, a 6th-tier powerhouse who gets surrounded dies. Not might die, dies. They do not stop, they do not tire, and they go over each other. I did the pursuit math while we were already running. Iron-devouring rats hold 30 meters a second, and they hold it for 5 or 6 hours. My peak is 63 meters a second, and I can hold that for about 10 minutes, after which I have 45 for a while, and then 36, and then I have a problem. I started stripping. Pack off. Then I got my hands on the spear. "Senor," she had her ring hand out. "Mine is big enough. Put them in here." 260 kilograms of spear and 400 of cargo went into a ring on a girl's finger, and I have never in my life been so pleased to see jewelry. Then I got about 200 meters and realized I was towing her by the wrist and that this was not going to work. "Dragging you like this is too slow. It's more convenient if I carry you." "What, Junior? Hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate." The ruins between us and the wire had tens of thousands more of them in it, so there was no going around, only through. Extreme thunder state. 80 meters a second in a straight line, cutting a corridor. The system, meanwhile, was paying me 2 points. 3 points, 2 points, 2 points. The strength of these things, I thought, at 80 meters a second with a girl on my back and a black sea closing behind me, is simply pathetic. At the supply base, they had known about it since the previous evening. "A rat tide of unprecedented scale," Zhao Chuang said, on the wall, with the count in his hand. "A normal tide is 50 or 60,000. This was 300,000. The aftermath of a tide like that is that 70% of everything living in the affected zone is gone, and the whole area is dead ground for 2 or 3 months. I hope, he said, that the boy didn't go in too deep. Something came out of the tree line. It was a ball of purple lightning, moving fast enough that the eye reported it as a line, and it was dragging a burnt corridor behind it across 400 meters of open ground. The soldiers on the wall brought their weapons up because nothing that looked like that had ever come out of the wilderness area in the direction of a city. The ball cleared the perimeter ditch, which is over 20 meters, without touching it, and came down in the middle of the assembly square. The lightning went out. Standing in the crater was a 2-meter giant with vertical pupils and no shirt, breathing hard, with a very small girl in a turquoise combat suit on his back. Phew, I said. Finally back. 40 minutes of extreme thunderstate at full output. 40 kilometers of rat. I found out later what the professionals made of that, and it is the only time I have ever felt genuinely smug about a number. A rank 4 ability user, they concluded, might not have got through. The state dropped. I lost about 15 centimeters of height in 3 seconds and nearly went down with it, and somebody moved in to take my arm. No need, said Bai Ling, arriving first. I'll support Senior. The square, which was by now several thousand people, produced a noise. Goddess! Goddess Bai! Over here! She kept walking. I slept for 2 days. Not exaggeration and not a figure of speech. I lay down at some point on the evening of the 25th of August, and I opened my eyes on the 27th, and there was somebody sitting in the chair by the bed with a tablet. Senior, you slept for 2 full days and 2 nights. I got up and looked out of the glass wall, and the entire wilderness area to the horizon was a moving black carpet. They're still coming, she said. It's day 3. She had my photo ready. She had clearly thought about it for 2 days. It was not a combat shot. It was an ordinary one, taken by a friend on a school trip. White shirt, black skirt, stockings, sitting on a step somewhere with the light behind her, not posed at all. You said an ordinary one, she said, for your friend. It's perfect. He's going to frame it. She signed it. Her handwriting is much worse than you would expect. Then I put it in my space ring and asked her for a second one for Zhao Feng. There was a small silence. That one, she said carefully, was for your friend. The signed one is for my friend. And that one is also in my ring. She looked at the wall for a moment with an expression I could not read at all, and then said, I'll sign another, and went to get a pen. I ate the equivalent of 10 people's dinner in the base restaurant, and Bai Ling watched me do it with her chopsticks stopped in the air. A week of third-tier materials came to 7.67 million, which the new supervisor rounded up to 8, because apparently that is now a policy. I did not sell the herbs. There is a potions department on campus that will take your raw materials and a labor fee and give you back finished pills, and finished pills are worth several times the leaves. Then she pulled a key out of her ring. It was an ice blue Mercedes S80, women's series, 1,000 made worldwide, and I did not ask what it cost. It's only got a level 5 AI, she said apologetically. We drove back to Shanghai in a car that steered itself, and at the gates of the university a crowd formed to look at the car and then stayed to look at the two of us. I had walked out of that gate 7 weeks earlier as a rank 1 upper tier. She dropped me at Villa 103, District 2, and then, as I was reaching for the door, she went up on her toes and kissed me on the cheek. Consider that a small token of gratitude for saving my life, and ran. I stood on my own doorstep for a while. Was I just, I thought, forcibly kissed? Regardless, the experience was not bad at all. She went home, put her face into a duvet for a period of time she has never specified, and then, being a thorough person, went on to the school forum to find out which 4th year in the Weapons Academy was a rank 2 upper tier lightning type. Freshman breaks 10-year punch record, strongest rank 1 on campus. She read both threads twice. Senior, she thought, is a freshman, but a rank 2 upper tier freshman. That is too ridiculous to be real. At home, I discovered that my 12 million yuan combat suit had been destroyed by my own body, and that I had woken up in a bathrobe I did not remember putting on, and I have never asked about that, and I never will. Next time, I thought, I am buying the specialist kind they make for gigantification types. If I scrap a suit every serious fight, nobody can afford me. 3,712 points. Liang Ming came up the stairs mid-sentence, stopped dead in the doorway, and went pale. Brother Ming, you broke through to rank 2? Rank 2 upper tier, to be precise. He sat down on the stairs. Then he wanted to know how, and I told him, and then he wanted to go to the wilderness area himself, and I spent 40 minutes talking him out of it and eventually had to be blunt about it. Mine is a special case. Mine is a very, very special case. He also had news. Guo Xin had come to the villa several times while I was gone. I turned in 3 B-grade missions and the A-grade, which needed an A-rank blazing flame flower, which I happened to have picked out of a cave floor. 871 credits, 540 of it from the one job. My teacher had not been on campus for several days. Nobody would say why. Then I went and spent everything I had on 2 techniques. There are around 20 S-grade lightning techniques in that library, half of which require rank 3 to even open. That left me a little over 10. For reference, an ordinary university does not have one. I took Heavenly Thunder technique, which does not use your own power at all. It calls down real lightning out of the actual sky, and in a storm, it gets worse. And Netherworld Thunder Armor, which condenses your own lightning into armor. Everybody else at that school picks a lane. Elemental Academy people go long range and never learn to hold a weapon properly. Weapons Academy people go close and treat their ability as a coating. My answer to which one is yes. There was a second reason for the first technique, and it was the whole reason. Heavenly Thunder technique is a prerequisite. Above it, in that same catalog, grayed out, sits Myriad Prison, Thunder Summon, triple S, thousands of heaven-sent bolts across an area. It is the only SSS grade lightning technique in the building, and the door to it does not open until you have this one. For the system to accept my points on a technique, I have to understand the thing at a basic level first. Points finish the job, they do not start it. I read Heavenly Thunder technique for 6 hours straight, and it was harder than any night I ever pulled in a doctoral program with a foreign language journal open in front of me. Then 1,600 points in one payment for one technique. "My young master," said Aura, materializing over the desk, "it is now 1 in the morning. Please pay attention to managing your time reasonably." Go away. Aura is a fixture of this building and cannot go away. That night, something screamed over the campus. A white-ringed, black-feathered hawk, 3rd tier, middle stage, doing the thing that flying beasts do at night over cities when they have decided the anti-air is somewhere else. I went out onto the balcony. The sky over Shanghai that night was completely clear. You could see stars, which in that city means the wind is coming off the sea. And it thundered. Down on the paths, students stopped walking. Why is there thunder? It doesn't look like rain at all. There's not a cloud up there. Heavenly Thunder technique. The bolt came down out of a clear sky, and it went through the hawk and kept going. A white-ringed, black-feathered hawk's feathers do not conduct. My own lightning would have combed off it and done nothing. That one is not my lightning. That one belongs to the sky, and the sky does not care what your feathers are made of. Plus 34 points. Range, for comparison, my own ability reaches 15 meters. Heavenly Thunder technique, at beginner proficiency, reaches nearly 1 kilometer. It costs 1/4 of my reservoir and takes several seconds to call, which are real weaknesses, and I would trade neither of them away. Down on the path, the crowd was still looking up. Thunder on a clear night. Which high-level lightning type did that? Nobody looked at the balcony. Nobody had any reason to. Except one person, a tall, thin man at the back of the crowd who did not look up at the sky at all. He looked at my building for a while, and then he walked off without saying anything to anyone. Guo Xin caught me 2 days later outside a lecture hall. "Student Xiao, you do remember promising to spar with me." "I remember agreeing in principle." "What? I'm also a provincial champion. Don't underestimate me." Sichuan has 80 million people and puts 400,000 candidates through the martial exam every year, so this was not an empty sentence. Here is the funny part, which neither of us knew at the time. We were both hiding a breakthrough. She had compressed her aura on the way in. I had done the same. Her weapon is a sky-piercing halberd, 2 meters, 100 and some kilograms, in the hands of a girl who looks like she should be carrying a violin. She chose it at 8 years old. She has drilled it for 10 years, and she has it at advanced. She planted it in the floor and let her aura go. Rank 2, lower tier. Wu Qian, watching from the corner, made a small noise. Going from rank 1 upper to rank 2 lower usually takes 4 or 5 months. "So you did break through," I said. "Congratulations. I haven't been standing still either." And I let mine go. Rank 2, upper tier. Rank 2 upper, said Wu Qian from the corner, loudly. How is that possible? How about it, I said. Still want to continue? She looked at me for a moment. I could see her weighing it, and I could see exactly which way it was going to fall, because I have never once met a person who chose that weapon at 8 years old and then walked away from a fight. Let's continue. A pause. But you can't use too much force. She was thinking about Lei Guo's shoulder, which was still in a sling. I won't attack at all, I said. You come at me. Light of dawn is warm. That is the strange thing about fighting her. It comes off her like a spring afternoon, and there is something with teeth inside it. Halberd technique. Radiant light sharpened the blade until the air whined. Then light flame gravity slash, then radiant gale slash, and in 2 or 3 seconds she put over 100 strikes and several dozen blades of light into the space I was standing in. I answered all of it with one spear and no techniques, and did not change my breathing. No, the halberd's too slow, and the power isn't there. You need more practice. Your spearmanship. She had stopped, and she was breathing hard, and she was looking at my hands. That isn't advanced, is it? You guessed right, it's master. She put the halberd down. I concede. I can't beat you. Then, immediately, let me buy you lunch as compensation. Compensation for what? For being right. Liang Ming filled in her background afterward, at speed, with diagrams. Her great-grandfather was Zhou Daoyuan, an 8th-tier great-grandmaster with an S-grade light ability, and he is in the school history textbook, which is a thing you can say about very few people's relatives. 80 years ago, he lost his potential in a fight with a beast and never reached the 9th tier. The family has been feeding her side-effect-free pills since she could chew, and teaching her out of a top-tier method since she could read. We went to a place called Qingya Residence, and the waiter's hands shook when he took the order, so I asked for a private room. Student Chow, don't be so fierce. You frightened him. Am I fierce? I've always felt I had a friendly face. You put a spear through Lei Guo's shoulder blade after he surrendered. Lei Guo brought that on himself. She let that sit for a second, and then asked the thing she had been carrying around for 2 months. Why do I feel a beast's aura on you? I told her the truth, or a load-bearing piece of it. I use beast essence blood in my body tempering technique. That is a real answer, and it explains a real thing, which is why low-tier beasts in the wilderness area had started avoiding me on sight. They do that for high-tier beasts. They do not do it for people. I ordered 30,000 yuan of food, which was 11 portions, 10 for me and 1 for her. She ate 3. The next morning, I went to the station to meet my cousin. Nobody flies in this world. Flying beasts have made civil aviation a very short conversation, so everything moves on rails, and Shanghai Station has university recruitment desks along the whole concourse with crests over them. Ours was the biggest, because of course it was. 3 of them came off the train. He Yue for Linjiang, Meng Di, the small girl with the enormous saber, for Jing'an, and Guo Cheng, also Jing'an, who my cousin told me had asked her 7 or 8 separate times whether I was actually going to come and meet the train. They had a prediction between them, worked out on the journey. 2 months should be enough for him to reach first-tier ability user, maybe middle stage. He Yue did not recognize me for a second and a half. You've changed, she said, and then, honestly, it's uncomfortable. You feel like a teacher. Breeze sword Guo Cheng, I said, long time no see. Brother, he closed his eyes, I am begging you, never say that again. Provincial media hands out nicknames to promising candidates for the hype, and every single one of those nicknames becomes a lifelong humiliation approximately 4 days after the exam. In the car, He Yue took another run at it. Looking at you now, Yen, you're probably rank 1 upper tier? I broke through to rank 1 upper a month ago. I'm rank 2 upper tier now. Silence. I want to say something here because people ask me about it constantly, and there is a whole genre of story built the other way. Hiding your strength so you can produce a stunning reveal at the critical moment is the stupidest possible way to live. If you play the pig long enough to eat the tiger, what mostly happens is that you become a pig. People treat you as what you present. They allocate you as what you present. You get the resources, the missions, and the respect of exactly the person you are pretending to be. I told everyone what I was, always, on the first day, and it saved me an enormous amount of time. They did not believe me, so I let a single arc run across one finger. All three of them got cold sweat on their necks. Meng Di actually stepped back into the car door. For scale, the commander of our martial examination, the man with the scar who ran 1,400 candidates, is rank 2. The director of the entire Jiangcheng Education Bureau is rank 2 middle tier.
If you went home and took a post right now, Po Yue said slowly, I think the director of the Education Bureau would have to stand aside for you. Their own realistic ceiling, all three of them, for 4 years of hard work, was rank 2 upper tier by graduation. Should we get autographs in advance? Said Guocheng. Because when he's a grandmaster, we won't get them for asking. I went to my teacher's house that afternoon to tell him I was back. Du Ming was in the front room, in a wheelchair. He had no legs. He had no right arm. His left was wrapped from the shoulder down. His face was gray, and his aura, which had been rank 3 peak 8 weeks earlier, was lower than mine. Nobody said anything for a moment. What happened? I said. The news yesterday said the Southwest was a complete victory, under the leadership of the 8th tier Great Grandmaster Zhao Linyang. Du Ming looked up, and his eyes came on like something in a furnace. A complete victory, he said. If it weren't for our Ash Guild being used as bait, could Zhao Linyang have won so easily? Our guild had over 2,000 ability users. He stopped. Fewer than 100 came back. And then my senior brother, who had given a stranger 200 credits for being his junior, sat in a chair with no legs and cried without making any sound at all, and I stood there with my hands at my sides. There was nothing to say, and I did not find anything. Here is what actually happened in the Southwest, and it took my teacher an hour to get all of it out of him. A beast horde had been grinding at several cities for 6 months. The leader was a 7th tier upper stage, and it was clever, and it never came out. It sat somewhere in the back and sent waves. After a month of stalemate, Zhao Linyang, 8th tier Great Grand Master, decided he had waited long enough. So he sent the Ash Guild deep into the horde without telling them why. They were chosen for it specifically because they had killed more beasts than anyone else in that theater, which meant the leader knew their scent and hated them personally, which meant it would come out. It came out. Zhao Linyang killed it. The horde closed over the Ash Guild while he was doing it. 2,000 went in. Fewer than 100 walked out. Almost 100 of the dead were Magic City graduates. Du Ming survived because he had extreme thunder state and he ran for 4 hours. The families have filed against Zhao Linyang in a military court. The university is applying pressure from its own direction. An 8th tier with a service record is going to receive something between a reprimand and a note in a file. I fought him yesterday, Yang Zhentian said from the other chair. I looked up. I did not win. He said it flatly. He did not enjoy it either. That is where my teacher had been for 5 days. And then he gave the assessment, which was worse than the anger, because it was a professional opinion delivered without heat. With Zhao Linyang in command, that horde could not have accomplished anything. Grinding it down with the army would have finished it eventually. It would only have cost more resources. He simply wanted it finished quickly. More resources. That is the phrase. 2,000 people were the cheaper line item. I took out a vial of Earth Spirit Spring and put it on the table. Teacher. He looked at it and shook his head. At my level, that has less healing effect than an A-grade 7th tier pill. He pushed it back across the table with one finger. Give it to your senior brother. The limbs will come back. There are Grandmaster healers who can regrow them, and the family has the money. And in 3 months, Du Ming will have 2 arms and 2 legs again. They will be worse than the originals. That is simply how regrowth works. And the foundation of his undying lightning body was in the body he lost. He had reached the 3rd layer. He is going to have to build it again from the 1st, in a body that is now second-hand. I went home that night and sat in the dark for a while, and understood something that I had been carefully not understanding. To an 8th tier, my senior brother was a piece to be spent, and I was a great deal smaller than my senior brother. The freshman competition was on the 1st of September, on Stadium 3, and Stadium 3 has an arena 1,000 meters by 1,000 meters with seating for tens of thousands. Wu Qian turned up with alloy claws. Guo Xin had the halberd. Haven't you heard? Said Wu Qian, flexing. The weirder the weapon, the faster the win. My goal is a little higher than Sha's, Guo Xin said. I want 2nd place. I turned around. What, you don't want to fight me again? I can't win, she said, with perfect calm. So why go looking for trouble? Liang Ming made a sound like a punctured tire.
The woman who had beaten every genius in Sichuan had conceded first place before the ceremony started. There was one other rank 2 in our year besides the two of us. Du Chengzi, provincial champion of Qinghai, wild black hair, a head taller than me, blood-red saber, and a nickname he had given himself, which was Rookie King. In the stands, the upperclassmen were doing the arithmetic on the S rank in this intake. The last one had been several years earlier, a spirit type who had gone into tactics and now commands a guild. Bai Ling was there, in the second tier, and when Liang Ming asked her why she had come to a freshman event, she said, "I just wanted to confirm something." There are over 100 clubs at that school. The elite ones, entry at rank 2, come to you. The two peak clubs are Meteor, whose president, Cheng Kai, is rank 4, and whose vice presidents have to be rank 3 upper, and Ash, whose president is Wei He, and whose vice president is my senior brother. Behind every club is a guild. Meteor Guild was intact. Ash Guild had just been fed into a horde, and everyone in that stadium knew it, and Ash Club's standing had gone down with it. Su Man of Spirit Fox took one look at the top of the field and gave up in advance. Forget it, I'll compete for the other provincial champions later. Then the space over the stage tore open. A woman stepped out of the tear, barefoot, in a red hanfu, with a small mole under one eye like a tear that had stopped on the way down. Ling Shuang, Vice Rector, 8th Tier, Great Grandmaster, Guardian of the Combat Technique Library. She looks 25 or 26, and I have never met anybody who knew her actual age, although the consensus is not older than 40. Our intake, 1,024 students, 6 provincial champions, 56 A ranks, 832 B ranks, 135 C and D, and 1 S. The school is 213 years old and has produced grandmasters, great grandmasters, and 9th tier martial saints. She went through the systems briskly. Clearance grades D through S, which set your annual resources. Credits, and a reminder that outside currency is not accepted anywhere on campus. The combat ranking capsules. The mission board. Somewhere in the middle rows, a boy said, loudly enough, "Honestly, they should scrap these systems. It'd be fairer to the rest of us." She stopped talking and looked at him, and an 8th tier's aura came down on that section of the stadium like a hand. "When," she said, "did I ever say Magic University was fair?" Nobody moved. The birth of a powerhouse requires rigorous competition. Academic credits, technique manuals, cultivation resources. You need to fight for them. You need to take them from someone else who wanted them. Fairness is a comfort zone for the weak. This university has never had fairness. The strong taking everything is the norm here. Down in the faculty section, Sun Qingxue, dean of the Elemental Academy, thought something that I heard about afterward and have never forgotten. When you are on the battlefield, are you going to ask the high-tier beasts to only attack people of the same tier as you? The format was 2 stages. Stage 1, 10 rounds of a 100-person free-for-all. The 5 people in each round with the most eliminations go through. 50 survivors. Stage 2, open challenges. Everybody gets 3 attempts. You cannot refuse a challenge. If you win, you take the loser's rank. The prizes. First place, a 10 cubic meter space ring, an A-grade resource, and 1,000 credits. Second, A-grade armor, B-grade resource, 900. Third, B-grade armor, B-grade resource, 800. A 10 cubic meter space ring. Somebody 2 rows down was hyperventilating. How much would that sell for? Superficial. You can't buy that with money. Hang on, that ring would have been made by the vice principal with her own space ability, right? Do you think it carries her? There's a pervert here. Safety was handled by Aura, who drops an energy shield over anyone at risk of dying, backed by the dean of the support academy sitting at the arena edge with an A-grade heal. "As long as your head is still attached," said the announcer cheerfully, "you can be saved." While we were filing down to the arena floor, Du Chengzi looked across the ranks at me, raised one finger, and drew it across his throat. He did it in front of about 8,000 people. Guo Xin's hand closed on the shaft of her halberd. Liang Ming, next to me, put his head in his hands. Of all the people on this campus, he thought, he picked the single most unprovocable one. And now look, he has managed to make the second most unprovocable one hold a grudge as well. The first round was 100 people in a pit. Beast forms, fire, water, earth walls, wind blades, 3-meter giants with 2-meter cleavers, and a handful of spirit types who did not move at all, and around whom anyone who came within 5 meters simply lay down. Du Chengzi went through it like a lion into a flock, 36 eliminations in half an hour. He came off the arena and found me in the tunnel. 36, he said. Xiao Yan, as an S rank, I wonder if your first stage can beat that. Up in the stands, Cheng Kai of Meteor did not react at all, and one of his officers asked him why not. Because Xiao Yan is not rank 1 upper tier, Cheng Kai said. I was outside the library the night the sky thundered. My round was the second one. I walked out onto the arena and 99 people moved away from me, not scattered. Withdrew in an orderly fashion until there was a circle of empty ground 50 meters across, with me alone in the middle of it, which was the single most flattering thing that has ever happened to me. Do you think you'll be fine if you stand far away? I said. Naive. Up in the faculty box, somebody finally took a proper reading of my aura. Rank 2, upper tier. A teacher in the second row inhaled his tea. Sun Qingxue turned round to the empty seat where the dean of the Weapons Academy should have been sitting and said to nobody, Old Yang, not one word of warning about news like this. He really does know how to hide things. The upperclassmen in the stands, who had spent 2 and 3 years grinding toward rank 2 upper, were described in the campus paper the next day as being visibly emotional. And then a voice came across the arena, and the voice was extraordinary. Warm, low, and it went into your ear like it had been invited. Why don't we unite and eliminate Zhao Yan first? Shi Liao, A-rank spirit, disciple of Long Ke, dean of the Tactics Academy. Thin, under 1.70 meters, no weapon at all. Look at it clearly. As long as he's standing, none of us places. 102 against 1. We wear him down. His voice carries suggestion, not control. Suggestion, at a level where people's eyes go slightly red and their own reasonable ideas arrive in his shape. The whole arena formed up. In the faculty box, Xiao Yan is in some trouble. He may fail this round. Long Ke, modestly. Xiao Liao just has a bit of luck. Xiao Yan, Shi Liao called from somewhere behind an A-grade earth wall harder than E-alloy. If you had found me and taken me out before I finished my second sentence, you might have broken this. But everyone has already agreed to follow my arrangements. 1 against 102. How are you going to turn this around? Turn it around? I said. What makes you think I'm at a disadvantage? The support types opened with debuffs. Weight, drag, slowed reflexes, 4 different flavors of it stacked on me at once. Unfortunately, it does not have much effect on me. Shi Liao stayed behind his wall, and he was right to be confident, because I was ringed by 80 people who were actively attacking, and no sane person picks that moment to throw their weapon at somebody who is not even in the fight. I threw my weapon at somebody who is not even in the fight. The spear left my hand at over twice the speed of sound, and broke the sound barrier off my fingers on the way, and the A-grade earth wall came apart like it was made of paper, and then the thunder spear detonated. A purple column went up in the middle of the enemy command group. Aura's shields came on across the whole cluster at once. I regret to inform you that you have been eliminated by Xiao Yan, the entire command staff, in one throw. The long-range groups fired everything they had into my position, fire and lightning and wind blades and a genuinely impressive amount of raw noise, and I stood inside it under a net of my own lightning and walked out of the far side of it intact. No matter how many ants there are, I said, they can't bite a dragon to death. All of this is going to be a waste of your afternoon. Behind his broken wall, before his shield finished dropping, Shi Liao worked out the part that ruined his week. That was not a technique. That was the basic application of the ability. Is this what an S rank is? The rest took less than a minute, and I did not use a single technique for it, and I could not stop myself commentating. Your slash angle's wrong. Too slow. Not enough strength behind that. No, too weak. Far too weak. When it stopped, there was one person standing on a 1,000-meter arena. Too weak, I said, and I meant it, and that was the problem. 102 of the best 18-year-olds in the country had not managed to be a warm-up. Several of them, being carried off, were audibly upset about it. You beat us like that, and you're still complaining we're weak? Then Aura had a problem. Round 2 results. First place, Xiao Yan, 102 eliminations. Second place, she stopped. Everyone else in that round had 0. There was no method of selecting the other 4 qualifiers because there was nothing to select on. So all 102 of them were put into a supplementary 11th round, which I understand is now permanently in the rulebook and is informally named after me. The previous record for a 100-person round was 87 eliminations in 6 or 7 minutes, set over 40 years ago by the last S rank the school had. Mine took under a minute, and only because the arena ran out. The faculty spent the interval working out my spearmanship, and their conclusion caused a separate crisis. The Weapons Academy has more than 30 instructors. 9 of them hold Grand Master in a weapon. All the rest hold Master. Which meant that on weapon proficiency alone, the freshman on the arena floor was already qualified to teach there. The other rounds went as expected. Liang Ming took 9 eliminations and 4th in his round, which, for a spirit type with no weapon, is genuinely good. Wu Qian took 12 and 3rd. Wu Xin took 45 and won her round outright, fighting like something out of a temple mural, halberd in both hands with light coming off the blade in sheets. Final standings after Stage 1. First, me, 102. Second, Guo Xin, 45. Third, Du Chengzi, 36. For Stage 2, they divided the 1,000-meter arena into 100 smaller squares. The one rule that matters, you cannot be challenged by someone ranked below you, which means nobody sane touches the top 3, and Du Chengzi was standing there working out whether he could take Guo Xin for second place. I smiled at him. I did it deliberately, and I did it slowly. Aura, I'd like to challenge the 3rd-ranked competitor, Du Chengzi. The stadium made a noise. Xiaoyan, Du Chengzi said, you're in 1st place. Why are you challenging me in 3rd? Dean Sun never said the challenge only goes upward. I stepped onto the square. Besides, you didn't actually think I was somebody you could provoke at will, did you? His ability is Frenzied Blood Lion King, A-grade beast form, dark red mane and amber eyes, and his technique is Frenzied Lion Slash, A-grade, which he had been using to kill peak 2nd-tier beasts over the summer. I met the first one with the spear, and the spear held, and Du Chengzi's hand opened up between the fingers from the shock.
His strength is greater than mine?
Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Not at full output. At full output, Aura would have stopped the match. He dropped the saber and went down and rolled on the arena floor. And it went on for 10 or 12 seconds while 8,000 people watched. And the sound he made got into people. I could have kept it going longer. I wanted to. 10 seconds is enough to remember for a lifetime. The reason was not entirely the throat gesture. A man who draws a finger across his throat at a stranger, in public, on day 1, is a man who is going to do that to the wrong person eventually, somewhere without an aura and without a healer at the arena edge. And then he is going to die at 22. I gave him the cheapest possible version of that lesson. The general opinion of the stadium was summarized by a 4th year in row 9. Whoever you provoke in life, do not provoke that one. I stepped off the square. Aura, said Guo Xin, stepping onto it. I would also like to challenge the 3rd-ranked competitor, Du Chengzi. Du Chengzi looked up from the floor. Fine, he said. Call me arrogant, I deserve it. But I only provoked Xiaoyan. How did I end up provoking you? The stands answered that question amongst themselves at some volume, and the words, there is definitely something going on between those two, were used. She waited a full hour while they healed him, because the rules allow a challenged party to return to peak condition, and she wanted him at peak. Don't worry, she told him. I'll fight you in an hour. The reason was not mercy, and it was not spite. Her exact words to me afterward were that fighting me offered no pleasure of combat whatsoever and was simply being abused in one direction, and that she had come to this competition to have one real fight. The rematch took 10 minutes and went one direction. He's genuinely pitiful, somebody said in the stands. He gets beaten up, gets healed, and gets beaten into a heavy injury again. Final, first, me. Second, Guo Xin. Third, Du Chengzi, who spent the rest of the afternoon savagely defending his position against everyone below him, and held it. Wu Qian finished 26th, Liang Ming 39th. Lei Guo, out of a hospital bed and back on his feet for 2 weeks, finished 9th, which I thought was the most impressive result of the day. They sorted us into academies that evening. I went to Weapons, freshman class 2, under an instructor named Gao Yong. Guo Xin went to Elemental, Class 3. Du Chengzi went to Weapons as well, into Class 4, and I watched him find that out, and I watched his shoulders come down about 4 centimeters. Then the clubs came for me. Meteor went first. Join us and you hold a vice presidency immediately. 100 credits and 1 B-grade resource guaranteed every semester, plus a free draw from the club vault every month. Ash went second, and Wei He is rank 4 and stands in a room like a battlefield somebody moved indoors. Join Ash and you are reserve president. When I graduate, the club is yours. Chung Kai conceded that one internally and did not bother hiding it, because Meteor Guild had already written down who their next president would be, and it was not going to be an 18-year-old. I need time to consider, I said. The real reason was personal and slightly pathetic. In my previous life, I was president of a student union for 2 years, and it consumed every single hour I did not spend in a lab. It took 20 minutes to walk 1,000 meters from the arena to the exit, and we came out the other side holding armfuls of leaflets like people leaving a shopping mall on a sale weekend. Bai Ling was waiting at the road. "Long time no see," she said. "Junior." She put weight on it. "Hello," I said, exactly as evenly. "Senior." She lost the thread of her own sentence. Liang Ming, beside me, was having a religious experience. "She's smiling. The ice-cold beauty is smiling. What happened to aloof?" Then Bai Ling got a proper look at Guo Xin, and Guo Xin got a proper look at Bai Ling, and both of them were extremely polite for the rest of the evening. We ate 5 of us together and ordered blazing fruit wine, which is made from blazing sun exotic fruits and is the only alcohol that does anything at all to an ability user. Ordinary spirits go through us like tap water. This costs 10,000 a bottle. We got 5 bottles. Bai Ling told the story of how we met, all 3 times, with gestures. She left out one detail, which was the entire senior and junior situation, and I noticed her leave it out. Somewhere around bottle 3, Liang Ming stood up, took Wu Qian by the elbow, and announced that they were leaving. "A hero saving a beauty," he said to her in the corridor, at a volume that was not a whisper. "Then life and death together in a cave. That is a stack of buffs. If I were Bai Ling, I would have fallen already." I was completely sober. The 3rd layer of the undying lightning body does not permit anything else. The other 2 were not. "Junior brother," said Bai Ling with enormous dignity. "Senior sister can't walk very well. Can you help me?" "Yen," said Guo Xin from the other side. "I can't walk either." "Since neither of you can walk," I said, "there's no rush to leave. We'll wait until you've sobered up." "It's fine," they said in unison. "As long as you help us, we can go." I walked out of that restaurant with one on each arm past several hundred students, and they say never provoke a drunk woman, and I got a practical education in that principle on the way home. I delivered both of them to their own doors and came back alone. Liang Ming was waiting up. "Guo Xin," he said, "and senior sister Bai. I dropped them at their dormitories and came back. There wasn't a conflict? Why would there be a conflict? So harmonious," he said, nodding slowly, arriving at a conclusion that I could see forming and could not stop. As expected of Brother Ming, he's already settled everything. The prize came the next morning in a safe with a thumbprint lock, delivered personally by my class instructor Gao Yong, who is rank 3 and who carried it with 2 hands. Inside, a platinum ring holding 10 cubic meters and a black pill the size of a marble. "Grade 5 concentrated heart pill," said Aura before I could ask. "Single use, substantial spirit increase, A-grade resource." Here is the mechanic that pill taught me, and it is the thing that shaped the next year of my life. Every rank has an attribute ceiling. It is not a suggestion, it is a lock. At rank 1 upper tier, my physique could not go past 600 no matter what I spent, and the exchange rate falls as you climb. At rank 1, one ability point bought 0.2 of an attribute. At rank 2, it buys 0.1. Meanwhile, the breakthrough from rank 1 upper to rank 2 lower cost 1,200 points and handed me 200 physique and 150 spirit for free. Which means that past a certain point, dumping points into attributes directly is simply a bad trade. The points want to go into ranks, into layers, into techniques. The attributes come along behind them. I swallowed the pill. Spirit, 987 to 1,037. 50 points of spirit in one mouthful, which at the current rate is 500 ability points, which is several dozen second-tier beasts delivered in a marble. I broke 1,000. I sat there for a minute enjoying that.
I mailed Zhao Feng his photograph, the ordinary one, signed, exactly as promised. The other one stayed in my ring, and I have never once been asked about it, and I would not have answered. He called me back inside 4 minutes with a game running in the background. You actually got it. You actually got Goddess Bai's signed photo. I'm putting this in a frame. I'm putting this in a frame in the living room. My mother is going to ask questions, and I don't care. I could hear the game.
He was in a lobby with 3 other people, all of them shouting. In my previous life, I played that game until the year I started preparing for graduate entrance exams, and then I never played it again. Zhao Feng is going to have 4 ordinary years, with girls and lectures and lobbies, and every so often it occurs to me that his life is the one I actually wanted. I have simply never been able to build one. I was not made with the parts. I sold the 2 1-cubic-meter rings for 35 million each, against a retail price of 50 because private sales move fast and I was not interested in haggling. 95 million in the account, 1,903 credits on the card. Call it 110 million total. I have finally saved up enough for a small goal. My rule, which has not changed since, 10 million stays liquid. Everything above that gets converted into strength as soon as I find something worth converting it into. There was a queue at the potions department, and about 80% of the people in it were meditating rather than looking at their phones, which tells you everything about that school. Oh, Junior, you're here too. So it's Senior. Have you sobered up from last night? I sobered up long ago. She went red anyway. She took the herbs off me, all 9 boxes. You? Aren't you an amateur? Who said I'm an amateur? Said Bai Ling, with real offense. I hold a grade 2 pharmacist certificate. That is a qualification a handful of people at that university have. On graduation, guilds fight over it, and that was the month she quit hunting videos. I got the reasoning out of her in pieces over the following weeks. She is an orphan. Her parents died in a beast wave when she was around 12. She got into that school on an A-grade ice ability and a great deal of stubbornness, and she had no money, and the kill videos took off by accident and paid for everything. She never liked them. She did not like long stretches in the wilderness area, and she liked the hired elite bodyguard squads considerably less. And after that cave, she had a very clear picture of exactly how much control she had over her own team. What she actually likes is sitting alone with potion manuals and refining pills. Any energy ability works for it, incidentally. The cauldrons are enchanted to convert whatever you put in into flame. Your lightning would work perfectly well for medicine, she said, taking the last box. You really want me to have all of these? Yes, she glanced up with an expression that would have destroyed her entire brand. There are 4 of us under Yang Zhentian. Du Ming, 4th year, who by then was back in a chair with all 4 limbs regrown and waiting for the nerves to finish, and who complained bitterly the whole time about pins and needles. Xiao Wei, 3rd year, thin, hair in his eyes, says about 9 words an hour. Tong Yue, 2nd year, the only woman, tanned, built like a sprinter, deeply skeptical of everything, and me. Tong Yue had heard Du Ming's account of me and had privately filed it under exaggeration. Senior brother says you mastered 4 A-grade lightning techniques in a row, consecutively. Senior brother Du is correct. Damn, said Xiao Wei. Everybody turned to look at him because that was the loudest thing Xiao Wei had said in 18 months. They gave me gifts, because that is the rule in that house. Xiao Wei gave me a grade 4 origin energy pill. Tong Yue gave me 200 credits and asked, straight out, what my method was. There isn't one. I comprehend things quickly. I can usually learn a technique after watching it a few times. I shrugged. That part you can't copy, senior sister. She was delighted. She told me later that she cannot stand people who attribute their own talent to hard work. Who at Magic City did not work hard? Everyone works hard. Saying it out loud is just a way of implying that the person next to you is lazy. Then we tested the armor. Xiao Wei volunteered to hit me right up until he heard the grade. S rank, I said. All right, never mind. He has A clearance. That technique would have cost him 30,000 credits if they had let him have it at all. So my teacher did it. He compressed himself down to rank 3 peak and hit the Netherworld Thunder armor once at baseline, then twice that, then 4 times, then 6. Why, said Du Ming from the wheelchair, watching the display, do I feel like I have become a unit of measurement? The armor broke at 10. 10 times a rank 3 peak strike is a rank 4 lower tier attack. Your Netherworld Thunder armor, Yang Zhentian said, and he sounded genuinely pleased, which happens about twice a semester, requires at minimum a rank 4 ability user to break through. Teacher, wait a moment, that wasn't my limit. Extreme thunder state. There was a silence in that hall. The third layer, said my teacher. Xiao Wei, who is a third year, who had spent every single credit from an entire summer of missions on his own body, had reached the third layer 4 days earlier. Tong Yue was on the second. In the state, the armor broke at 20. Rank 4, middle tier. A rank 2 upper tier standing in a rank 4 middle tier's strike and walking out of it. Du Ming's advice on the clubs came that afternoon, and it surprised me. Take Meteor, not mine. You're the vice president of yours. Ash Guild has been gutted, and what's left of it is gathering evidence against Zhao Linyang, and his family is pushing back from 4 directions at once. He said it flatly. You do not want to be inside that. Then my teacher gave me the advice that actually changed my planning horizon. Stay in a club a year or two. By your 3rd or 4th year, start building your own. After graduation, those people are the first stones of your foundation. He was quiet for a moment. More than half of the lightning beast essence blood that went into your foundation, I hunted myself, personally, across 4 provinces. He looked at his own hands. If I had built an organization when I was young, I would not have had to lift a finger for any of it. When you reach Grandmaster, you will understand what it costs to spend your best years running around the world after resources. He did not say the rest of it, and he did not have to. He suspects that is why he is a Grandmaster at 52 and not a Great Master. I thought about it in a way I am not entirely proud of, which is this. With my own organization, other people locate and herd the beasts, and I only have to be the one who kills them. The points would come in so much faster. Classes ran 9 to 5 every day, and 2 of them turned out to matter enormously. The first was history, because of 1 lecture in the 3rd week. Several centuries ago, origin energy appeared on Blue Star. The beasts mutated. Humans began to awaken abilities. And in the same decade, deep underground, we found the ruins of an ancient sunlight. Almost every piece of high technology in this world came out of those ruins. The ability detector Zhao Chaoyang pulled out of the air, the airships, the medical capsules, none of it was invented here. Nobody in that lecture hall thought that was strange. They have grown up with it. I sat at the back and thought about the timing of it for a long while. The second was anatomy. Weak points, by species, by tier, with diagrams and video, and a very calm instructor with a pointer. I sat through the first session and slowly understood that I had wasted an enormous amount of energy in the wilderness area killing things the hard way. I put anatomy in the compulsory column and never missed one. My schedule settled into shape. Monday to Thursday, classes. Thursday afternoon, straight out to the wilderness area until Monday morning. I skipped Fridays for the entire semester and no instructor ever once complained, which tells you what that school is for. I traded the Dark Cloud Gale Spear back in. I had bought it for 480 and used it for 2 months and got 260, and I would like Guodong to know that I still consider that greedy. The new one is called the Azure Sky Black Flood Dragon Spear. C alloy shaft, B alloy head, 2.1 meters, black and green, 1,000 credits. 500 kilograms. That emptied my credits, so I walked across the street to the Thunder Martial Arts School and broke the punch record for the rank 2 pillar, which paid 800. Tongxiang was a disappointment. 3 days of work for 900 points because the beasts there are numerous and scattered, and I spent more time walking than fighting. Yang Cheng gave me 1,700 in the same 3 days, and Yang Cheng tops out at 6th tier, and I decided that a place which can kill me is simply where I work now. By the 3rd of November, I had been doing that for 2 months. In Elemental Ability Control class that week, I was asked to demonstrate, and I put the lightning into the shape of a snake, then a spear, then a ring, then back. The instructor stopped the class. It won't be long before you can condense lightning into a liquid state, he said. Then, to the room. An A-grade ability is a well-trained horse in a stable. An S-grade ability is a wild horse that is extremely difficult to tame. Look at what that wild horse is doing in his hands. It's behaving like a foal. Somebody at the back muttered about how it is easy for some people. He leaves campus every Thursday after class, the instructor said without turning around, and stays in the Yangcheng Wilderness area until Monday. He also trains past midnight on weekdays. Several of you have seen the lights on. It would be excellent if any of you reached his level by your 2nd year. How dare you grumble? One thing the system has never been able to do, incidentally, is buy me control. There is no plus sign next to precision. That only comes from repetition and from a man with a pointer telling you that your energy release is sloppy. The panel on the 3rd of November. Physique 1452, Spirit 1107, Lightning Gale Break at Master. Ability points 13,134. And here is the thing I had been sitting on for a month, which nobody else knew, including my teacher. There was no plus sign next to ability, not on rank. Rank had a plus sign, and it had had one for weeks. I could have broken through to rank 3 at any point since early October for about 6,000 points, and I had not spent them. Because the system lets me upgrade my level with points, and my body with points, and my techniques with points. An S rank is not the top of the scale. Above it there is SS, and above that SSS. There is no reason at all that ability should be the one thing on that panel that cannot be bought. The plus sign is not there yet, which means either it does not exist, or it is waiting for a number I have not reached. I gave myself one more month of saving. If nothing appeared, I would spend it all on rank 3 and stop being clever. 28 days left. Guo Xin was waiting outside the lecture hall. Your precision on the thunder ability has improved quite a lot. There's been a slight improvement. A slight improvement, she said. That's a month of my training results. Then she told me about the study tour. Ordinary universities take their students to historical cities. Magic City takes its students to the wilderness area, and all 3 top schools go at once, and they compete while they are there. 6 weeks. Departure on the 10th of November. Voluntary. 20 credits to enter. 856 of the 1,024 signed up. The top 50 of us got called to a briefing, and Ling Shuang ran it personally, barefoot on a stage in a red hanfu. The destination was Shunan in Qian Province, Demon Cave number 7. A demon cave is a wilderness area so large and so populated that they stopped counting how many ability users have disappeared in it. Number 7 is 100 times the size of the mountain forest I had been working outside Yuan Shui. The scoring is by tier, count, and species of what you kill. The top 1,000 across all 3 schools get a reward. The top 3 can take any technique out of the libraries of all 3 universities, which is the single most valuable prize I have ever heard offered to a teenager. And the school's own bonus for first place overall was 10,000 credits. Then Ling Shuang got to the point. Magic University has won this tour 4 years running. Regarding the honor of a 5th, Xiao Yan, as the top freshman, I'm entrusting this to you. No problem, correct? No problem. Good. She did not smile. One more item. Qingjing Ability University has brought in an external student. He also has an S-rank ability. The room went up. Rohan Shah, Indian, S-rank enhancement type, rank 3 lower tier. An exchange student, formerly enrolled at Qingjing for exactly this academic year. And he was 20 years old because in India they start university at 20, which meant he had 2 additional years of practice on every one of us. Is a 20-year-old even a freshman? Qingjing is playing dirty. I was not particularly bothered, and the reason is arithmetic. He is 1 major rank above me. I have been fighting above my rank since I was 18 years old and 4 days into having a system. And the competition does not score duels. It scores dead beasts, and at that specific task, I did not believe there was a person alive in my age bracket who could match me. Ling Shuang did not enjoy the situation at all. Bringing in outside talent is an admission, and everyone in the region knew it was one. She said afterward, to the dean beside her, a sentence I did not hear until much later. It wasn't in vain, she said, agreeing to let him trade for that SS rank resource. She had personally signed off on the exchange, 2 S-grade allocations for 1 SS. Yang Zhentian had called the rector, and the rector had asked the vice-rector, and the vice-rector had said yes to a boy she had never met. The night before we left, Bai Ling came to my door with a box, 8 bottles, 20 pills in each. Antidotes, healing, ability restoration, mental clarity. All grade 2, all uniform, all correctly sealed. That should be enough for over a month, she said. She had dark circles under both eyes. Don't stay up refining pills, I said. I can buy these outside. How would pills bought outside compare to the ones I refine myself? She was completely serious about it. I guarantee every single one of these is at full potency. Bought pills are 80% on a good day. Then she handed me a second identical box. That one is for Sister Jin. I looked at the box. Sister Jin? Since when are you 2 on those terms? I'm not telling you. What's your fee? All the herbs you bring back. And hers? Sister Jin doesn't have to pay.
You're openly showing favoritism. What? Said Bai Ling, not happy about it. I did the arithmetic walking home because I do that. 160 grade 2 pills at 60,000 each is 9.6 million yuan, which, for either of us at that point, was not a meaningful sum of money, which meant the gift was not the money. The gift was 3 or 4 nights without sleep. I have lived twice, and I am not a fool, and I understood exactly what I was holding. And it was not only Bai Ling. Here is where I landed on it, and I still think it was right, and it did not feel good. To say I felt nothing for 2 women like that would be a lie. But I was 18, and I was ranked 2, and an 8th tier had recently spent 2,000 people like small change without writing anything down. I was weak. Everything about me was small. Not yet. I will think about all of this after I am strong. The 856 of us assembled on the stadium field rather than the station. Something came down through the clouds. It was black and gold, roughly the shape of a rugby ball, about the size of a city block, and it had no wings at all. That's an airship recovered from ancient civilization ruins, somebody near me said. Our scientists still haven't cracked the anti-gravity unit. They can operate them. They can't build them. Only a level 2 AI or above can fly one. 8 hatches opened, 8 ramps came down. Then Ling Shuang walked to the front of the field, and the air changed. Space dual polarity realm. The entire airship went translucent, like a heat mirage with a shape in it, and when it lifted, it did not disturb the clouds. It went up through them as though the clouds and the ship were in 2 different places that happened to overlap. Captain Aura received, said Aura over the intercom, extremely pleased with herself. Soldier-class airship, startup. The flight took under 2 hours. We didn't dodge a single bird on the way, the pilot channel reported cheerfully. Straight line the whole way. Flying beasts did attack. Not one of them arrived. I sat by a porthole and thought about the 6th layer of the undying lightning body, which is the next milestone that unlocks something. And what it unlocks is that refining a beast's essence blood grants you one of that beast's abilities at random. I wonder, I thought, watching the clouds go past underneath, whether I could get flight. Shunan's supply base is not a building. It is a district with its own perimeter, its own hotels, and its own economy. And rank 2 and rank 3 ability users walk around in it the way accountants walk around a business park. 6 residential towers by an artificial lake, 2 per university. Canteens on the 1st, 3rd, and 6th floors, running 24 hours, free. Rohan Shah came over in the training hall on the first evening and introduced himself in Mandarin with no accent at all. Hello, I am Rohan Shah from Qingjing Ability University. He was polite. He was genuinely polite. I revised several assumptions. Then he saw Guo Xin over my shoulder, turned, bowed from the waist in the European style, and reached for her hand to kiss it. I take back everything I just revised. I caught his hand on the way. Classmate Rohan seems to have learned some Western etiquette. Before I awakened, I studied in England. In Great Shah, that particular set of manners isn't popular. I let go. You'd do well to change it. I walked away. Rohan Shah looked at his own hand, which had a dark red band across the back of it, and thought, in his own language, that if he had not been an S rank at the 3rd tier, the bones would have gone. Where, he thought, does a lightning type get strength like that? And then, also in his own language, because he did not know that I was still within earshot and would not have cared, the talented young lady of the Zhou family. If I could win her over, I would never need to worry about cultivation resources again. They sparred afterward. She lasted half an hour and conceded. Your stamina, she said, sitting on the floor. How is your stamina like that? It's fine, said Rohan Shah. I can maintain full-strength combat for over 2 hours. We were walking back through the commercial street when a man in gold-rimmed glasses stepped in front of us. He looked like a lecturer. Neat coat, neat hair, a face that had been arranged into an expression of enormous kindness. The beast calamity is coming, the last great destruction. Only the supreme heavenly gods can save humanity from it. The beast overlord is about to descend, and this world will become a paradise for beasts. Doomsday sects are everywhere in this world, and most of them are harmless. When the sky produces monsters on a schedule, people find religion at a rate you would not believe. We went around him. So did everyone else. Why? He said to the street. His voice had changed. Why do you always not believe me? A family had just come out of a restaurant 4 meters away. A father, a mother, and a girl of about 6. And the girl started crying at the sound of his voice. I understand, he said. He sounded relieved. It's because the price you have paid is not great enough. You haven't felt any personal pain.
Only through pain will you understand the greatness of the heavenly gods. He pulled a knife, and his arm swelled because he was an ability user, and he went at the child. The parents were ordinary people, not ability users, not anything. Both of them got in front of her without a fraction of a second of hesitation, which is a thing that has stayed with me, and the knife was already at the mother's chest. "You're courting death," I threw the spear. It was over before the mother had finished flinching. Nobody needs the picture. He stopped, and he went down, and there was nothing left of the sentence he had been in the middle of. The mother did not look at him at all. She went straight past him, on her knees, with her arms around her daughter. "May, don't cry, don't cry." The police arrived in 90 seconds. Captain Guo Jian, rank 2 peak, with a chest camera already recording, and he took one look at the footage from the restaurant's cameras and closed his notebook. "This has nothing to do with you. You were forced to act." The father turned out to be an herb trader, and he wanted to pay me, and would not stop wanting to pay me. So I gave him my aunt's business card instead and asked him to look after her company if he ever had the chance. Walking away, Guo Xin said, "I didn't expect you to be that violent, Yan. Straight for the head." "Habit. When I hunt beasts, I aim for the head. It preserves the materials." That was true, and it was not the whole truth. The whole truth is that every single time I take a head, something in me enjoys it. Not satisfaction at a job finished, enjoyment. It arrives about half a second after the strike, and it feels like warmth. I know exactly where it comes from, and it has a name, and the name is Thunder Tyrant Dragon. I should be more restrained about that, I decided, walking down that street. When it is a person, aim for the heart. Across the road, in the crowd outside a noodle shop, a man watched all of this and did not react to any of it, and then quietly left. A squad came the other way in white and gold, with a white wing emblem on the shoulder. Glory Battle Group, 12th Squad. Every member rank 4 or above, captain at rank 4 peak. Their vice-captain stopped dead. Eldest miss? Du Wei. Guo Xin's cousin, a Qingjing graduate, and by his own account, the family's most reliable source of embarrassment. "The top battle groups have all had their eye on you," he told me, shaking my hand with both of his. "They're waiting for you to graduate. Ours is no different." Then he turned to his cousin. "This is the first time I've ever seen Xin go out alone with a man. As it happens, my uncle's family is looking for a suitable son-in-law, and I think you'd be a very good—" He caught the look she was giving him and remembered a prior engagement. In a quiet villa on the edge of that same base, at that same hour, a man was hanging in the air. He was gray-robed, thin to the point of illness, and there was a blood-red moon stitched across the back of the robe. In his hands was a bone, white as jade. The man in the gold-rimmed glasses from the noodle shop crowd knelt on one knee in front of him. "Archbishop, I have returned." He kept his head down. "It is confirmed. The S rank from Magic University has indeed reached rank 2 upper tier." The hanging man was quiet for a moment. He was an awakener at the martial examination. Less than half a year has passed. His voice was very soft. "If a monster like that is allowed to grow, it will be a devastating blow to us. Your instruction? In 1 month, the Heavenly Mandate cult will announce our existence to the world." He turned the bone over in his hands. "Let all the elites of the 3 universities become sacrifices. Xiaoyan, that Indian S rank, all of them. Understood. One more thing." He held up the bone and something inside it moved. "Divine blood will appear in the demon cave. This is the indicator. Arrange personnel to recover it." "Yes, Archbishop, and do not use the name of the Heavenly Mandate cult while you do it." Nearly 3,000 freshmen assembled the next morning, which is what 3 universities looks like when you put them in one place. The vice-rector of Qingjing read out the rules. Scoring by tier, count, and species. Top 1,000 rewarded. Top 3 take any technique from any of the 3 libraries. The bracelets record every kill on video. The rankings do not update live because Demon Cave number 7 is too large for reliable signal, so nobody finds out where they stand until they come back out. Start 9 in the morning. Finish the 10th of December, 9 in the morning. Exactly 1 month. My class instructor, Fan Wei, who finished 16th in the freshman competition, invited me onto a team. "Thank you. My target is the central region." That ended the conversation. The outer region of a demon cave holds 1st to 3rd tier. The central region holds 3rd to 5th. My personal ceiling was a rank 4 lower tier, and from a 5th tier, I would simply run. Guo Xin caught up with me afterward. Traveling from the outskirts to the central region should take a day or two, she said. Can I come with you that far? Sure. It cost me half a day. I did the sum and decided it was worth it, and I will admit that part of my reasoning was that I had looked at Rohan Shah's aura and found it powerful, but not condensed and not cold. It is a specific quality. You only get it from long stretches out there where nobody is coming. He had not spent much time in the wild. I was almost certain of it. That evening, Guo Xin used a black and gold card to go up to the top floor of the supply base, where the chief director of the entire Shunan complex, a rank 6 woman in her 40s named Guo Ying, was waiting for her. The guards on that floor said "Eldest Miss" and bowed. "You silly girl," said her aunt. "I thought you'd forgotten your auntie now you have a little boyfriend. Your brother Bin told me everything." I did not find this out for over a year. The entire Glory battle group belongs to the Zhou family. Guo Xin, as the head's daughter, could move all of it with a phone call. Her family is also a major shareholder in the supply base itself. She refused an escort on the grounds that it would be cheating and showed her aunt the protective talisman her father had given her instead, a milk-white necklace with energy coming off it in slow, heavy waves. "Such a shame Qingjing brought in foreign aid," her aunt said. "Otherwise, that boyfriend of yours would certainly take first." "He'll take first anyway." "You have that much confidence in him?" "Do you dare bet on it?" They shook on it. I did not learn the stake for over a year, and when I did, I laughed until I had to sit down. Demon Cave number 7 took a dozen steps to become a different world. The first thing we met was a dozen iron-haired pangolins, 2nd tier, each the size of a car, with quills harder than E-grade alloy that go through an ordinary combat suit and out the other side. They saw us and rolled up into spiked wheels and came downhill through the trees, and the trees did not survive the experience. I ran at them and accelerated. Their heads are tiny, and they are on the inside of a spinning ball, and they are visible for perhaps a 1/5 of a second per revolution. 12 thrusts, 12 heads, about 10 seconds in total. Plus 276 points and 1,200 competition points. Guo Xin stood there afterward with her halberd on her shoulder and said, "Your energy consumption was almost nothing." "They're 2nd tier. If I use lightning on 2nd tier, the materials char and I lose the money." "That isn't what I meant." She was looking at me strangely. "You didn't waste a single drop, not one. If you dropped a group of rank 2 upper tiers into the wilderness area with no supplies, you'd be the last one alive by a month." Somewhere on the other side of the country, if she had heard that sentence, Bai Ling would have needed to sit down. "Xiao Yan," she would have said. Restrained. Can those two things be in the same sentence? By 8 that evening, she was finished, and I had not started. "I'll take the watch," I said. "Sleep." "Can today compare to how hard you worked alone in Yangcheng?" "It can't compare. The frequency is much lower. Intensity is about a third of normal." She lay there in the dark for a while. "I have never seen his peak state," she thought. "Everyone at that school knows Xiao Yan is strong. Nobody has any idea where his limit is. I do not go looking for beasts at night in a demon cave. At night, the high-tier ones come out, and the correct move is to be somewhere small and quiet. What I do instead is find water. Every beast in a forest goes to water eventually. In Yangcheng, I used to sit above a pond and let the entire ecosystem walk to me. This pond had nothing at it. 10 meters across, 3 or 4 deep, clear all the way down, and not one animal within 200 meters, which for a demon cave is not calm, it is a warning. A 2nd-tier blade-armed tiger came down to drink at about 11, which answered the question. Dozens of water arrows came out of the pond, and the tiger did not finish falling before the thing surfaced. Sourcewater giant crocodile. Rank 4, lower tier, the size of a small car, plated in scale as hard as C-grade alloy, and that scale does not conduct and does not burn. "It's a rank 4. Guo Xin had my sleeve. "Yan, let's go." "No rush. Rank 4s are strong. They aren't impossible." I had killed several in Yangcheng. She did not know that, and she also did not know how, and she was already reaching for her father's talisman to press it into my hand, because she had assumed I was going to walk down there with a spear. The sky over that pond was clear orange sunset with nothing in it at all, and it thundered. The crocodile stopped eating and looked up, which I have always thought was the most human thing I ever saw an animal do. Heavenly thunder technique. The bolt was as thick as a bucket.
Rank 4 scale that ignores fire and ignores current does not ignore that, and the whole thing was over between one breath and the next. Right up to the last moment, it had not worked out where the enemy was, plus 213 points. Some scale for that number, because it explains why I lived the way I did. Ranks 1 to 3 are the low tier of ability users, 4 to 6 are the middle tier. The step from 3 to 4 is not a step, it is a change of category, and a rank 4 lower tier is more than 10 times a rank 3 peak. A peak 3rd tier beast pays 40 or 50 points. A rank 4 lower tier pays 210. That single bolt cost a third of my reservoir and earned more than 4 days of Tongxiang. You crossed 2 major ranks, Guoshin said from behind me, at rank 2 upper tier, and it was instant. If I told anyone this, nobody would believe me. The hide would have sold for 20 or 30 million, and it was completely ruined, which hurt. The carcass went into her ring because mine was full. It's not very big, she said apologetically. Only 30 cubic meters. 30 cubic meters is enormous. The competition system gave me 10,000 points for it in one go. I had expected 5. There's a pond here, she said after a while. I want to take a shower. A pond in a demon cave is a luxury item. Every body of water in that place is somebody's ambush position. I checked the pond first, and the way I checked it was to put my hand in the water and discharge through the entire volume of it at once. Some pondweed floated up. Nothing else did. And then bubbles started coming off the bottom, and the water turned red. Not clouded, red from beneath, spreading up through 3 meters of clear water, and it smelled of blood, and underneath the blood there was something almost sweet, and I wanted it. I need to be exact about this, because it was not a decision. It was thirst. It was the specific bodily craving of a man who has been walking in a desert for 10 days and has just seen a river, and it arrived faster than thought. Do you feel anything? No. Guoshin had her halberd up and her ability out, and Light of Dawn reads things. But this water carries an extremely dense beast aura, and it's similar to the strange beast aura on you, similar to mine, which meant dragon, and which meant, probably, that it would not kill me. I'm going in, I said. If anything looks wrong, pull me out immediately. I stepped into the pond and it boiled. The blood came at me from every direction at once, in ropes, like pythons, and it went in through the skin, and the last thing I remember from that evening is my own consciousness folding shut like a book. From outside, according to the only witness, a cocoon formed around me out of blood water and grew until it was several meters across. 8 hours away, 6 people in black robes with a blood-red moon stitched on the back were walking through the dark. Bishop, whose divine blood are we recovering this time? The blood of the ancient dragon god. Once we have it, our heavenly mandate cult will have another. Shut your mouth. The bishop did not raise his voice. We are the Blood Moon cult. If I hear one more of you say the wrong name, you will be executed on the spot without discussion. The indicator in his hand, which had been showing a steady red point, flared dark crimson. It has manifested early. He started walking faster. No rest tonight. Full speed. Guoshin stood watch over that cocoon for 11 hours. She could not use her ability. Light of Dawn lights up like a small sun, and in a demon cave at night, that is an invitation printed in gold. So she fought with the halberd only, in the dark, alone, next to a large red object containing a person she could not wake. By dawn, there were around 10 dead beasts scattered around the pond. The cocoon had drunk the pond down to pale pink. The strongest thing that came that night was a rank 3 lower tier rhinoceros. It took her half an hour. She was still standing when the 6 of them arrived. The bishop was rank 4. The weakest of his 5 was rank 3 middle tier. There's nothing here, she said. No beasts, and the water source has been contaminated. The bishop's face changed. That, he said, is supreme divine blood, and you used the word contaminated. She crushed the talisman. A dome of energy came up over her and over the cocoon, and the first man to test it put a blade into it and had the blade come back at him. An ancient civilization protective talisman. The bishop stopped walking. He sounded, of all things, appreciative. Those only come out of ruins, reusable, hold several fatal strikes from a high tier. Then he sat down on a rock. As far as I know, those have a duration. We're not in a hurry. She had one more thing in her pocket, a transfer rune, also out of a ruin, capable of moving up to 3 people 50 kilometers instantly. The cocoon was 5 meters across, and she did not dare interrupt whatever was happening inside it. So she stood there and watched the shield thin.
It went out after about an hour and 10 minutes. I'd suggest being sensible, the bishop said, getting up. Hand over the talisman first. Otherwise, I guarantee you a miserable death. She took out a third-grade blood-burst pill and pushed her ability to its limit, in front of 6 people over a cocoon. Is that so? Said a voice from inside it. Why do I feel like you're the ones about to die? A hand came through the cocoon wall. What came out after it put out a pressure like a top-tier beast, and 6 cultists went down on one knee in unison, including the rank 4. I took the 5 rank 3s with 1 thunder prison. It did not take a second. The bishop got the spear across the waist and went through 4 or 5 substantial trees before he stopped. What? He said from the ground. I couldn't even see him move. I did not kill him immediately because I had questions. What is the blood in that pool? Divine blood. What is divine blood? The essence blood, he said, of a 9th order beast emperor. I looked at the pond. I had been swimming in it. Why is a beast emperor's essence blood sitting in a pond in the middle of a forest? In the ancient era, he was having trouble. Rank 4 regeneration was not working on him, which I have never fully understood. Humanity's martial sages and the beast emperors fought a full-scale war. Essence blood of many kinds was scattered all over the world. It surfaces. It has always surfaced. Who are you? Why are you collecting it? We are the Blood Moon cult. He said it automatically, like a man reciting an address. As for the reason, I cannot say. His eyes went red, and then he died, with no help from anybody, and there was a strange, small smile on his face while he did it. I had not touched him. Somebody had put something in that man's head a long time before I met him, and it was set to a trigger, and the trigger was that question. Yan, she was still holding the halberd. Are you okay? I put a hand on her head. You did well. She stood there with her eyes shut and let me do it, and I am reliably informed that she looked like a cat. Essence blood of a 9th order beast emperor is an SSS grade resource. When human beings obtain a portion of it, they refine it over months with grandmaster supervision and elaborate apparatus, because raw it is closer to a weapon than a medicine. I had absorbed a pond of it directly, unconscious, alone, with nobody steering, and it had gone in as smoothly as water into sand. Undying lightning body, 3rd layer to 4th. And more than that, the foundation itself had been reinforced, which is not supposed to be possible, because a foundation is laid once and never touched again. Something ancient and enormous had gone underneath the thing my teacher built and widened it. Physique, plus 150. 1,602. I stood on the bank of a pink pond and worked out that I could now fight a rank 4 beast face to face without calling the sky. She was completely spent, so I cleaned up, and then I let her sleep on the grass in the sun for 6 hours while I sat next to her. She woke up because of the smell. I had a fire going and beast meat on it, and I was putting spices on it out of my ring. I didn't know you were a gourmet. I spent a month eating roasted sinew. It changed me as a person. She ate an enormous amount of it, sitting cross-legged in the grass. This is genuinely delicious. Jan, you should open a barbecue restaurant. Sure, when there are no more beasts on Blue Star. I'll open a barbecue restaurant and retire into obscurity. Deal. I'll invest. The eldest daughter of the Zhou family invests in my barbecue restaurant? Then we don't retire into obscurity, we open chains across the entire planet. She washed in the pond afterward, under a dome of light that nothing can see through from outside, which is a genuinely excellent use of an A-grade ability, and she came out in a white shirt. It had got wet. She worked out that it had got wet by looking at my face, and then she went red from the collar to the hairline and got into her ring for a coat at a speed I would describe as a personal best. She tried to give me the talisman before she left. Then she tried to give me the transfer rune. Those are your 2 ways out, I said. Keep them. Jan, see you in a month. She went back toward the outer region, and I went the other way, and I found out afterward that she had spent the walk telling herself that even if she could not take 1st or 2nd, she was going to take 3rd. The central region announced itself about 4 hours in. A flight of azure-eyed gray eagles went over, a dozen of them, and every single one of them was rank 4. I got under a tree and stayed there. If that flock had found me, I would probably have got out. It would have cost me the rest of the day. The central region runs 3rd to 5th tier, with 5th showing up more often than anybody would like. My working ceiling was a rank 4 lower tier,
Against anything at the 5th, the plan was extreme thunder state and thunder flash and a straight line.
On the 8th of December, I was meditating in a cave when a night leopard came in, 3rd tier, peak. They are the assassins of the beast world. At night, a night leopard's presence goes to 0, not low, 0, and their claws cut like D-alloy. It came off the cave floor at my throat and went onto a spear that was already there because I had opened my eyes 90 seconds earlier, plus 43. Then I sat back down because I had decided to try something. Every single rank I have ever gained, I have bought. Awakener to rank 1, points. Rank 1 to rank 2, points. Every step paid for, instantly out of an account. I wanted to know whether I could still do it the way everyone else does it. I had tried twice before and failed both times. I sat in that cave and pulled origin energy in the way the top tier method describes, and my aura climbed to the peak of rank 2 and stopped, and pressed, and stopped. Break for me. Something gave, deep in the body, with a sound like a heavy door closing somewhere below ground. The lightning came out darker and filled the cave, and I had to shut it down before it took the roof off. Rank 3, on my own. From rank 2 upper tier in the middle of August to rank 3 in December. 3.5 months. An ordinary talent takes 2 or 3 years for that. The best students at Magic City do it in 6 months to a year, and they are considered monsters for it. Physique, 2,032. Spirit, 1,513. Ability points, 48,429. 35,000 of those came out of 1 month in the demon curve. And there was still no plus sign next to ability. 48,000 points is enough to take me from rank 3 to rank 4 outright, and it is still not enough to move the one line I want to move. 50,000, I told myself. If nothing has happened by 50,000, I stop being clever and I buy the rank. The competition total on my bracelet said 402,341. Over 200,000 of that came from 20-some rank 4 lower-tier beasts at 10,000 each. I should also say, because I have made that month sound tidy, that I nearly died in the 3rd week. I had finished a pack of peak. 3rd tiers, and I was going through the bodies when a Gale direwolf came out of the tree line, and it was rank 5, middle stage. I swallowed the 3rd grade blood-boiling pill in my hand before I had finished standing up, went into extreme thunder state, and ran. A wind blade caught me between the shoulders on the 2nd stride. It went through S-grade netherworld thunder armor. Then it went through a B-grade combat suit. Then it went 7 or 8 centimeters into my back and stopped, because at that point it had run out of things that were not the 4th layer of the undying lightning body. An ordinary rank 2 upper tier ability user, standing where I was standing, would have been cut in half. It took 2 days on the grass to be able to move properly. It cost a full vial of Earth Spirit Spring and 4 or 5 of Bai Ling's pills. I lay there for most of it, counting how many minutes of that month I had spent being genuinely, correctly afraid. There is a scar across my back that runs most of the way from one shoulder to the other. The 4th layer of the undying lightning body closes almost anything in a few breaths. It did not close that. The tally machine sat in the middle of the base lobby on the morning of the 10th of December, and it was a black slab the size of a wardrobe, and everybody had to touch their bracelet to it in person. Most people came in early. The serious ones came in during the last 2 hours, because the last 2 hours belonged to people who were still working at dawn. Guoxin went up at 740. Total score, 12,131 points. Ranking, 1st place. The lobby applauded. Her aunt, watching from the mezzanine, cornered her within 90 seconds and asked whether the 2 of us had done anything else out there, and got an answer I have never been told. At 8:15, Rohan Shah touched the machine. Total score, 113,264 points. Ranking, 1st place. Nobody applauded, because nobody could work out how to. The gap is too big, somebody said, into the silence. Guoxin had 12,000. The vice-rector of Jincheng leaned over and congratulated the vice-rector of Qingjing in advance, which is a thing people do when they have already accepted the outcome. Ling Shuang said nothing at all. She narrowed her eyes slightly and later told me that the only reason she had not conceded was the way I had answered her at the briefing. 3rd place went to Dong Sheng of Jincheng with 13,000. He was rank 2 middle tier, which for a freshman is genuinely rare, and he had a friendly face and a thin build, and he smiled at everybody. At 8:52, with 8 minutes on the clock, I had not arrived. Rohan Shah was doing arithmetic of his own. If Great Shah had 1 fewer S rank, then his country would eventually have 1 fewer serious enemy, and he had the grace to keep that thought behind his teeth. I came through the doors at 8:55, and the entire Magic City section applauded. They did it out of solidarity, which is to say they had all decided I had lost, and they wanted me to know they were fine about it. Somebody shouted, "Brother Ming, whatever the result, you're the pride of Magic University." Rohan Shah said something in his own language about weaklings huddling together for warmth. Good grief, I thought, walking to the machine. I haven't even tallied yet, and everyone has already buried me. Up on the mezzanine, Ling Shuang saw it before anyone else did, because she is 8th tier, and because she looks at auras first. He is rank 3, she thought. He went in at rank 2 upper tier. I touched the bracelet to the slab. The machine, which resolves in under a second, sat there. 5 seconds. 10. 15. It's broken. Somebody get the technician. 20. 25. 30 seconds later, it spoke, and it spoke louder than it had for anybody else, which I have always assumed was a coincidence and have never wanted to check. Xiaoyan, Magic City Ability University. Score confirmed. Total score, 405,637 points. Ranking, 1st. There is a specific silence that happens when several hundred people all decide at the same moment that they have misheard. 400? Somebody said. 400,000? Am I reading that correctly? Then the lobby came apart. Somebody did the arithmetic out loud on a phone, at volume, standing on a chair. A peak first-tier beast pays 20 points. 400,000 points is 20,000 beasts. In 30 days. That is 666 per day. Even if they lined up and stood still and let you hack at them, he shouted, you couldn't kill that many. Which is correct, and which is why the number is not 20,000 beasts. It is a much smaller number of much more expensive ones, and the difference between those two facts is the entire story of my December. The students who had applauded first, out of pity, went through a visible process. Guo Xin was the only person in that lobby who was not surprised at all. I know, she thought, that with him, no miracle is unexpected. Principal Xiao. Rohan Shah had come forward, and his voice was not steady. I request an examination of Xiaoyan's smart bracelet. I suspect him of cheating. I want to be fair to him, briefly, before I stop being fair to him. Qingjing had promised him his resources for first place, only for first place. Second place paid him nothing, and he had come across a continent for it. Ling Shuang did not even turn around. Checking the records is certainly not a problem, she said, but if the records show that Xiaoyan did not cheat, how do you plan to handle it? The room got quiet again for a different reason. Because here is what the accusation actually said. The bracelets were designed, calibrated, and jointly audited by all 3 universities. The tally machine was too. Saying the number is wrong says all 3 institutions are incompetent, in public, in front of nearly 3,000 of their own students. And it said it about a student with an S-rank ability, with no evidence, on a stage. Vice Rector Zhao Ping of Qingjing had about 4 seconds to find a way out, and did not find one. If the recorded footage confirms there is no problem, he said, my Jing University is willing to compensate him with 1 set of S-class cultivation resources. I kept my face completely still and screamed internally. I had done nothing. I had walked through a door and picked up an S-grade cultivation resource. They played the footage as a hologram in the center of the lobby, and for the first 4 minutes it was ordinary, in the sense that a spear moving that fast is ordinary. The instructors did not think it was ordinary. His fighting is extremely experienced, one of the Jincheng deans said. There's no greenness in it at all. None. He doesn't fight like a freshman. He fights like somebody's 4th field season. Your spearmanship has reached master level, Ling Shuang said, not as a question. I broke through by chance. Master level is not something anybody reaches by chance. Then the footage got to the crocodile. That's a rank 4, somebody said. He was rank 2 upper tier in that clip. Crossing 2 ranks isn't very heavenly thunder technique. The hologram whited out the entire lobby. My eyes. My ears. When it cleared, there was a rank 4 beast on the ground, and a boy walking toward it with a spear on his shoulder, and everybody in that room understood at once where 400,000 points comes from. Rohan Shah went a color I have not seen on a person before or since. His own S-grade combat technique is a close-range technique. It is genuinely powerful, and it had been enough to let him kill rank 4 beasts, but only solitary ones, because after using it he did not have enough.
left to handle whatever was traveling with the pack leader. A ranged S-grade technique lets you kill the leader and leave. Let's stop here, Xiaoping said. There is no need to watch any further. He came down the steps himself. A freshman, and already using an S-rank combat technique. Xiao Yan, you are very good. He meant it. He also, I learned later, spent the rest of that week reviewing the file on why Qingjing had lost the special recruitment. Final resource split. Magic City 41% plus first pick. Qingjing 31.5. Jincheng 27.5. Fifth consecutive win. Rohan Shah went to his instructor that night with a proposal, and the proposal was not stupid. His spell type S-rank technique needs 1 or 2 seconds to release. In a one-on-one, at 10 meters, he never gets it off. I will win. You've been fighting for almost a month, Ling Shuang said to me that evening. Aren't you tired? I am tired. She looked up. I think she had expected the other answer. I am not a machine. A month in a demon cave is a month of sleeping at 30%, with your spirit stretched out around you like a tripwire every night, and by the end of it, I was making small mistakes. However, I said, this is the only way my strength keeps improving at this rate. She asked about the Blood Moon cult, and I told her everything the bishop had said, including the part where he died on his own. It shouldn't be a major religion, she said. Don't pay too much attention to it. Both of us were wrong. And both of us had that conversation 11 days before we found out how wrong. Guo Ying tried to give me a black and gold Zhou family card that afternoon, 20% off everything the family makes, which is equipment, herbs, and pills across 4 provinces. I would not take it as a gift. If Aunt Guo ever needs my help with anything, say the word. That answer, apparently, made it worse, because she liked me more afterward. Then it came out that the card was not a gift at all. It was a bet settlement. She had bet her niece that Qingjing's foreign aid would take first, and she had lost, and the card was the stake. Guo Xin put it into my hand. I can't use it anyway, and your equipment updates so quickly. I stood there holding it. Why, I thought, does this specific action make me feel like a kept man? The dual terms came through the next morning, and they were considerably larger than a personal grudge. Qingjing staked 20% of their resource share. Magic City staked half of our Ruins passes. I had to ask what a Ruins pass was, and the answer reorganized my plans for the next 2 years. 40 passes make up 20% of a school's share. A pass is a ticket into Ancient Civilization Ruins number 9, which opens once a year and which only admits ability users between the 4th and 6th ranks. The ruins you can walk into without a pass were emptied generations ago. Everything that is still worth having in this world is behind a door that opens 1 week a year for people of a specific strength. That is why Qingjing brought in a 20-year-old from another country. My personal cut, win or lose, was 1 pass. If I made rank 4 by next winter, I would use it myself. If I did not, I could trade it for an S-grade resource. Principles, I said. I'm willing. Xiaoping left to fix the time so fast that Ling Shuang laughed out loud. I didn't expect you to agree so readily. Are you confident? It's fine. I have about a 90% win rate. If Principal Xiao heard you say that, he would consider you arrogant. Is that so? I thought about it. Then I think I have a 100% win rate. Rohan Shah asked his own instructor, with a gesture, whether he was permitted to kill me on that arena. Ahmed told him no, and the reason he gave was not moral. 3 vice-rectors would be sitting at that arena, one of them a space-type grandmaster who could pull a man out of his own skin with a thought, and if anything happened to me on that floor, no member of their delegation would be leaving Great Shah alive. The arena was 30 meters by 30, under a water dome held by an 8th tier from Jincheng named Bai Long. Rohan Shah opened with Brahma Beast Sovereign. He went from 1.9 meters to 2. His skin lost color. His pupils expanded until they took up 3/4 of the eye and turned red, and black bull's horns came up out of his hair. Xiao Yan, come on, he set his feet. Do you want to try your long-range spell first? At 10 meters, he would break the cast every time, and both of us knew it. Since entering rank 3, I said, I haven't really let my ability out at full strength. This is convenient. Why don't you try it? I let it out. At rank 2 upper tier, my discharge reached 15 meters. It filled the arena to 30 and kept pushing, and the water dome started to crack, and an 8th tier referee had to feed energy into his own barrier to keep it standing. Rohan Shah's S-grade enhancement usually makes him effectively rubber where electricity is concerned. This was burning him. If I stay in this environment, he thought, I lose on time alone.
So he came at me immediately with the saber, with no technique at all, purely on speed, and he was fast. The spear got there first. An inch longer is an inch stronger. It is the oldest thing anybody has ever said about a spear, and it is still true at the top of the sport. He brought the saber back through an angle I did not think a human arm could produce, and caught it, and then he found out the other thing. We were even on strength. How? He said. I am an S-rank enhancement type. You seem surprised. There's no law saying a lightning type has to be weaker than an enhancement type. Then he played his real card. Beast Sovereign Descent. That is an S-grade combat technique. He went to 2.2 meters, the horns curved back over his skull like something off a temple wall. His skin took on a quality that I can only describe as divine, and the lightning in the air around him stopped reaching him at all. A vacuum zone, 3 meters across, moving with him. Xiaoyan, in this state, do you still dare to clash with me on strength? Clash with you on strength? I rolled my shoulders. Sure. Extreme Thunder State, 2.1 meters, vertical pupils. And this time, since the pond, the aura coming off me was not only savage, there was something else in it that people kept trying to describe afterward and could not. The best account of the next 30 seconds came from a Jin Chung student in row 4, and I have it framed. What's going on? I looked at my phone for 1 second, and when I looked up, there were 2 monster bosses on the arena. Bro, those aren't bosses. Xiaoyan and Rohan have entered their second phase. You still say they aren't bosses? You're using the word second phase. An S-rank combat technique? Rohan said. Correct. Unfortunately, there's no prize. Thunder Prison. He tore out of it through a blood key armor, which cost him, and left him with both arms numb. Thunder Spear. He used his movement technique to get out of the way, and the bolt cratered the floor behind him. Which was the point. That was the only movement technique he had, and he had now used it. Thunder Flash, straight through the gap, into his guard. Lightning Gale Break, into the saber, not to break the saber but to break his stance, and with no dash left he had to take it on the blade, and his center of gravity went. Chain Thunder Spear. 7 thrusts in half a second. He did not feel any of them. Adrenaline and an S-grade enhancement will do that, and he actually started his backswing. Now, he said, it's my turn. Burst. The charge left in those 7 wounds detonated at once, and he went backward across 30 meters and into the water dome like something hit by a train. The spear tip stopped in front of his forehead. I, he said, admit defeat. Under 2 minutes. The instructors did the post-mortem out loud in the stands, and it is the most useful review anybody has ever given me for free. Thunder Prison to remove his mobility, Thunder Spear to force him to spend his one escape, Thunder Flash to close the distance he could no longer create, Lightning Gale Break to take his balance, Chain Thunder Spear to finish it. 5 techniques, in sequence, each one setting up the next, executed in under 2 minutes by an 18-year-old. And the question none of them could answer, which they kept circling. How had anyone got that many high-grade techniques to that proficiency in 1 semester? Xiaoping signed over 20% of Qingjing's share without arguing. Principal Ling, we admit defeat wholeheartedly. The Ruins Pass turned out to be a black card the size of an ID, with a building printed on it that does not look like any architecture I have ever seen, and text along the bottom edge in a language nobody on Blue Star can read. Plus 10,000 credits from my own school for the overall win. Plus the right to take any technique out of the libraries of all 3 universities. I sold the beast materials from that month for a little over 240 million yuan. Guo Xin sold hers for 10. We went into the city that evening in a Mercedes S100 out of her aunt's garage, which does 0 to 100 in under a second and tops out at 430 and costs north of 20 million. The pedestrians outside the equipment house had opinions about the car before the doors opened. There's definitely going to be some old man in the driver's seat. Then I got out, and several people found something else to look at. It seems, she said, that going out with you makes things much easier. What, you want me as a bodyguard? A bodyguard? Sure, as long as you're willing, you can name any condition you like. You might not be able to afford what I'd want. I bought an A-grade combat suit that evening. Retail, 150 million. With the black and gold card, 110. The shop turned out to belong to the Dost family, which by that point had stopped surprising me. An amount of money I would not have dared to imagine in my previous life, gone across a counter in about 4 minutes. and I felt almost nothing about it. Then, on the way back to the car, I stopped at a stall and spent several tens of thousands on local specialty snacks for Bai Ling. And I want to record honestly that this second purchase gave me a considerably greater sense of achievement than the first one. In a quiet villa on the edge of Shunan that same night, the Archbishop of the Heavenly Mandate cult hung in the air over a stone floor holding a white beast bone, and more than 10 rank 6 ability users in blood moon robes knelt in front of him. Having received the mandate of heaven, they said together, the heavenly God lives forever. Your group handles the instructors of the 3 academies. Kill as many as you can. He turned the bone in his hands. The important part belongs to the Holy Son. Those 2 S ranks are his. From the shadow at the back of the room, a young man's voice answered, pleasant and unhurried. No problem. Tomorrow, I should be standing very close to both of them. Tomorrow, the Archbishop said, is the most magnificent stage this cult will ever be given. We announce our existence to Great Shah in the most cruel and bloody manner available to us. The last item on the study tour itinerary was a field trip to a herb plantation, and I want you to hold that sentence in your head. The plantation sits inside Demon Cave number 7. 10,000 mu of it, ringed with high-voltage fencing, patrolled by staff who are rank 3 and up. The reason it is inside a demon cave is that rare herbs grow better in dangerous ground. Nobody has ever properly explained why. Below C grade, we can farm at scale. S grade is pure luck, 1 plant in a decade, and SS and SSS cannot be cultivated by human beings at all. Nearly 3,000 freshmen walked in there like a school outing, eating snacks, taking photographs of each other in front of the sunflowers. We had more than 10 instructors with us, all rank 6. The 3 vice-rectors had stayed at the base, which nobody thought about, because Ling Shuang can cross 10 kilometers in an instant, and the plantation was 4. The plantation supervisor was a man named Gao Lei, and about 40 minutes in, he separated the 3 of us out. The top 3 of the competition should see the S-grade stock. It's in Zone S2 on the eastern edge, just the 3 of them and 1 instructor. Instructor Ye Jing, peak rank 6, went with us, and on the way she said, quite mildly, the plantations at the other catacombs don't have this rule. Different sites, different practices, said Gao Lei. I felt something wrong about him, too. I could not name it. And there were 10 rank 6s on that plantation and 3 grandmasters 4 kilometers away, so I filed it under nothing. Dong Sheng talked while we walked. I've heard some religions have secret methods to raise strength. They can supposedly take a rank 2 ability user up to rank 4. Religions, I said. It's best not to have contact with them. In my previous life, a lone fanatic could hurt a few people before somebody stopped him. Here, 1 fanatic at rank 4 or 5 is a municipal disaster. It is precisely because of the support of Lord Brahma, Rohan Shah said, that I am invincible. Oh, invincible? I said. Then why didn't Lord Brahma let you beat me? You, Yan. Dongsheng was smiling. He had a good smile. In a little while, once you personally feel the power that comes from religion, you might change your mind. We came out into a field of C-grade sunflowers, taller than a man, going gold to the horizon. Where are the S-grade herbs? Said Ye Jing. Teacher Hu, Gao Lei turned around. Please look, the S-grade herbs are right here. His arm came apart into something black and clawed and went through her chest. She should have died on the spot. She did not, because she was peak rank 6 with an A-grade ability called Shadow Phantom Cat, and she went into her beast form mid-collapse, black-skinned with a cat's ears and a cat's eyes, and got 40 meters of distance in one movement. Gao Lei reached up and took off his own face. It came away like a glove. Underneath it was a smooth, almost feminine face with an expression on it that I have never been able to forget, because it was pleased. Since you're about to die anyway, there's no harm in telling you. We are the Heavenly Mandate cult. She was already crushing an emergency talisman. As for the consequences, he watched her do it. Do you think we don't know? Or rather, the more severe the consequences, the more we like it. Want to call your space-type Grandmaster? He said. Sorry, it's already too late. Above us, a man in gray rose into the air over the sunflowers with a white bone in his hands, and he poured his own blood over it. Space lockdown.
The sky changed shape. 10,000 mu of plantation, everything on it, everything under it, sealed into a pocket of space that you could see out of and not leave. The base was 4 kilometers away and visible, and it might as well have been on the moon. They killed Ye Jing. It took them about 20 seconds, and there were 4 of them, and I could not have reached her in time even if I had understood what was happening, and I did not understand what was happening. 4 kilometers away, 3 separate 8th-tier auras went off in the space of 6 seconds, and people in the streets of Shunan went down on their knees. Wu Ying was on a radio before the 3rd one landed. Glory Battle Group, 9th and 10th Squads, to the plantation. Immediately, protect the young mistress. And then she stood at her window, with her hands flat on the glass, because she understood the scale of what had just happened better than anyone in that building. For any country, young ability users are the future. They are an absolute line. Even in the ugliest games between major powers, nobody touches the geniuses who have not grown up yet, because everybody's geniuses are on the same list. Somebody had just touched 3 universities at once. The Archbishop stayed in the air holding the seal, which is a full-time job at that scale, and left the ground to his holy son. 4 men came out of the sunflowers in blood moon robes, and none of them were entirely people anymore. 1 had horns, 1 had a beast's legs. The auras coming off them were not human auras. Every one of them was rank 4. And Dong Sheng started to change. 4 additional arms came out of his abdomen. Horns came through his scalp. His legs reshaped themselves into something built for pouncing. And his aura climbed, and it did not stop where it should have. Rank 2 middle tier, rank 2 upper, rank 3 lower, rank 3 middle, rank 3 upper, rank 3 peak. Rank 4, peak of rank 4. What kind of technique is that? Rohan Shah was backing up. It raised him 2 whole major ranks. It was not a technique. I could feel what it was, because I have a dragon in my bones, and it recognizes its relatives. Dong Sheng was carrying the essence blood of several different beasts. Several. One portion of that material is an SSS grade resource that a national council would allocate by committee, and he had been given a handful and stirred. I'll give you 2 choices, the Holy Son said. First, join the Heavenly Mandate cult and hunt the other students with me. Second, be crushed to death by me. Across the rest of the plantation it had already started. Nearly 3,000 freshmen and cult ability users at rank 6 in greater numbers than we had instructors. The teachers could not break toward us because they could not break away from what was in front of them. Guo Xin was somewhere in the middle of it, fighting alone, because Liang Ming and Wu Qian are rank 1, and the correct use of a rank 1 in that situation is behind her. She did not use her father's talisman. Once you are inside that dome, you cannot come out of it, and there were people to her left and right. Outside the seal, Ling Shuang had the estimate. 3 minutes. 3 minutes to break a space lockdown maintained by a rank 7 with an ancient relic. In 3 minutes, she thought, some of the freshmen inside might still be alive. Those 2 S ranks will have been dead for most of it. Xiaoping had already privately written both of us off. Hold on, Xiaoyan, she thought. Hold on until we get through. Then she lifted the plantation. 10,000 mu of ground came off the earth, because the only way to make a sealed space visible is to force it to collide with the space it is hiding inside, and the collision drew the boundary in the air like frost on a window. A sphere, covering everything, including the ground underneath. The weakest point is southeast. Xiaoping stopped being a man and became a golden ape over 10 meters tall with a staff. Bai Long became a giant made of water. Ling Shuang stayed exactly as she was, barefoot, in red, and put her hand on the boundary. Inside, Dong Sheng was recruiting. Any of you who join in and help kill the freshmen around you, he shouted across the plantation, will be members of my Heavenly Mandate cult. Ling Shuang's voice came through the seal from the outside, and it reached every single person on that ground. Any freshman who attacks another freshman will be expelled and executed on the spot. Nobody moved. A pack of fools, Dongxing said, disappointed. You don't even have that much courage. Then he turned back to us and started counting. 3, 2, Rohan Shah put his hands up. Wait, don't kill me. His voice was completely level. I'll join the Heavenly Mandate cult. A wise choice. Dongsheng did not even look pleased. Rohan, go and kill Xiaoyan.
Consider it your initiation. I did the arithmetic. 49,232 points. That is enough for rank 4 with change. Spending it would expose a rate of advancement that no human being can explain in front of witnesses permanently. Between exposing an anomaly and staying alive wins every time. It is not a close question. Anybody who tells you otherwise has never had the question asked of them properly. But not yet. 1 rank 3 lower tier and 4 rank 4 lower tiers. I might not need the points at all. Extreme thunder state. Come on then, I said. Let me see how strong you actually are. The first rank 4 came in with a gale slash and I did not dodge it. I did not dodge it because I was already wearing netherworld thunder armor, and it had been on since Gao Lei took his face off. His blade hit it and left nothing, and the shock went back up his own arms. How is this possible? I am a rank 4 ability user. Lightning gale break once, and he stopped being an opponent. Then the body got up. It did not fall over. It came back onto its knees and then tried to get its feet under it, and one of the 6 arms was still reaching for the blade on the ground, and it kept doing that for several seconds while everybody watched. They are not entirely people anymore. That is what that looks like from the outside. You have another S-rank combat technique? Dong Sheng had stopped smiling. A defensive one? He came forward himself, and what came off his hands was a crimson flame, and I knew inside half a second that my armor would not hold it. It was setting the sunflowers alight on both sides of him without touching them. It seems I do have to spend the points, I thought. Shame. I wanted to find out whether 50,000 would evolve the ability. And in that exact second, the thing on the ground behind me stopped moving. Ding! Killed 1 rank 4 lower tier divine blood envoy. Ability points plus 1,000. 49,232. 50,232. Ability. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. S rank. Plus. I have thought about that half second more than about any other half second of my life. Not the courage of it, because there was none. I had been holding a lottery ticket for 2 months without knowing the draw date, and the draw happened while a man was walking toward me with fire in both hands. I pressed it. Ding! Ability evolution starting. S rank, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Evolution 10%. 20%. Over the whole of Demon Cave number 7, the clouds turned gold. Not lit gold, gold, from inside, bright enough that people at the base 4 kilometers away came out into the street and shaded their eyes and thought the sun had moved. And there was thunder in those clouds, and everybody who heard it described it the same way afterward, which is that it sounded like whispering. Something enormous, saying something to itself, a long way up. My feet came off the ground. I did not choose to do that. I was simply no longer entirely in contact with the world, and my breathing had matched the rhythm of the thunder without asking me first. And the lightning running over my arms stopped being blue-violet and started, from the roots outward, turning gold. Dong Sheng threw the fire. 200 meters away and to the south, Guo Xin had finally broken through the line and come out into the open, and she was too far. Not slightly too far. She could not have made it with a running start and a straight road, and the talisman only covers its own radius, and she knew all of that in the time it took her to see it. She fell down in the sunflowers. She told me about this once, at night, a long time afterward, and she was very matter-of-fact about it, which is how I know it was true. She said, "It turns out the thing in films where time slows down when the heroine watches the person she loves die is not an exaggeration." She said she watched the fire cross the gap in individual frames, and that her face was cold, and that she could not make a sound come out. And then the fire slowed down. Not stopped, slowed and thickened, as though it had run out of air and into water, and then into something heavier than water. And it came to rest, 1 meter from me, and stayed there, burning, going nowhere at all. A lifelike specimen of fire. Ding! Evolution successful. S-rank Purple Heaven Divine Thunder has transformed into S-rank Duqian Divine Lightning. I opened my eyes, and I am told that nobody could look at them, and that they were the color of molten gold. Guo Xin sat in the sunflowers and thought about a line she had read in a comparative religion module in her 2nd year of high school and had not thought about since. A god says to the sea, "This far you may come, and no farther. and here your proud waves shall stop. But the man I love, she thought, did not tell the waves to stop. He swallowed the sea. He is not a merciful creator. He is a domineering king, and one day he is going to rule everything. I lifted one hand. Heavenly thunder! The bolt came down gold. Dongsheng was at the peak of rank 4, with the essence blood of several beasts in him and a technique that had lifted him 2 whole ranks, and he did not get out a sound. Plus 2,000 points. The other 4 had begun to run in 4 different directions, which is the correct response and which did not help. Like a god of death reading names out of a book, I called them one at a time. You, and you, all of you. Die. 3 bolts. It took less time to do than to say. Then I looked at Rohan Shah, and Rohan Shah put both hands in the air so fast that he merely dislocated a shoulder. Don't, Xiaoyan, don't. I was threatened as well. I never made a move against you. And inside his own head, in his own language, in a tone of genuine bewilderment, can an ability break through on its own? The sky tore open above me, and the archbishop came down out of it, and he came down screaming. Xiaoyan, you will be buried with him. His hand stopped 5 centimeters from my face.
A woman had come out of nothing beside me,
Barefoot, in red, with a small mole under one eye. How, said the archbishop, how did you break in? I maintained the blockade the entire time. You held a space ability borrowed from an external object, Ling Shuang said, and you allowed yourself to be distracted while using it. She did not sound angry. She sounded like a teacher marking a paper. If you don't die, who will? Space cutting. The hand holding the white bone was no longer attached to him. Space prison. His screams stopped as if somebody had pressed a button on it, and he thrashed in place, going nowhere, making no sound at all. You dare touch the prodigies of my great Shah. She turned toward the rest of the plantation, and her voice went out across 10,000 mu. Take the rank 6s alive. Execute everyone else without mercy. Then she looked at the ground. There were 4 craters in it. Gold arcs were still running around the rims. At the bottom of each one, there was gray ash. Dongsheng, she said, and the others, all of them, struck down by your heavenly thunder technique? Yes. She did not say anything for a while. Here is why.
A rank 4 peak has better than 30 times the total output of a rank 3 peak. I was rank 3 lower tier. I had been rank 3 for 2 days. How? She said. I felt a threat to my life. I had this ready. I had had it ready for about 90 seconds. I wanted to survive, and my ability seemed to break through some kind of boundary. She looked at me for a long moment, and then decided, visibly, not to ask the next question. Guo Xin came through the sunflowers at a dead run and hit me in the chest hard enough to move me, in front of a vice-rector, with her hands full of my collar. Ling Shuang coughed politely and went to collect her prisoner. I stood there in a burnt field and wiped my girlfriend's face with my thumb, which is the first time I have used that word in this account, and that is where it starts. The final count came in that evening. 342 freshmen dead across the 3 universities, 89 of them ours. Ling Shuang read the number out herself on the base steps to nearly 3,000 of us. Our 3 universities bear the primary responsibility for this. We took you into that plantation. There will be an inquiry, and there will be consequences, and none of them will bring anybody back. Then she said the other thing. The heavenly mandate cult is an enemy of humanity. From this day forward, the 3 top universities of Great Sha issue a standing kill order against them. Here is who they are, and I had to be told, because the state removed them from the textbooks. They believe the beasts are gods. They believe Blue Star belongs to the beasts, and that humanity is a temporary infestation on it. They are, in the most literal available sense of the phrase, human traitors, and Great Sha exterminated them root and branch 60 years ago. Apparently not entirely. And the first thing I thought when the numbers came in has never once sounded better than it is. 342 dead, most of them people whose names I did not know, and part of my brain was replaying a system notification. Killed 1 rank 4 lower tier divine blood envoy, ability points plus 1,000. A rank 4 beast pays 210. A divine blood envoy of the same rank pays 1,000. When I get back to school, I thought, I should look for traces of the heavenly mandate cult. They put me in front of the same detection instrument the next morning, and the machine ran for 3 or 4 minutes instead of 1 second. And while it ran, nobody in the room said anything. Ability identified. Dutian Divine Lightning, Natural Lightning category. Rating, SS rank. Ling Shuang put her hand over her eyes.
The last SS rank in this country, she said, awakened more than 10 years ago. Then she took her hand away, and she was smiling, which I had not seen her do. Good, good, good. Xiaoyan, you are very good. The obvious question, which I asked, is how a machine built by human beings knows the name and rating of an ability that has not existed in Great Sha for over a decade. The answer is that our detection instruments are reverse engineered from scanners recovered out of ancient civilization ruins, and so is their database. In whatever era wrote that database, S ranks were born several a year, in batches. SS and SSS appeared every few years. Every few years. That number saddened me for a long time. One piece of advice, Ling Shuang said. You don't need to hide the evolution, but do not be ostentatious about it either. There are countries that will not be pleased. Then she gave me a talisman, a small, flat piece of black wood, worn smooth. Crush that anywhere within 400 kilometers, and I will come through space to you. Do not use it lightly. If you use it lightly, you will grow into a child holding a sharp knife. The prize for first place in the study tour was any technique out of the libraries of all 3 universities, and I spent an hour reading a catalog that made my hands sweat. Netherworld Thundercloud, triple S, generates a storm cloud that rains lightning on an area, requires rank 5. Thunder God's Descent, Judgment, triple S, condenses a thunder god above the field who passes judgment on everything standing under it. Requires rank 6. Both of them grayed out. Both of them there. I took Thunder God's Finger. S grade, top level, requires rank 3, which I had been for 4 days. Qingjing will hand over the manuscript, Ling Shuang warned me, and they will teach you almost nothing. Expect a long cycle. It's fine. It was fine because I had 6,000 new ability points from 5 divine blood envoys, and because I have never once needed the teaching. She looked at me sideways and said something to the dean beside her that I was not meant to hear. Rapid advancement, heaven-defying comprehension, a once-in-a-decade ability mutation. Any one of those on its own would make a peerless genius. They are all in one person. There was an anti-gravity ship on the base square the next morning that had not been there the night before, and a man came off it in black clothes. He was thin and unremarkable, and about 50, and his eyes were as deep as a night sky. The entire square stopped for about a quarter of a second, and then everybody simply stopped seeing him. People walked around him without registering that they had. 2 women had a conversation across him. The interrogation of the cultists had gone nowhere for 3 hours. The head of the base intelligence section is rank 5 and a spirit type, and he got nothing, because the mines he was working on had been laundered. Then Liang Long walked into the room, and every ability user in it below the 8th tier went blank. He is A-rank spirit. He is one of several dozen 9th Order martial saints in the whole of Great Xia. He sits on the National Council. The Archbishop answered every question in a flat voice like a man reading from a card. The purpose was to kill the freshmen and announce the cult's existence. The infiltrators had been placed in Jincheng only. Then Liang Long asked for a map of the cult's strongholds, and there was nothing there. Then he asked who the Supreme Pontifo was, and there was nothing there either. His memory has been altered, Liang Long said, by an ability user, before I ever met him. Which means somebody edited a rank 7 archbishop like a document. Behind them, he said, there is a larger organization. Then he turned and looked at me. I want to describe what that was like, because it is the only time I have been genuinely helpless in front of another human being, and simply had to wait to find out what he decided. My consciousness started sinking, not fading, sinking, the way a stone sinks, evenly, with no bottom in sight, and there was nothing to push against because there was nothing there. Then something in me went off like a flashbulb, gold, and I was standing in a room again with my heart going. Not bad, said Liang Long. It's rare for a 3rd Order to resist a single glance from me. Then he told me some numbers. Across the entire planet, 3 or 4 S ranks are born every year. In the 200 years since Origin Energy returned to Blue Star, there have been fewer than 50 SS ranks, total, everywhere. Most of them died before they reached their peak. You are going to be told, over the next few years, that the country should assign you protection, he said. It will not. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot survive the storms outside it, and we do not send powerhouses to be anybody's nanny. I understand. Good, hold still.
He put 2 fingers on my forehead, and something pale turquoise went into it in a pattern like honeycomb. Soul Seal, my own work. From now on, no spirit-type ability user will be able to force your thoughts or your memories out of you. Someone at my level would need considerable effort to break it. His voice had gone hoarse by the end of that sentence, which told me what it had cost him. Why? Because when the world finds out there is a new SS rank in Great Sha, a number of people are going to want to know what is in your head. He turned to go. Do not thank me. This is a decision of the National Council. When you are strong, kill more of our enemies. I did not tell him the other thing. When that flashbulb went off, and I broke his first glance, I saw exactly how far into me he had come, and I saw what he had passed on the way. He had gone straight through the space where the deep blue system sits, and he had not seen it. Not missed it, not seen it. There was nothing there to see. I have never worked out whether that is a mercy or a warning. Rohan Shah did not fly home with the Qingjing delegation. He stayed in Shunan under investigation, and India spent a considerable amount of diplomatic effort over the following months getting him out, and I have never found out how that ended. I have no particular opinion about him. He was 20. He was 3,000 kilometers from home, and a rank 4 peak counted to 3 at him. I did not put my hands up, and I do not think that makes me better than him. It means my arithmetic came out differently. The cultists went to the state. What waits for them is professional spirit type interrogation, repeated, until there is nothing left to extract and their minds are no longer usable, and then disposal. I think that is correct. I have not changed my mind about it. Ling Shuang caught me at the ramp on the last morning. The National University League is in March. We lost it to Qingjing this year, and we would like it back. Teams are drawn from the strongest 4th years. Vice Principal, I'm a freshman. So what if you're a freshman? At your current strength, you have few rivals among the 4th years. She was already walking away. It's settled. I'm reserving you a place. Half the Qingjing delegation said goodbye to me on the ramp using the formal pronoun, which, for a group of 18-year-olds addressing another 18-year-old, is an extremely strange experience. S rank, come and hang out at Jing University sometime. I did not correct anybody's grade. Bai Ling was waiting on the stadium field when we landed, in the middle of a loose ring of about 40 boys who were all standing at exactly the distance from which one may look at a person without being spoken to. She came through them at a run with a smile that broke her entire brand in front of several hundred witnesses. Then she took Guaoxin by the hand. I've already booked a table at Qingya residence, both of you, now. Up on the walkway, Ling Shuang watched that happen and said to no one, Eh? How did another one appear? Nothing appeared. I want to be straightforward about it, because I have been asked, and because the version that goes around the forums is more interesting than the truth. Bai Ling quit the hunting videos that winter for good. She had never liked them. What she liked was a workbench, a cauldron, and a manual. By the end of that year, she had a standing arrangement with me that has outlasted almost everything else in this story. I bring back the herbs, she refines them, and she keeps whatever percentage she thinks is fair. I have never once checked her arithmetic. She has kept me alive at least 4 times with things she made at 2 in the morning. That is a better thing to be than the other option, and both of us know it. I emptied my ring onto the floor of the potions department and made a hill. Over 200 D and C grade herbs, more than 10 B grade. Did you empty out the entire demon cave? She was on her knees in it with both arms in up to the elbow. If it weren't for the smell, this would look like a pile of yard waste. She had collected fewer than 10 herbs on the same trip. I still had the S-grade cultivation resource that Qingjing had handed over as compensation for accusing me of cheating, and I did not need it because it was a rank 7 breakthrough pill, and my breakthroughs come out of an account. So I asked Aura what, in the entire exchangeable catalog, would do the most for my control of lightning. She thought about it for about a second and returned exactly one item. Thunder Secret Realm Pass, S-grade, 1 month of access. What's a Thunder Secret Realm? It used to be the town of Chang'er, said Aura, in Hedong City, Jiangnan Province. I sat up. Jiangnan Province. Under 100 kilometers from the city I grew up in. Twice. 87 years ago, thunderclouds gathered over Chang'e for no reason that anyone has ever established, and lightning began to fall, and it has not stopped since. Not once in 87 years. The municipality managed it for a while. Then the Thunder Martial Arts School took it over and sealed it into its own space and turned it into a closed training ground for its elite. There are 3 ways to improve control of a lightning ability: endless practice, rare treasures and pills which come with side effects, and watching natural lightning until you understand what it has in common with yours. Aura, are there beasts in there? Yes, and the overwhelming majority of them can control lightning. I booked it for the winter holiday. Term ended on the 18th of January, and the new year fell on the 12th of February. My teacher came back from a mission that week with his combat suit still stiff with somebody's blood, walked in the door, and stopped. Eh? Yen.
You've entered rank 3?
2 weeks ago. The first semester of your freshman year is not even finished. He put his gloves down slowly. By graduation, are you planning to be a rank 7 grandmaster? Then he asked to see the ability, which is a thing he does the way other people ask after your family. I let it out gold. He did not speak for a long time. His own Windfire True Thunder is A grade and has been with him for 34 years, and in that entire time the only change it has ever undergone is that the color got slightly deeper. Mutation and evolution are already extremely rare, he said, and they happen to D ranks, E ranks, F ranks, people with nothing whose ability has room to become something. He looked at my hands. I have never in my life heard of an S rank evolving into an SS. Then he checked my body, which took him 20 minutes, and which he did with his eyes white-blue. Jan, he sat back. Your foundation has been strengthened. Yes. Do you understand what you are saying? A body-tempering foundation is laid once, and never again, by anybody, including the person who wrote the technique. I laid mine with 7th tier lower blood when I was 26, and I have spent 30 years knowing that it is the ceiling on everything I will ever be. He said the next part very carefully. Your foundation is now at the level of a rank 8 upper tier. And it isn't just Thunder Tyrant Dragon anymore. There is a Beast Emperor's bloodline aura mixed into it. Then he wanted to spar me, and could not find anyone to do it with. Tong Yue is rank 2 upper tier. Xiao Wei is rank 3 lower. Du Ming was still growing his nerves back. Somehow, Yang Zhentian said, you have become stronger than every senior brother and sister you have. So he sent for a 4th year. Huang Jin is peak rank 3, Weapons Academy, A-grade beast form, green-eyed gray wolf. He came through the door already apologizing. Dean, I don't believe I've made any mistakes recently. The nickname King of Hell Yang comes from his remedial training sessions, which students describe in the way people describe a bad hospital stay, and Huang Jin had been through several. You are not in trouble. Spar with my junior disciple. Physical strength only, no abilities, no techniques. Huang Jin looked at me, then at the dean. Wouldn't that be bullying him rather badly? Uncle Fu, watching from the door, privately agreed. 2 sub-ranks of difference in pure physique is not a gap you cross with enthusiasm. Huang Jin pulled the first punch, deliberately. He told me afterward that injuring the dean's new favorite would have been a career event. Our fists met, and I felt an unexpected softness, and he went backward 3 or 4 steps. Then he saw the confusion on my face. Damn it, he said. It's not that my strength is small, it's that your strength is too big. The second exchange, at full effort, was level, which should have ended it. It did not end it because his fist technique is at the primary level, and mine is at intermediate, and technique on that scale is worth more than a rank. A peak rank 3 with his ability active spent the next 20 minutes being handled by a freshman who was not using anything at all. My teacher took readings the whole time. Blood flow 1.3 times Huang Jin's, that will be the Beast Emperor blood. Neural reaction 1.2 times. Then, mildly, Yen. Activate extreme thunder state. Dean! Huang Jin came off the floor like a cat that had been stepped on. How about we don't activate it? Brother Yan, could we go slightly easier in the next round? Sure, I said, no problem. I said it while I was in the state, with the vertical pupils, and apparently the smile did not come out the way I intended. He finished that session sitting on the floor, soaked through, with his right arm numb to the shoulder, taking a recovery pill left-handed. If there are any more posts on the forum saying you're unworthy of your reputation, he said, I will personally roast the author. There had been posts. The consensus in one thread was that I had beaten Rohan Shah and Dong Sheng through luck. Huang Jin then tried to recruit me into his own club. Our Azure Society is going to crush Ashes and trample Meteor. Unfortunately, I've already joined Meteor. How much did Meteor give you? I'll double it. 100 credits a semester and a B-class resource. All right, said Huang Jin. Never mind then. He explained the retreat honestly, which I respected. He had founded Azure on enthusiasm, and then discovered that a club president has to both lead people into the wilderness area and hand out benefits, and that his own expenses were already eating him alive. When Azure goes out to the wilderness next, could we invite you along? Sure, 200 credits per trip. 200? That much? What, you want a free ride? With the friendship between us, he said, attempting to put an arm around my shoulders and not reaching because he is 175 and I am 189. Talking about credits hurts our feelings, doesn't it? What friendship do we have? I have since concluded I should have said 300. I got home that evening, and Liang Ming was flat on the sofa with a bag of chips and a hollow film in which a woman with a whip was doing something ill-advised to a beast. I dropped down next to him. Give me some of those. He nearly went through the back of the sofa. Brother Ming, aren't you going up to the training room? The study tour's finally over. I need to rest too. Cucumber flavor. Not my first choice. 2 hours later, I stood up. Ming, I'm heading up. You're not going to lie down anymore? I've had enough rest. Time to start training. That's enough rest? He said it to my back, and then to the ceiling. When he said he was going to take a good rest, he meant lying down for 2 hours. That is far too easy to satisfy. The Thunder God's Finger manuscript arrived a week later, and I nearly missed the handover because I had a Meteor Club meeting on the other side of campus, and the library is a 20-minute walk. Do you have something else on? Said the vice rector on the phone. Never mind, I'll come and collect you myself. A spatial portal opened in my personal training room, and the vice rector of Magic City Ability University stepped out of it in a red hanfu. Barefoot. I have never once seen that woman in shoes, and I have never worked up the courage to ask. Qingjing had sent an instructor with the manuscript. Wei Yang, rank 7 lower tier, also a lightning type, and one of the few people alive who holds Thunder God's Finger himself. He had been assigned to stay for half a month and teach me. He was extremely polite. He was also visibly stunned that an 8th tier Grand Master had personally gone to fetch a first-year student for an appointment. Besides bringing the manual, Ling Shuang said, I mainly came to see an old friend. She and my teacher had been in the same guild when they were young. I filed that away and have never been able to get another word out of either of them about it. Wei Yang was privately certain that half a month would not be enough. It had taken him 3 months at rank 6. I was polite about it. There is no graceful way to explain that you do not need teaching, you need points. 200 and something people were waiting in the Meteor Club hall, which seats 500, and when I came through the door, a substantial number of them stood up. Vice President Xiao, 4th years said it. That school respects exactly one thing, and it is not seniority. Fan Hao, the other vice president, is built like a shipping container and turned out to be excellent company. Guo Xin was in the club too, brought in by her own mentor, who is the dean of the Elemental Academy. At the rate you're advancing, Fan Hao said, Meteor Guild might change their mind and make you the next president. No thanks. Being president is exhausting. Then he told me the actual news, and it was the only thing I had wanted to hear all week. The school is about to release a full mission board against the cult. Big rewards. Yen, are you going to take them when they come out? Of course I am. I did not tell him why. A rank 4 beast pays 210 ability points. A rank 4 divine blood envoy pays 1,000. And somewhere out there was a cult with enough beast emperor blood to hand out to teenagers. The mission board went up on a Monday, and I took everything on it with the word cult in the title. B grade, A grade, S grade, it did not matter. Other students picked missions by risk. I picked them by density. I am not going to pretend this was heroism. Nobody built a statue. Every cultist is worth several times a beast of the same rank, and the country had just handed me a license to go and collect them with the full support of 3 universities and a police escort on request. I was not saving the world, I was cashing it. Guo Xin came on some of them, and Bai Ling came on none of them, which was the correct division of labor, because one of them fights and the other one makes the things that put us back together afterward. In February, I took an S grade in Jinning City. The target was a regional cult branch, and it was defended, and their bodyguard was a rank 4 called Wu Han, and I killed him in the stairwell of a car park. We took Han Ming alive, which was the only reason the mission was S grade instead of A. The state wanted a live one, and live ones are difficult, because they die by themselves when you ask the wrong question. 4 divine blood envoys and the entire branch. 4,500 points from one afternoon. The honor rankings went up at the end of the semester, and I had not thought about them once. 3 S-grade missions, 6 A grades, 4 B grades. 978 confirmed cultists, first place. I took it off a 4th year named Fang Lei, who had been building that number for 3 years, and who found out about it on a public board along with everybody else. The school's prize was a bottle of 6th grade Gui Yuan pills and 3,000 credits. The school's other prize, which nobody gives you and which you cannot refuse, was a nickname. Thunder Emperor. I have never once used it about myself. It did not matter. Within a week, there were 4 separate forum threads arguing about whether a first year taking the top of the honor rankings was a data entry error, and by the second week, people were shouting it across the canteen. The rank 3 middle tier breakthrough cost 17,000 points. The rank 3 upper tier breakthrough cost 23,421. That is the curve. That is what it looks like from the inside. 1 step, in 1 night, for more than the entire first 6 months of my life as an ability user put together. Physique 3,087. Spirit 2,601. 6 months, from a boy who could not lift his own spear properly to something that a provincial garrison would deploy against a beast tide. People take 6 years to walk that road, the good ones. I did not feel fast. I want to say that clearly, because from outside it looks like a straight line going up. From inside it is Thursday afternoon to Monday morning in the Yangchang Wilderness area, every week for a semester, in the rain, eating badly. Ling Shuang told me her age in March, in the corridor outside the library, apropos of nothing. 34. I stopped walking. You look 26. I broke into the 8th tier middle stage 2 weeks ago. She was reading something and did not look up. It slows down, considerably. Then she mentioned, in the same tone, that her teleportation range was now 600 kilometers, and that she had been deliberately concealing the breakthrough. Why? Because the cult believes I am at the lower stage, she said, and because a woman who looks like a slightly easier target gets more visitors. She was using herself as bait. She had been using herself as bait since December, on a campus with 4,000 students on it, and had told approximately 3 people. I have had a number of people be kind to me in this world. My aunt, my teacher, Du Ming, who gave 200 credits to a stranger. Ling Shuang is the only one who quietly made herself the thing standing between me and the people who wanted me dead, and never once mentioned it, and then acted mildly irritated whenever I noticed. I went home for the winter holiday for the first time in 8 months. Jiangcheng had not changed at all, which was somehow the strangest part. The same buses, the same district. My aunt had cleaned the villa the city gave me twice a week the entire time I was away, and would not accept money for it. 4 days into the holiday, Han Ming escaped. He had been in state custody since Jinning. The state has not published how he got out, and I have never found out. What I know is that he came to Jiangcheng, and that he did not come for me. He went for Yang Mei, my class representative, the girl who spent 2 years making sure the orphan kid ate lunch without ever letting it look like charity, who is not an ability user of any consequence, who was home for the holiday in a town of no importance. He had worked out that I could not be reached, and that the people around me could. I caught him 2 streets from her parents' apartment. I am not going to give it a scene. There was no fight. He was rank 3, and I had been rank 3 upper tier for a month, and I was extremely angry, and it took approximately as long as it takes to read this sentence. He chose the single stupidest available method of finding me, which was to go and touch my class rep. The university relocated 4 families the following week, my aunt and uncle and cousin, Yang Mei's family, Zhao Feng's, Du Guang's. Housing in Shanghai, inside the ability user districts, security screening, the works, all of it paid for and none of it optional. That is what it costs to be near me now. I did not choose it for them, and they did not choose it either. My aunt cried. My uncle He Bao stood in the doorway of the new apartment with his hands behind his back, looking at a view of a river he had never expected to see, and said, "Well, truly, the younger generation is to be feared," and then had to stop talking. The Thunder Secret Realm is a town. That is the part nobody tells you. Sang'er was a real place with a main street and a school and a bus shelter. 87 years ago, the sky over it changed its mind. Now it sits inside a sealed pocket of space with permanent thunderclouds 400 meters up, and lightning comes down on it continuously, day and night, forever. The bus shelter is still there. The advertisement inside it is for a brand of instant noodles that stopped trading 60 years ago. My S-grade pass got me a villa on the ridge and a set of privileges I did not read. The Thunder Martial Arts School keeps an elite camp there, and my liaison was a fourth-year graduate of Magic City called Bai Luo, rank 4 middle tier, who shook my hand and said, "Currency in here is thunder cores. Your money is worthless. Everyone finds that funny for about a day." I spent the first afternoon sitting on a roof in the thunder zone, watching lightning come down. That is the entire technique. You watch. You watch it long enough and closely enough, and eventually you stop seeing bolts and start seeing the thing they all have in common. And then your own lightning starts doing something you could not previously make it do. I was there 4 hours before I noticed the second thing. The beasts were coming to me. Not attacking, approaching. Thunder attribute beasts came out of the ruins in ones and twos and stood at the edge of the street looking up at me, and I worked out what was happening about a minute later, and I nearly fell off the roof. My lightning is a signal. An SS-grade natural lightning ability at full output in a place where every living thing has evolved to eat lightning is a dinner bell. I stopped hunting on the second day. I started running a restaurant. I would find an intersection with sightlines, sit down in the middle of it, and let the ability out, and then wait. 2 hours per wave. 1,813 points in the first one. 6 days. I want to be precise about that because it is the single least healthy thing I did that year. 6 days and 6 nights in the Thunder Zone without sleeping, on pills and Earth Spirit Spring and stubbornness, because the waves kept coming, and every wave was worth more than a week in Yangcheng. Around 12,000 points. Then I walked out of the zone, got as far as the villa, and slept for 2 days. Bai Luo checked on me twice on the second day to make sure I was breathing. The Storm Thunder Bear came on the 11th day. Rank 4, upper tier, 2.5 meters at the shoulder, coat crackling, and it came down the main street of a dead town at a flat run with the paving coming apart behind it. I had the spear in my hand. I put it down. There was an instructor from the Thunder Martial Arts School elite camp on a roof about 80 meters away, a man called Cheng Da, who was there to watch a student and who had his bracelet recording out of habit. What he recorded was a rank 3 upper tier walking at a rank 4 upper tier bare-handed and finishing it with Thunder Dragon Fist inside 40 seconds. He showed the footage to his elite camp that evening. The camp is where the Thunder Martial Arts School keeps its own prodigies, and 2 of them, Xie Chao and Du Yu, had spent the previous week being extremely clear about their opinions of visiting students with purchased passes. I am told the room was quiet afterward. Ling Shuang called on the last night of the realm. "The Shanghai branch is finished," she said. "Confirmed this morning. Every cell we had a thread on." Good. Also, the National University League is in March. I have kept your place. You will be the only first year in the entire competition, and I want you to understand that people are going to have opinions about that. I understand. No, you don't, said Ling Shuang. You will. Then she hung up, and I sat on the ridge above a town that has been struck by lightning every hour for 87 years, with 2 months of savings in an account nobody could see, and thought about what a rank 4 divine blood envoy pays. 31 days later, I broke the punch record for the rank 3 pillar as well, and the announcement system called me a first year while it did it, and somebody in the back of the hall shouted the nickname, and about 300 people picked it up. Thunder Emperor. I still hate it. A thunder core is a stone the size of an egg that comes out of a lightning beast, and if you crush one in your hand in an enclosed room, it releases everything that beast ever collected, all at once. I did that in a 30 square meter training room floored in D-grade alloy. The floor went dull red. I stood in blue lightning that was not mine and fed my own gold into it for 2 hours. Physique 3087 to 3090. 3 points. That sounds like nothing. 3 points of physique at that level is 6 days of ordinary training,
and I had bought it with 1 small stone and 1 afternoon, and there were 9 more stones in my ring. In a dark room somewhere in this country, at approximately the same hour, a man made of gray fog was being told that his Shanghai branch had gone silent. There is a church, or something built to look like one, with a blood-red moon on the wall. The grand cult master of the heavenly mandate cult sits in the middle of it, and nobody has ever reported seeing anything of him except 2 red points where eyes would be. 8 cardinals answered when he spoke. 8, every one of them an 8th-tier great grandmaster. Bloodkill. When your business in Jiangnan is finished, destroy Shaoyan. A pause. Together with the Thunder Secret Realm. Understood. The voice that answered was cheerful. I like hunting human geniuses most of all. Bloodkill is 8th tier, middle stage. Ling Shuang was 8th tier, lower stage, as far as anybody outside 3 people knew, and her teleport range was 400 kilometers, as far as anybody outside 3 people knew. The Thunder Secret Realm is 530 kilometers from Shanghai. Somebody in that church had done the arithmetic and written it down, and everybody in the room had agreed that she could not reach me. The Thunder Tower is 110 floors of lightning rods standing in the middle of a dead town. The higher you go, the cleaner the lightning is for observation, which is the entire product. My S-grade pass came with 4 free hours on the 100th floor. After that, you pay in Thunder cores, and a 4th-tier core buys 3 to 6 hours. A 4th-tier core sells for about 2 million yuan. An hour of sitting in a room watching lightning costs as much as a car. I bought 11. What I was after has a name: liquid condensation. It is the stage where a lightning ability stops behaving like electricity and starts behaving like a material you can pour. I sold the month's take on the way in. Storm Thunderbear materials, 33 million. Everything else, 130. 4 space rings out of dead cultists at 37 million each, 148. 311 million yuan in 1 afternoon. Balance, 521.3 million. For an ordinary person, that is a life. For me, it was 1 decent set of S-grade resources, and I did the conversion automatically, without any feeling at all, and I noticed myself doing it and did not much like it. 6 more days in the zone. 4 days to reach the core of it, 2 days inside. 9 4th-tier beasts, 14,000 points, 37 hours of tower time in stones. I also met a 5th tier. I hit it with Heavenly Thunder technique, which is my best single strike at range, and it left marks on it the way a thrown rock leaves marks on a car. Then I left, at speed, and I want to note that scratching a 5th tier across 2 full ranks is a genuine achievement, and that it did not feel like one at the time. On the 11th of February, a red sports car came through the realm's gate. I got a phone call about 90 seconds later. Guess where I am? You're in the Thunder Realm. How did you know that? Darling, I said, where else does the sky flash like a runway? Guoxin and Bai Ling had bought 2 Class B passes at 1,000 credits each and driven 500 kilometers. They had not asked for my address. It had not occurred to either of them that a sealed pocket of space might have street numbers. They had come because the new year was the next day, and I am an orphan, and neither of them had said that out loud, to me or to each other. There are 4 bedrooms in that villa. They took 1 between them and gave me no explanation. We cooked a New Year dinner in a house in a town that has been under a thunderstorm for 87 years. I invited Bai Luo because he was the only other person I knew there. He turned up with a bottle and the slightly stunned air of somebody who had not expected to be invited to anything. We took a photograph on the roof at 11 with the sky going off behind us. At midnight, with fireworks that nobody could see through the clouds, I sent a New Year message to Ling Shuang. She replied in 3 seconds. An 8th-tier Great Grandmaster on New Year's Eve with her phone in her hand. I decided not to think about that. The Thunder Martial Arts School runs an auction inside the realm once every 3 months. 800 invitations, and the entry requirement is 10 million in liquid assets. There was a group of young people at the door making a lot of noise about how anybody who paid for a pass was a fool, and the woman leading them was Du Xia, daughter of Du Kanghai, peak 6th tier, honorary deputy head of the Thunder Martial Arts School. Her brother is Du Wei, 27, peak 4th tier, a spearman. Her reputation preceded her by about 4 meters, and I got the full account from Bai Luo in the queue. The part of it that decided how I behaved later is this. She was known to throw her own bodyguards into beast packs for entertainment. Her own. People employed to protect her.
108 lots. I took 5 4th-tier Thunder Cores for 44 million by raising 2 million in one jump, which cleared the room because nobody wants to fight about stones. Lot 98 was different. Flowing Cloud Gold-Tipped Spear, S-grade, made by a master smith named Jin Wu, 2.1 meters. The shaft is a Khmer alloy, which changes weight according to how much energy you push into it. The head is Ultimate Edge. Base weight 800 kilograms. Maximum weight 100 tons. Opening bid 500 million. Concede it to me, Du Sha said, out loud, across the room at the point where the bidding reached 600, and you'll have the friendship of the Du family. The auctioneer had to publicly remind her that this was not permitted. I did not concede it. She went up in 30 million increments. I went up in whatever she had just bid, plus 10. When my own money ran out at 640, I borrowed from the two women sitting next to me, and I would like to note that Guo Xin offered 500 million and Bai Ling offered $1 billion, and that neither of them asked what it was for. It stopped at 830 million. Her ceiling was 820. I found that out later. Fine, she said, sitting down. I have other methods. The friendship of the Du family, I thought, walking out with a spear on my shoulder. My teacher is a peak 7th tier. My vice principal is an 8th. I would not take that friendship as a gift. Her guard captain was called Du Yan, and he brought 3 others. 2 at 4th tier middle stage, 2 at 4th tier lower. Uncle Du, kill him and strip the equipment. The plan was sensible. Wait at the entrance to the Thunder Zone, follow him in, do it inside. In the Thunder Zone, a body is gone in an hour or two without anybody arranging it. She went along to watch. That detail decided everything that came after. The spear, meanwhile, was ruining me. I pushed a full charge into it, and it went from 800 kilograms to about 6 tons in under a second, and I nearly dropped it on my own foot. Then I understood what it was for. You swing at 800, you land at 6,000. The backswing is fast because the weapon is light, and the impact is catastrophic because by the time it arrives, the weapon is not. It requires you to relearn every movement you have because the center of gravity moves during the strike, and for 2 days I looked like a man who had never held a weapon before. Guo Xin watched me put a thrust through half a meter of D-grade alloy wall on pure inertia and said to Bai Ling, "Has he forgotten how to hold a spear?" "Give it a week," said Bai Ling, who has known me longer. 4 figures followed me into the Thunder Zone on the 14th of February and stayed with me for 10 minutes. I stopped walking. "That's enough. Come out." Du Sha came out with them, which surprised me. "I don't need the spear," she said. "I need your life. Kneel, and it will be quick." I have replayed this many times because of what happened next and because of what people have said about it since. She was standing in a lightning zone with 4 rank 4 bodyguards, having personally come to watch a stranger die over a lost auction in a place where nobody would ever find the body. That was the plan. That was her plan, made calmly in advance with staff. Extreme Thunder State. It takes me under a second now, 189 to 2.2 meters, vertical pupils, and since the 5th day of the realm, gold scale across the shoulders and the knees and the chest, because the 4th layer of the undying lightning body had started showing on the outside. Divine lightning. 4 bolts. It was over before the sound finished. Du Sha went down onto the road and started backing away on her hands. Then she started offering me things. 10 billion, a position in the family, any number of beautiful women, which is a sentence I am reproducing because it tells you exactly what she thought a person was. And when none of that moved me, she reached for the front of her own combat suit and started making a different kind of offer. "You have," I said, "confused the genre." Then she stopped bargaining and started cursing, and the last thing she said to me was that I had better not come out of that zone alive. As you like. 1 movement of the spear, that is all the description it gets. She had arranged for a man to be killed and hidden over an auction lot, and she had come to watch, and the arrangement worked out differently than she had planned. That is the whole of it. If you play that game, you accept the stakes when you sit down. I burned all 5 bodies and, more importantly, all 5 space rings, because the Du family puts trackers in the rings of its people, and I had learned about that 2 hours earlier from Bai Luo over dinner. I missed one thing. Bracelet 003, which was on Du Sha's wrist and which was not a ring, reported to a monitoring station in the family compound that its wearer's heart had stopped.
Du Wei was in the compound when it came through. Who, he said, and the household staff got out of the corridor. Who dared to kill my sister? Every ring tracker was gone. It took Uncle Hao 4 hours to reconstruct it from the auction hall footage. Su Hao, peak 5th tier, grand steward of the Du family, laid out the conflict over Lot 98 and the identity of the winning bidder. Xiao Yan, S rank, Magic City Ability University. A life for a life, Du Wei said. I don't care what rank he is. I want him dead, and the police can take me afterward. Du Hao agreed out loud and disagreed internally, and his reasoning was purely practical. Killing an S-rank student of a top university is a capital matter. The family could not afford to lose its heir on top of its daughter, so he would let the young master open and he would finish it himself. At the outer wall of the realm, on the same evening, a man got out of a car. 1.9 meters, wild hair, an aura that read as roughly 4th tier to the gate staff, and eyes that did not read as anything at all. He bought a Class C pass, which lasts 24 hours. Be aware, the gate officer said, running through the script, that any violation places you on the permanent blacklist. The big man smiled at him. Don't worry, 24 hours is plenty for everything I need. I stayed in the Thunder Zone another 3 days because I did not know anything had happened and because there were beasts in it. 17 4th tier, 4,250 points, 17 cores. I came out on the 17th of February looking like something that had been dragged there. Combat suit shredded, eyes red from 3 nights of arcs, spear across my shoulders because my arms did not want to hold it at the front anymore. There were about a dozen people from the Du family standing at the exit. They had been standing there for days, in shifts. Xu Jingming! Du Wei came through the middle of them. Peak 4th tier, A-grade ability, bloodthirsty mad wolf, and it was already up. Wolf's ears, bloody energy coming off him in sheets. You will pay for my sister with blood. Even if my sister was in the wrong, he said, you should not have killed her. I stood there for a second and genuinely tried to find the sentence. So what should I have done? I said. Died politely? He came in first and I met him with the spear at 6 tons. He was peak 4th tier and I was rank 3 upper tier and he went backwards 40 meters and took out a wall. How? He was on one knee. How is your strength greater than mine? Heavenly thunder technique. Here is the thing nobody in that crowd knew, and it is the reason none of what followed took very long. When I learned that technique in September, the cast took 3 full seconds. 3 seconds is an eternity. 3 seconds is why Rohan Shah thought he could beat me at 10 meters. After a month in a town where the sky never stops, and 11 hours in the top of that tower, the cast takes 0.7. The first bolt came down gold and his A-grade armor came apart and he could not move. Then I called out across the street in a completely conversational voice because I had counted the people in that crowd and one of them was standing much too still. Uncle Hao! The second bolt fell, and Du Wei was no longer there. There were perhaps 60 bystanders on that street. What they had just watched was a rank 3 upper tier kill a peak 4th tier from 40 meters instantly with a technique nobody in that province had ever seen. Du Hao came out of the crowd with fire in both hands, and Du Hao is peak 5th tier, and his flame melts B-grade alloy. It hit me, and it did not reach me because a protective talisman my teacher had put into my equipment in September went off with a sound like a struck bell. He hit it 4 times. He could not get through. Then he stopped and put his hand to his ear and called his family head. Du Changhai crossed 3 kilometers in about 2 breaths, peak 6th tier. He had been in seclusion attempting the 7th, and he had broken it, which for a man of his age means throwing away a decade of preparation. The first thing he did on arrival was kill Du Hao, his own grand steward, 5th tier, 40 years of service. The man was standing in front of him giving a report, and then he was not there anymore, and Du Changhai had not even changed his expression. You failed to protect them, he said, to the space where a person had been. What do I keep you for? Then he turned around to me, and a voice from the crowd said, Oh good, everyone in one place, how convenient. The big man with the wild hair had been standing 30 meters away the entire time, watching, with his hands in his pockets. His aura came off him, and it was 8th tier, and the street could not hold it. I am not going to describe what happened to the people who were standing nearest to him. It was not a fight, and they were not participants. One moment there was a crowd on that road, and a moment later there was a much smaller crowd, further away, and a great deal of quiet.
Cardinal of the Heavenly Mandate cult, he said. Blood kill. He looked around, taking his time. Zhao Gang, Xiao Yan. This is your last day. Zhao Gang is the director of the Realm branch of the Thunder Martial Arts School, 7th tier, middle stage, and he had arrived with 8 people about 90 seconds earlier, including my instructor Cheng Da and Bai Luo. Sunset tier middle stage against 8th tier middle stage is not a fight either, it is a delay. Your school has a space-type grandmaster, doesn't it? Bloodkill was enjoying himself enormously. Call her, go on. Oh dear, you can't? Too far away? 530 kilometers, 400-kilometer range. He had the numbers. They all had the numbers. I have been asked what I felt at that moment, and the honest answer is that I felt the specific relief of a man who has been carrying something in his pocket for 2 months, waiting for exactly this. Why, I said, do people open champagne at halftime? And I crushed the black wooden talisman. A door opened in the air about 4 meters up. She came out of it, walking. That is the detail people always want and never believe. She did not fall out of it, and she did not appear. She stepped out of a hole in space, barefoot, in red, and took 3 unhurried steps across nothing at all on her way down to the road. I concealed my breakthrough on purpose, Ling Shuang said. I did not really expect you to take the bait. Bloodkill's face changed. She had been 8th tier middle stage since January. Her range had been 600 kilometers since January. She had told the vice rectors, and she had told my teacher, and she had told me, and she had let the rest of the world go on believing the old numbers for 6 weeks specifically so that somebody would try this. They were the same tier now, same stage. Her ability is S-grade space, his is B-grade. He turned to run inside 2 seconds, which I respect as a professional judgment. Space dual polarity realm. He ran for half an hour. He ran hard, at full output, with everything he had, and he stayed exactly where he was, because the ground he was crossing was not connected to anything. He swallowed an 8th grade bloodburst pill somewhere in the middle of it. It bought him about 4 minutes. I sat on a broken wall and watched an 8th tier great grandmaster of the Heavenly Mandate cult die in a box. And the thought I had while it happened is not a good one. It is also true. I wonder how many points an 8th tier would have paid. 50,000? More? Afterward, she came over and handed me another black wooden talisman. You used the first one correctly, she said. Take a second. Thank you, Ma. I heard it leave my mouth. I have never in my life shut a word down that fast. Principal Ling, she looked at me. What? Nothing, a slip of the tongue. Said Ling Shuang, and went to deal with the prisoner. And Bai Luo, standing 2 meters away, looked at me like somebody who has just witnessed something he will never be able to unsee. 2 orders went out that evening. The first was to circulate a rumor that Vice Principal Ling Shuang had been severely injured in the engagement and could no longer teleport. Zhao Gang suggested it. She approved it in about 4 seconds. If the cult had bitten once, it would bite again. The second was that every combat recording of mine inside the realm was to be classified immediately, because the National University League was in 3 weeks, and there was no reason at all to let anybody study me for free. Then Ling Shuang sat down with the whole story of the Du family, in order, and listened to all of it without saying anything. Murder over an auction lot. Then a second attempt on the victim, at the exit, in public. Du Kanghai, she said. I sentence you to 20 years. Do you accept? I accept. He said it immediately. There is no appeal against a sentence pronounced by an 8th tier in that country, and everybody in that street knew it, including him. The Du family did not survive the month. The heir was dead, the daughter was dead, the head was in custody, and 3 other families took the assets apart before the paperwork was finished. I made a joke, later that evening, about deserving a reward for my role as bait. What would you like? She said it seriously. I backed out of it immediately, because I had not meant it, and because there is nothing more dangerous than an 8th tier taking your joke as a request. She took a silver bracelet off her own wrist and put it in my hand. Guardian Talisman, 8th grade, single use. It will hold 1 strike from an 8th tier middle stage, and it triggers on its own when you are about to die. Bai Luo made a noise beside me. He explained afterward that there are 7th tier grandmasters who spend careers hoping to be issued one of those and never are. Principal Ling, I said, if you ever need anything from me, I won't refuse. The bracelet was still warm, and it smelled faintly of her perfume, and I put it on my left wrist because my right one already had my teacher's on it. I've thought about that a fair amount. At 18 years old, I was walking around with a talisman from a grandmaster on one wrist and a talisman from a great grandmaster on the other, and I had not paid for either of them, and neither of them had ever asked me for anything. She gave me one piece of advice before she left, and she gave it in a completely different voice than she uses for anything else. An SS rank ability appears on Blue Star once in 10 or 20 years. The last one was 4 years ago in Africa. He moved to the United States within 18 months. After the League, things will come toward you. Money will come. Rank will come. Invocations will come from people you have never heard of, and they will be extremely reasonable and extremely patient. And some of them will arrive in the form of somebody charming who happens to be interested in exactly the things you are interested in. You are going to be 18 and famous. Be suspicious of anything that arrives easily. And understand this clearly. Great Xia does not stop pursuing people who leave with what she gave them. Ever. There is precedent, and I am not going to tell you the name. Zhao Gong upgraded my realm pass to permanent that night and added 24 hours on the 110th floor, which is normally priced in 6th tier cores. Ling Shuang teleported me straight into the room, which saved me a lift. The 110th floor of the Thunder Tower is a single circular chamber with a window that looks straight up into the storm. I sat in it and tried to compress my own lightning into a liquid, and it exploded back into gas, and I did it again, and it exploded back into gas. 100 and something attempts. And then, somewhere around hour 19, with no warning at all, it simply held. Gold lightning, flowing thick and slow, running over my palm like magma with a current in it, liquid condensation. Before this, Dutian was a wild horse. After this, it was a wild horse that knows my name. I came out of the tower with 18,231 ability points and spent almost all of it before I had reached the ground floor. Undying Lightning Body, 4th layer to 5th, 15,000 points. Physique, 3,122 to 4,102, 980 in one purchase. The scale of that will not mean much unless you remember that I started this story at 121. The gold scale finished coming in across my shoulders and back and chest. It is not obvious under clothing. It is extremely obvious in a swimming pool, and I have stopped going to swimming pools. 2,573 more took my fist technique from advanced to master. 30 to 40 punches in a second or two, each one breaking the sound barrier. I can kill a storm thunder bear with one now, and I know that because I did. And there was one more thing, which was not in any manual. I had spent 11 hours in a tower watching lightning, and 6 days in a zone where every animal produces it. And somewhere in there, I started being able to make a storm about a meter across. Just a small one. It sits in the air, and it turns, and things inside it stop being fine. It is a miniature and very poor copy of a storm thunder bear's innate ability, built by a human being who watched one closely enough. It is also the first technique I have ever made instead of bought, and it is not very good, and I have never been prouder of anything. The last thing I did before leaving the realm was compress a full charge of Dutian into a sphere about the size of a basketball and hold it at arm's length. Ling Shuang was standing next to me at the time. She looked at it for a while. "Your physique has gone up again." "I got lucky." "You got lucky," she repeated. "Very lucky." She opened her mouth, then she closed it, and looked at the small gold sun sitting in my hand and said nothing at all, which, from her, is the highest compliment available. The National University League runs in 2 stages. The first stage starts on the 25th of February and involves several thousand universities and takes half a month, and out of it come the top 10. The second stage starts on the 10th of March. The 3 top universities are seeded. We do not play the first stage, we walk in at the second. There are 3 disciplines: team combat, individual combat, survival. Whoever takes 2 of the 3 takes the overall championship. Ling Shuang made me captain. Vice principal, I'm a first year. This school looks at strength, not year. She did not look up from the roster. Name somebody stronger. I could not. There is one thing, I said. I'm worried about injuring them in training. Try not to kill anybody, said Ling Shuang.
Shuang. Beyond that, use your judgment. The roster went up at 8 in the morning, and the campus split in half by 9. One faction held that the captaincy belonged to Fang Lei, 4th year, 4th tier middle stage, 1st place on the combat power ranking, nickname Iron Bear, who had earned it over 4 years in public. The other faction was for the Thunder Emperor, and used a great many exclamation marks. The argument was reasonable, and I want to be fair to it.
From outside, all anybody could see was a first year with a nickname, a lot of rumors, and a vice principal who had unaccountably decided to bet the school's championship on him. Every one of my realm recordings was classified. My study tour footage was classified. There was no public evidence of anything. Du Chengzi read the whole thread and posted nothing, and told me a year later what he had been thinking while he read it, which was, with a person like that, you cannot compare yourself. You can only decide whether to keep going. I went to my teacher's house for tea. You killed her correctly, Yang Zhentian said when I got to the Du family. Leave that kind of thing half-finished, and it comes back larger. Then he asked, the way he asks about the weather, where I currently was. In the normal state, peak 4th tier. In extreme thunder state, 5th tier lower. He put the cup down. 2 major ranks. He sat there for a while with an expression I had not seen him wear before, and then said, "The problem is not you. The problem is that the school's opinion is landing on Vice Principal Ling, and she has held that post for 3 years. That is, the part I had not thought about. She had put her name on a first-year captain in public. Every day the forum argued that was her judgment being argued about by 4,000 people in writing. So fix it, said my teacher, publicly and with numbers. The combat power ranking is a virtual system. You go into a full immersion capsule and you climb a tower of scenarios, and how far you get produces a number, and the number is not arguable because Aura calculates it. My entry read, rank 4,123rd, combat power 0. I had never once been in a capsule. There had never been a reason. Fang Lei sat at number 1 with 502,513. They log your techniques first in a 5-meter scanning frame, which I appreciated, because at 2.2 meters in extreme thunder state, I do not fit in most doorways. There is a separate top-tier capsule reserved for S-rank students. It runs on 1% of Aura's total processing capacity, which is a number I did not think about at the time and have since found faintly alarming. Aura was waiting inside it, and she was not a ball. She was a green-haired girl about waist height with 2 tails of hair and an expression of deep suspicion. You're going to pinch my cheeks again, aren't you? I've never pinched your cheeks. You have pinched my sphere. It is the same thing. She folded her arms. I can also present as a bearded man if you prefer. She did it. Change back, I said. Change back immediately. Here is what Aura actually is, incidentally, and nobody at that school finds it strange. She was excavated. She is an artificial intelligence recovered from the ruins of the ancient civilization, and her memory was wiped before we found her, and she has been running a university for 200 years without anybody knowing who wrote her. Floors 1 through 20 took 3 minutes. That works out at under 9 seconds a floor, which is not fighting, it is walking through a room and having everything in it stop. 214,000. 42nd place. Floor 21 is the threshold of the first echelon at 240,000, and it took 1 movement. Floor 22 is 20 rank 4 lower tier beasts at once, and it took 1 liquid sphere. Floor 23 is an armored earth dragon, 4th tier middle stage, and its entire design is the highest lightning resistance in the system, 354,000. 19th. Floor 24 is 5 of them. I put 1 sphere of liquid deutium into the middle of the group, and the detonation cleared 50 meters. 404,000. Top 10. Floor 25 is a storm thunderbear at the peak of the 4th tier. Fang Lei cleared floor 25. It took him half an hour, and it is, correctly, the achievement his reputation is built on. I killed it with 1 Thunder Dragon fist in under 20 seconds, because I had killed a real one 3 weeks earlier in a real street, and the simulation had not been updated. 514,000. First place. In a villa on the other side of campus, a 4th year named Yu Hong was refreshing a forum thread. Maybe the timestamp is wrong, he said. It isn't, said Fang Lei, who was looking at the same screen. 3 separate people posted it. He's ahead of me, and not by a little. Phil 26 is 5 Storm Thunderbears. That one cost me a quarter of my reserve, because it is what Thunder God's finger costs,
and there was a crater 100 meters across afterward with nothing in it. 710,000. For the record, said Aura, appearing on my shoulder as a very small, green-haired girl, in 100 years, exactly one other student has cleared floor 25 at rank 3 upper tier. Who? Chai Yuan, 103 years ago, also SS rank, enhancement type. He died in a ruin at 26, and he is in the school history textbook. A pause. He was not as handsome as you. Aura. That is objective data. Floor 27 is an Earth Black Wolf. 5th tier, lower stage, the size of a tank, with earth wall and a barrage of thrown earth. That was the first genuine fight I had been in for months. It moved faster than anything that size has a right to. Twice, it put a wall up between me and my own strike. Once I caught its throat with a liquid edge and cut about a millimeter deep, and a claw came off it charred, and it grew a new one in 11 seconds. 20 minutes. I finished it with the spear through the head at 6 tons, and my armor was gone, my suit was gone, and my reserve was at nothing. 1,014,000, twice Fang Lei's number. And the conclusion I came out of that fight with was not pride, it was a gap in my inventory. I have an S-grade ranged technique, I have an S-grade defensive technique, I have an S-grade body technique. I do not have an S-grade spear technique, and against something that fast, Thunder God's Finger and Heavenly Thunder technique are both useless, because both of them require time I do not have. Floor 28 is 5 Earth Black Wolves, and it killed me in about 90 seconds. They put a wall across every line I could take. There is no answer to that at my level, and I did not find one. The system disconnects your sensory feed at the moment of death, which I understand is a design decision made after some incidents in the 80s. Floor 30 is the ceiling of the entire system. An ordinary Magic City graduate finishes at 4th tier middle stage. I climbed out of the capsule, and there were over 100 people in the hall. Somebody asked for an autograph, then everybody did. My teacher's reaction, delivered by phone, was one sentence. 1,000,000 combat power is the killing of a 5th-tier beast. There are not many people on this planet who can do that. Ling Shuang's reaction was longer, and she did not say most of it to me. She worked out, correctly, that I had not gone into that capsule for the 2,000 credit prize. She has never mentioned it. But she stopped reading the forum that week, and the arguments stopped on their own, and I would like the record to show that I did it on purpose. Yu Hong, who had spent 3 days planning to challenge me publicly, posted a retraction consisting of the words, "No, no, no," repeated several times. The first team training session was 8 of us in a private arena. Fang Lei, 4th tier middle, tank and melee, ability Iron Giant Bear. Shen Fang, called Ice Mountain, a caster with extreme cold ice soul. Jia Yan, an assassin, Demon Moon Blood Fox, who I did not see arrive and who was standing behind me. Hei Ping, black-rimmed glasses, support, 10,000 revolutions of spiritual light, top 10 on the ranking. Reserves, Yu Hong, Du Changfeng, and Gao Xuan, who heals. My teacher opened the session with one sentence. Xiao Yan possesses an SS rank ability, Du Tian Divine Lightning. Nobody said anything for a while. Fang Lei looked at the floor and then laughed, once, in a way that sounded like relief. Then I showed them everything, because a team that does not know what its captain can do will position itself wrong and get somebody killed. Master-level spearmanship, Thunder Prison, Thunder Spear, Chain Thunder Spear, Thunder Flash. That was the warm-up, I said. Then the 4 S grades, Extreme Thunder State, Netherworld Thunder Armor, Heavenly Thunder Technique. Then Thunder God's Finger into the far wall of an arena floored in C-grade alloy, which produced a crater 100 meters across. Jia Yan, who had not spoken at all. That is a 3rd-tier strike? Dean. Yu Hong had both hands up. Dean, please ask the captain to hit softer. Otherwise, there won't be anything left for us to do. The team turned out to be genuinely good, and I discovered something at that session that I had not known. I was missing. He Ping's baseline buff is plus 20%. On me in Extreme Thunder State, it reads 30. His S-grade, Bestowal of Spiritual Light, is 40. Gao Xuan brought Fang Lei back from a state I would describe as terminal in about 4 seconds. A walking Earth Spirit Spring. And in the middle of a 5-on-3 exercise, I went forward through a line without checking behind me, because there were people behind me whose entire job was that, and it took me a full second to understand why the sensation was unfamiliar. I had been fighting alone for a year. Guo Xin was waiting outside the building afterward in a training suit that I am reliably informed was one size too small on purpose, and which I am further informed was the direct advice of Wu Qian. You promised me a spar. Haven't you been beaten enough? Beat me, she said, convincingly. I held myself down to rank 2 lower tier, and it was still one-directional, and after about 10 minutes she planted the halberd and stood there breathing. You won. I did. I'm not convinced. A pause. Yen, do you like me? I stood there for several minutes. She waded through all of it without saying anything else, which is the single most impressive thing she has ever done, and there is a lot of competition. The answer was not complicated. I had just been slow about looking at it. It was not the face, and it was not the family. It was that she conceded first place at the freshman competition out loud in front of witnesses, and then went and took second by force. It was that she waited an hour to fight Du Chengzi at full strength when she could have had him on the floor. It was 11 hours standing over a cocoon in the dark in a demon cave with a halberd, alone, without her ability, because turning it on would have brought everything for 2 kilometers. Yes, I said. She hit me in the chest again, which is apparently now how she does this. Good, me too. Let's be together. There is a version of my life where I said the other thing, where I said not yet, I am too weak after I get stronger. I had rehearsed that version. I had been carrying it around since December. It is a coward's sentence, and I am glad I did not use it. On the 4th of March, I took 3 days and went back to Yuan Shui. I drove Bai Ling's car, which does over 400, and turned a 2-hour train into 50 minutes, and which was recognized at the supply base gate before I had opened the door, and which caused a certain amount of grief among her followers. Zhao Ruo's team was in the lobby. They had been talking about me approximately 4 minutes earlier, which they told me immediately because Shenhua has no capacity for subterfuge. Then Shenhua read my aura and stopped mid-sentence. 3rd tier, upper. 6 months ago, said Zhao Ruo, he was rank 1. She held the look a second longer. Well, she said, my heart is broken. That one is for looking at from a distance. 3 days in the Yuan Shui wilderness produced 5,000 points. 5,000. 3 days. I killed 4 4th-tier beasts and did not meet a single 5th. I ended up using Thunder God's finger to flatten the ruins of small towns with 1st-tier packs living in them, which is like paying a mortgage in coins. The conclusion was unavoidable and slightly sad, because that place made me. An ordinary wilderness area does not feed me anymore. From here, it is demon caves or nothing. I spent the rest of the trip in the technique library. There are exactly 5 S-grade lightning spear techniques in the collection. I took Thunder Pierce Demon Slaying Spear, top level, 3,200 points. The reasoning came directly out of floor 28. Thunder God's Finger takes 2 seconds to release. Heavenly Thunder Technique takes 0.7. In both of those windows, I am a statue, and a peak 4th tier crosses 100 meters in that time and puts something through me. A spear thrust takes 0.1 seconds. Speed is damage. It is the whole lesson, and it took me getting killed by 5 wolves to learn it. The second one cost 400 points and is only A grade, and I think about it more. Thunder Shadow Body. It generates a shadow that strikes immediately after your own strike, at 30% of the force. 30% is not much. That is not what it is for. There is a dead moment between any 2 attacks, however fast you are, and everyone above the 4th tier lives in those moments. Everybody looks for a stronger technique. I needed a third hand. On my way out of Yuan Shui, I passed a woman selling flowers out of a basket by the station. 100-color flower, F grade, which means no cultivation value at all. It only grows around Yuan Shui and only in spring. 1,000 coins a bunch. I bought 3. 1 for Guo Xin, 1 for Bai Ling because she made 160 pills and would not take payment, and 1 for Ling Shuang, which I handed over in a corridor outside the library without any particular ceremony because she had happened to be walking past. She looked at it for a moment. People have been giving that woman things since she was 11 years old. A grade, S grade. Somebody once gave her an SSS grade resource as a birthday present, and she has mentioned it exactly once in passing in a tone of mild irritation. Nobody had ever given her a 1,000-coin flower. She took it, and she said thank you. And later that day, without appearing to think about it, she sealed the bunch inside a pocket of her own space so that it would never wilt. She does not know that I know that. You cannot buy an 8th tier. There is nothing anybody at my level owns that an 8th tier wants. You can bring one a flower. 2 days before we flew, I beat the God Squad in the virtual system. That is what they call the 2 strongest teams in the school's 100-year history, and Aura keeps them in the capsules as final bosses. I beat the weaker of the two, and it was a Pyrrhic victory in the technical sense, which is to say I finished it alone, on my knees, in a state that the system flagged as terminal. The school gave me 20 inside-tier tickets for the league. An ordinary ticket costs 10,000 coins. Inside-tier tickets are not sold to the public at any price. I gave them to my aunt and my uncle and He Yue, to Yang Mei, to Zhao Feng, who screamed, to Du Guang, who asked whether he was allowed to bring a sign. The team uniform is black with gold, with the crest on the chest. A sword in a ring of thorned roses. On the 9th of March, Ling Shuang took a fighter out of her space ring and set it down on the stadium field, and several thousand students came out to shout at us while we boarded. The destination was Qingshu, in the capital region, which is the city built at the mouth of Demon Cave No. 5. Qingsu is built at the mouth of Demon Cave No. 5, and there is nothing below the third tier living inside that cave, which tells you what kind of city grows on the doorstep. It is richer than most provincial capitals. The fighter came down on a landing pad with a crowd behind a cordon, and the first team to reach us on the tarmac was Jingda. Their captain is Zhao Qi, 4th tier upper stage. A pseudo-S-grade Earth ability called Meteor Soil Heavenly Firmament, which is the sort of name a school gives an ability when it wants a sponsor. He shook my hand and looked at me the way you look at a queue you are about to be moved to the front of. See you at the ceremony. They walked off. They're arrogant, said Shenfang. They won once, said Jiayan, and decided it was permanent. When the tournament starts, I said, I'll explain who owns this place. I went to the station that afternoon to meet my family because 20 inside-tier tickets is a lot of people. He Yue was on the platform with Guo Cheng and Meng Di. So was a group from Baishan University. Were drunk at 4 in the afternoon, and one of whom had decided that my cousin needed to know his name. Xie Ming, deputy captain of the Baishan team, peak 3rd tier. He tried 3 times. She said no 3 times, in ascending order of clarity, and on the 3rd one, he called her something. Guo Cheng stepped in front of her, which at rank 1 upper tier was a purely symbolic gesture, and everybody involved knew it. You're not in the weight class to be intervening, Xie Ming said, and let his aura out, and Guo Cheng went down onto one knee on a train platform. I came up behind him and he backed into me. He turned around fast, and then more slowly. He isn't in the weight class, I said. Am I? There is a specific quiet that a drunk man produces when his body has understood something before he has. Nothing to say? Excellent. I hit him, open hand, gold lightning through it, and I held back very deliberately because I have hit things with that hand and I know what happens to them. He crossed the platform. There were teeth on the concrete. I put a knee into him on the way past, and then the Baishan team picked him up and carried him out, and their captain, Xiao Fan, told me he would be filing a formal complaint. File it. Guo Xin then met my family, and my family did not recover. She gave my aunt a case of B-grade cultivation resources and described them as nothing special. Each of those is 5 or 6 million yuan. Then she called 4 sports cars with drivers, and every driver was at least peak 3rd tier, and drove everybody to one of the several dozen villas her family owns within walking distance of the stadium. Guo Cheng got beside me at the door. Brother Ming, he whispered, who exactly is your girlfriend? The Zhou family. Yes, but who? The Zhou family is a clan built around an 8th tier great grandmaster with holdings in every demon cave in the country. I did not know most of that when I asked her out, and I have decided that this is the correct order. 60,000 people were in that stadium by 9 in the morning on the first day, and the 105th National University League opened with 10 universities on the field. The prizes. The team championship pays S-grade combat suits for every member. The individual pays a 30 cubic meter space ring. Survival pays a 6th grade protective talisman. Team combat is 45 matches, round robin, 5 a day, 9 days. They drew the order live. Our first match was Baishan. What luck, I said. Across the field, an entire university team turned to look at their captain, and one of them said, audibly enough to reach the 3rd row, Captain, can I be substituted out? You cannot. The arena is 400 meters square, floored in C-grade memory alloy. The energy shield around it holds a 5th tier strike. There are 4 6th tier referees at the corners and a 7th tier healer on standby, which is not decoration, it is a budget line. The horn went, and I walked forward alone. 30 meters ahead of my own line, into open ground by myself. He's broken formation. That's suicide. They'll focus him. Bai Shan did exactly that, because it was correct. Every wind blade they had, plus their captain's S-grade technique, dimensional wind blade, which covers every line of approach at once, and which is genuinely a very good technique. I put up a net of liquid duchen. An S-grade technique went into it and stopped being anything, the way a drop of water stops being a drop when it lands in the sea. In the instructor boxes, several people stood up. That's not an energy net. That's liquid condensation. He's a first year. I closed the distance and made one thrust, and the spear went from 800 kilograms to 6 tons in the last third of it, and Xiao Fan's sword left his hands and went over the shield line. 2 came in from the flanks. I widened the net and both of them went 6 meters and did not get up. Thunder Prison. Their 2 ranged fighters were at the back, where ranged fighters correctly stand, and the cage came down over both of them at once. The match was over in under 30 seconds. An ordinary league team match runs over 10 minutes. The problem was the color. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder is documented. It is dark violet and it reads as ancient, and there are recordings of it. Every analyst in that stadium had spent 3 weeks studying an ability that no longer exists. What came out of me was gold, and it read as something else entirely. And Jingda's analysis suite, which is the best in the country, gave its answer to their staff box inside 90 seconds. Dutian Divine Lightning. Rating SS. Vice Rector Zhao Ping of Jingda said, out loud, in a box with an open microphone 40 centimeters from him, SS rank? An evolution from S to SS? That has never happened in human history. There were foreign observers in the inside tier with their own instruments. 3 separate delegations made calls before the teams had left the arena. Give it to the press. Let the whole world know. The headlines were up within the hour. After 23 years, Great Xia has an SS rank again. It trended domestically, then internationally, then in places I have never been to. My name was pronounced 4 different ways on 4 different networks, and none of them were right. In a quiet room, a long way from that stadium, 2 men were playing chess. One of them was Liang Long, whom I had met once and who had put a seal in my forehead. The other was Councilman Zhao Zhi, 9th tier, peak, a man with an ability called Azure Heavenly Dragon, who has been alive for a little over 200 years. Foreign insects, Zhao Zhi said, without looking up from the board. Ignore them. Who is guarding him? Ling Shuang. Zhao Zhi moved a piece. Then I have no concerns. That is also, incidentally, how I found out why an 8th tier Great Grandmaster works as a university vice principal. She is hiding. The Du family, before I ever met any of them, had spent years trying to arrange a marriage for her, and the pressure came from high enough that refusing it in the open would have cost the Thunder Martial Arts School more than she was willing to let it cost. So she took a post at a school and stayed there and let the world assume she liked libraries. The individual competition is 64 entrants and 32 first-round matches. My first opponent was Guo Chao of Jincheng, 4th tier lower, wind type, and he had clearly watched the Banshan tape. He went up, 75 meters straight up and hovered there. Until your energy runs out, he called down, you cannot touch me. He was not wrong on the numbers. My standing jump is 32 meters. Thunder Spear will reach him, but he was drifting constantly, and at that range, a thrown bolt is a prediction, not an attack. The stadium settled in for a long one. I let Dutian out to 40 meters, and then I did the thing I had built out of a bear. I twisted it. A storm vortex, 30 meters across and climbing, gold, turning, and it started pulling. People 200 meters away in the stands lost hats and drinks, and one man lost a tray of noodles that is preserved forever on the broadcast. You can fly, I said. In a storm, I could pull a fighter jet down. His airspeed halved. Thunderspear left my hand at 3 or 4 times the speed of sound, went through an S-grade wind god's barrier as though the barrier were a rumor, and took him out of the sky. The medical team had him inside 40 seconds, and he was conscious before the next match. The audience spent the interval doing forensic comparison, because Guo Chao was walking around by that evening, and the deputy captain of Bai Shan was still in a tank. Somebody found the station footage. It went around in about 2 hours, and the general verdict was that Xie had got off lightly, and my public standing, which I had assumed was about to take damage, went up instead. Match 3 was Suzhou Hangzhou University, who finished 4th in the previous league and who had prepared specifically. I walked out alone again.
"We're not Bai Shan," their A-rank lightning type shouted, and he was right, and he hit me with Thunder Python, which is an excellent A-grade technique. The Python came 7 or 8 meters into my gold and dissolved. My discharge radius is 50 meters with He Ping's buff on me. Theirs was 40. That is the entire fight, and it was decided before anybody moved. The only reason it ran longer than Bai Shan is that 3 of their enhancement types, including their captain Sun Jie, saw me raise the spear and elected, in real time, on a national broadcast, to disperse rather than take it. Their own stands were furious with them. There were memes by dinner. 3-on-1, and they ran. Under 3 minutes. By the 4th day, the other universities had stopped analyzing us, and one coach said so in a press conference. They flattened Suzhou Hangzhou. What is there to analyze? On the 16th of March, we played Jin Cheng, and Jin Cheng did something intelligent. They substituted out 3 starters and fielded 2 supports and 3 ranged fighters and not 1 melee combatant. Then their captain, Xiao Yang, activated an SS-grade technique called life sharing, which he had spent 2 years learning. Every point of damage taken by anyone on that team is reduced by 60% and then divided equally across all 5 of them. On top of that, 3 S-grade elemental barriers, layered, and a dedicated healer behind them. "Hit us as much as you like," Xiao Yang called across the arena. "Take a full minute." Shen Fang opened with her own S-grade, Ice Rhombus Rain, which is a genuinely frightening technique. It did not leave a mark, not a crack, not a red line on a status display. Up in the box, Ling Shuang leaned across to the vice-rector of Jin Cheng. "A wager." "An S-grade resource," said Bai Long. "SS," said Ling Shuang. There was a pause of about 4 seconds, and by every account of that conversation, the reason he agreed was that he had personally stress-tested life-sharing 3 weeks earlier and had not been able to break it with a 5th tier and an A-grade ability. Extreme Thunder State. Hui Ping put Bestowal of Spiritual Light on me from 30 meters back, which is his S-grade, and which is worth 30% on top of everything I have. Xiao Yang laughed at me across the arena, and it was a reasonable thing to laugh at. Your state strengthens your body. It doesn't strengthen your ability. That is completely correct. It was also 9 in the morning under a clear sky, and the sky started making noise. 60,000 people looked up at nothing. A column of gold went up from my hand into the cloud layer that had not been there 90 seconds earlier, and then something came back down out of it, and it was not a bolt. It was a finger. 200 meters of it, patterned along its length with markings that nobody has ever satisfactorily translated, descending slowly, the way a hand comes down on a table when somebody has heard enough. There is a section of that stadium that holds season tickets for a particular religious community, and I am told that a number of them began to pray, and I have never held that against them. The first S-grade barrier broke like a sheet of ice. The second broke. The third broke. "Hold!" Xiao Yang was shouting. "Tide of life now." Life sharing does exactly what it advertises. It reduced the damage by 60% and divided the remainder equally across 5 people, and all 5 of them went off the arena floor at once. You can stretch a spring as far as you like. You can stretch it for a full minute, and it will come back. Break it, and it does not come back. Bai Long did not say anything at all for a while. The stake was an SS-grade fruit called Crimson Flame Spirit, which carries a genuine chance of causing an ability evolution. Ling Shuang collected it, and then handed me a case of 6th-grade Origin Return pills instead, S-grade, which multiply cultivation speed by 20. "You want those more." "Principal Ling," I said, "you should bet on me more often." She looked at me over the case for slightly too long. "I intend to." The quarter-final of the individual bracket paired me with Sun Jie of Suzhou Hangzhou, the captain, the one who had chosen, on camera, to disperse. He had spent 4 days reading about it. "This time," he said on the line, "I am not dodging." The horn went, thunder flash, and then one movement of the spear. His A-grade alloy blade deformed. The shaft caught him across the waist, and he skipped twice across the arena floor like a stone thrown flat across water, and the referee's shield caught him at the boundary. The announcer had not finished the sentence introducing the match. He was smiling when they picked him up. I heard it on the broadcast later. "This time," he said, "I didn't dodge." Even the 4th-tier middle stages in the stands had not seen the dash. That same afternoon, Zhao Qi of Jingda took Shen Fang out of the team competition. He did it deliberately, and he did it in front of me. And before the match, he shouted up at our bench, "Do you think you're the only one with a body tempering technique?" Thick earth body.
He went past 2 meters, sheathed in stone, and opened with a sandstorm that blinded the whole quarter of the arena and followed it with thick earth cleave straight through Shenfang's S-grade barrier. She was unconscious before she landed. Second instant elimination of the day, and the only one that was not mine. He looked up at me on the way off. I'll be waiting for you in the final. Don't be late. The stadium got quiet on the 7th day, and it got quiet in a way that had nothing to do with the arena. A woman came into the inside tier, and the entire stand stood up. Gao Mei, master of the Thunder Martial Arts School, 9th tier, S-grade ability, Jade Pure Divine Lightning. One of the handful of people who sit at the top of this country, and she had come in person, and she had not come for the tournament. Principal Sun of our Elemental Academy offered, twice, to open negotiations on her behalf. There's no need, she said. After the individual final, I will go to him myself. She scanned me from 120 meters away, and I felt it happen and could do nothing at all about it. Her assessment, which she gave me later without my asking, physique far above the normal band for that tier, with a beast aura underneath it, therefore blood tempering. Aura dense and even, with none of the fraying you see in someone who has been pushed up on pills. A good seedling, she said, and then she frowned, because I fight at close range with a 2.1 meter spear, and she is the saint of a magic school. The semi-final was Guo Peng of Jingda, 4th tier middle stage. They call him the Fist King, great strength of the demon ape, and he has boxed since he was 7 years old, which is 15 years. He made me an offer on the line, in front of a microphone, and it was a con, and both of us knew it. How about you fight me with fists? I put the spear away. The stands made a noise I can only describe as concerned. He was good. That matters because of how it ended. 15 years of one discipline produces something that talent cannot buy, and for the first 90 seconds he read me correctly twice. The thing that beat him was not strength. There is a pause after any punch. It is very short. Everybody above the 4th tier lives in those pauses, and Guo Peng found mine on the 3rd exchange and stepped into it, and something hit him from the same angle I had just vacated. Thunder Shadow Body, A grade, 400 points, 30% damage, delivered immediately behind my own strike. He went sideways. 2 meters. Does Xiaoyan have a third hand? The commentator that day was Cheng Kai, Deputy Director of the National Education Bureau, 8th tier. He explained the technique to 10 million people and admitted on air that he had never seen anybody use it. It is rated A grade and considered weak, so nobody teaches it. Everybody looks for a stronger technique. I needed a third hand. I finished it with Thunder Dragon Fist through his guard and into the right shoulder. I want to note the target because he noticed it and thanked me for it 11 days later in a corridor. The correct target at that moment was the body. It would have ended the match half a second faster, and it would have taken him out of the league and possibly out of the next 2 years, because the organs are where a martial artist's foundation lives, and there are some things a 7th tier healer cannot put back. I hit the shoulder, shoulders heal. In the instructor boxes, the conversation was about something else entirely. His spearmanship is master level. His fist technique is also master level. He's a spearman. Where does a spearman get a master level fist? The individual final ran at 8 in the evening under lights, with a promotional hologram over the arena and 60,000 in the stands and better than 10 million watching live. Zhao Qi against me. Extreme Thunder State against Thick Earth Body. The arena split down the middle, gold on one side and brown dust on the other, and the shield operators had to reinforce twice in the first minute. Earth counters lightning. That is not a superstition, it is the actual physics of it. Earth grounds, Earth absorbs, Earth does not conduct. He was a full rank above me and running a pseudo-S ability that was designed to eat exactly what I do, and we were level. Thunder Spear first, his wall shield held it. Then Explosive Step into Thick Earth Cleave, which is the combination that took Shen Fang off the field in a second and a half, and I blocked it with Lightning Gale Break. Lightning Gale Break is a D-grade technique. It came free in a starter package the day I got a system, and I have carried it since I was 18 years old and 4 hours, and it is at master level now, and the spear was at 6 tons when it arrived. Something's wrong, Zhao Qi said, and backed off. Then he switched on Earth Protection, which is his S grade and which draws strength directly out of the ground under him, and can be sustained for 5 minutes, and which took him from a rank above me to genuinely above me. The next 4 minutes were the hardest fight I had that year, and I include the Earth Black Wolf. At the end of it, we were both finished. His stone was cracked from the collar down. I had nothing left in the reserve, and my arms had started reporting problems. If you were a year older, Zhao Qi said, breathing hard, I don't think I would win. He set his feet. But I am 3 years older than you, and there is a technique I haven't shown you. Block it, and you've won. What a coincidence, I said. So is there. Mountain cleaving, earth splitting. S-grade, top level, and it comes in at 3 times the speed of sound. Thunder pierced demon slaying spear. He told me afterward what the last half second was like from his side, and it is the only compliment I have ever kept. He said he heard the air scream around the spear before he saw the spear. 3,200 points, bought in a library in Yuan Shui because 5 wolves killed me in a simulator and I finally understood that speed is damage. The tip went into his right chest. His technique died on the backswing and his blade hit the floor. What? Said Zhao Qi. A fast spear. 60,000 people said nothing at all for about 2 seconds. Then the noise started and it did not stop for a long time. Individual champion. Chung Kai said something on air during it that his own bureau spent the next week walking back. On personal combat power, that is the strongest competitor this league has produced in over 10 years. And incidentally, if he ever wants to work at the Education Bureau, we will give him any terms he asks for. Several other factions, watching live, are reported to have used language. Ling Shuang teleported 3 of us into a villa afterward. Me, my teacher, and herself. Gao Mei was already sitting down. Liang Long had come at me with his spirit, once, without asking. She did the opposite. She poured tea, and she waited until I had drunk some of it, and she opened with the one argument I could not answer. Magic City is an excellent school, and it will serve you until the 4th tier. After that, its cupboard is bare. You are a first year at the 3rd tier upper stage. She set the cup down. You will not last 4 years there. You will empty it in 1. Then she gave me 4 conditions. 1. 100 million coins a month. That is 1.2 billion a year personally to an 18-year-old with no performance clause attached. 2. A place in the Global Prodigy Camp. 3. Free access to every technique the Thunder Martial Arts School holds, every grade, including S, including SS, including SSS. 4. Personal disciple of Gao Mei, 9th tier, saint of the school. I want to explain why the 3rd one is the one that mattered, because on the face of it, the money is the impressive number. I do not need resources. I have never needed resources. My breakthroughs come out of an account that nobody can see, and my body improves on a schedule that nobody can audit. But the system has never given me a single technique for free. Not one. It can finish a technique I have begun to understand, and it charges me for that. And before it will take my points, I have to sit with an original manuscript until the thing makes sense. Manuscripts are the one input I cannot generate. They are the one thing my cheat cannot buy. The Thunder Martial Arts School is 167 years old. It has had 3 masters, all 3 of them lightning types, and its archive holds tens of thousands of lightning manuscripts. That is not an offer of money. That is an offer of the only door I have ever stood in front of and been unable to open. Then she told me something I had not known, and it reframed the last 6 months. There are 2 roads. Warrior, which is close combat, ability as a weapon in your hands. Elementalist, which is everything at range. Everyone thinks the difference is preference. It is not. A real elementalist is somebody who has learned a spirit refining technique, and spirit refining has a hard entry requirement, which is 6,000 hertz of spirit, which is somewhere around the 5th tier for a normal person. My spirit was at 2,600. And the Thunder Martial Arts School holds an SS grade spirit refining technique, the only one in this country, available to the master and to the master's successor and to nobody else, ever. She was not offering to teach a student. I need time to think about it, I said. Of course. She stood up. Take as long as you need. I will be here. Yang Zhentian waited until she was gone. You understand what that was, he said. Yes. She is not recruiting a disciple. She is preparing a successor. He picked up his own tea, which had gone cold, and drank it anyway. Go. Whatever you decide about the rest of it, do not let a 9th tier wait long for an answer. Then, after a while, and when you are standing at the top of that school, I intend to warm myself in the light. The team final was on the 18th of March. Both of us had come through at 8 and 0. Zhao Qi had been patched up by a 7th tier healer, and he was not at his peak and he was playing anyway, which I would have done as well. Jing Da came out in a dispersed formation, 30 plus meters between every member, spread across the whole arena, and it was obviously and specifically answer to Thunder God's finger, because a finger comes down in one place. My teacher called Scheme 3 from the bench, which puts me in the rear as a ranged unit, and Fang Lei at the front, and which we had drilled exactly twice. 2 seconds into the match, the sky started making noise. Zhao Qi actually laughed. He was already running. "That takes 4 or 5 seconds to release," he shouted to his own team over the horn. "I can kill their assassin before it lands." I was not casting Thunder God's finger. Heavenly Thunder Technique. Their support went off the arena floor 2 seconds into the match. Then I did it again. And again. 1 per second. I want to explain the mechanism because from the stands it looked like a bug in reality. Heavenly Thunder Technique is a sky calling technique, and an ordinary third tier needs a minute or two of recovery between casts because the strain is not on the reservoir, it is on the body that has to act as the conductor. I have a Thunder Tyrant Dragon and a Beast Emperor in my foundation. I hold my ability at liquid condensation, and I had He Ping standing behind me adding 30%. I could not have done it a year earlier. I could not have done it 2 months earlier. 1 per second. Their ranged fighter had an S-grade barrier. It came down on the second one. Guo Peng took 2 and stayed up on the second, which is the most impressive thing anyone did in that entire tournament, and then went down. The fourth man took 1. And then there was Zhao Qi, standing alone in a dispersed formation with nobody left in it, with a 3-meter Fang Lei walking at him from the front, and Jia Yan somewhere behind him with a knife, and the sky over the stadium going off like a foundry. The Jingda team, said their captain, surrenders. He never reached melee range in the team final. As a 4th tier upper stage, 9-0. Their coach, a man called Liang Wu, said something into a live microphone that I have watched more times than I am going to admit. We didn't lose to Magic City. We lost to Xiaoyan. And my teacher, 4 meters away, without turning around, does Xiaoyan not study at Magic City? And why didn't your school recruit him after his entrance examination? We had a rest day. I put on a cap and went into central Qingsu with Guo Xin in one of her cars, and a well-known film director stopped her on the street. He was making a 1 billion yuan production. He would pay her tens of millions. She would be a star. She would clear 1 billion a year within 3. She looked at him with real curiosity. "Do you think," she said, "that I am short of 10 million? I turned around. I had my aura compressed down to about 1st tier middle with breath concealment, because a cap does very little when your presence sets off restaurant staff, and the director had spent 40 seconds treating me as somebody's boyfriend. Then he got a proper look at my face, and his knees stopped working correctly. "Would you like me to direct you to the parking?" 5 minutes later, the building across the street cycled its hologram to the League Champions promo, and he saw the same face at 80 meters tall, and I am told he went home. The recruiters started on the 9th day, and they did not stop. The Glory Legion, the Violent Bear Dojo, the Polar Day Guild, the National Education Bureau. Every single one of them backed by an 8th tier at minimum, and the terms escalated until even Yang Zhentian was clicking his tongue. I killed all of it with one question. "Do you hold an S-grade spirit refining technique?" Nobody did. Cheng Kai of the Education Bureau made the most interesting attempt. He offered an SSS-grade resource, no strings, no contract, in exchange for one thing: sit down with our researchers and describe how you advance so quickly. "It's personal talent," I said. "It doesn't transfer," which is true. The Deep Blue system is personal talent in the most literal sense available. I spent an entire morning saying no to people and came out of it with nothing except a phone full of numbers. "Don't sulk," said my teacher. "People spend years asking for those numbers." What I did not know that morning was that Xiao Ping of Jingda had gone to see Bai Long of Jincheng. The proposal was simple. Their 2 schools would coordinate against Magic City in the survival event. The price was 8 portions of top-grade A-rank resources out of Xiao Ping's own pocket, which is a little over 1 billion yuan. The rules do not forbid it. I have read them since. They genuinely do not. Zhao Qi's private opinion, which he told me the following year, was that he considered it an unearned win and intended to repay the debt after graduation. And I believe him. Survival ran in Demon Cave number 5. 400 square kilometers, sealed, thousands of beasts between the 3rd and 5th tiers, 10 days, 80 competitors. Scoring. Peak 3rd tier pays 10, 4th lower pays 80, 4th middle 120, 4th upper 200. Killing another competitor pays half of everything they have collected. Positions of all 80 are revealed to everybody on day 7.
An 8th tier wind type named Guo Feng flew the whole thing as insurance and commentary. The first thing I met was 7 forest wind wolves under a 4th tier lower king, and their wind arrow rain covers every approach line, which is why nobody charges a wolf pack. I did not slow down. I accelerated at 80 meters a second straight through the arrows, and the discharge took the whole pack, about 500 points in one dash. Then I kept going, and I did not stop for 10 days. I want that understood plainly, because it is the only real advantage I had in that event, and it was not an ability. Everybody else slept in rotation. Teams posted watches. The single competitors found holes and shut down for 5 hours. I went day and night, all 10 days. I have the 4th layer of the undying lightning body, and pills from Bai Ling, and a personality problem. By the end of day 3, I had 6,310 points. Second place had 2,501. Xiao Yang, who had spent 2 days in a cave with life sharing up, checked the board at dawn and said to his own team he added 1,000 overnight. While we were asleep, he added 1,000. The stadium did not empty either. 10,000 people stayed in that arena through 2 consecutive nights watching a wall of drone feeds, because the man on the feed was not going to bed, and they had decided that neither were they. Jingda and Jincheng worked through the field methodically. By the morning of day 7, Magic City was down to 3, me, Fang Lei, and He Ping. They took Fang Lei at 8 in the morning with 11 people. He used his S grade, which is Berserk, and he held for a little over 3 minutes, which against 11 at that level is not a defeat, it is a report. The last thing that came through his bracelet before the medics reached him was, "Captain, the rest is on you." I was 40 kilometers away. I said one thing into the open channel, which the broadcast picked up, and which is now printed on a considerable quantity of merchandise. "I'll settle with Jingda and Jincheng for my people." Then I opened the panel. 51,283 ability points, 6 days, 7 or 800 beasts, and a plus sign sitting next to level. There had been one there since October. I had been ignoring it since October because I had been saving for something else, and then I had spent everything I had on the ability and the body and the techniques, and I had never once gone back for the rank. Deep blue, level, 51,283, down to 132. 3rd tier upper to 4th tier. Physique, 4,115 to 4,815. Spirit, 2,624 to 3,324. 700 on each in about 9 seconds. Discharge radius, 40 meters to 80. Then I walked out onto an open plain with He Ping behind me and sat down to wait instead of running. The stands lost their minds. They could see the map. They could see 11 markers converging and 1 marker not moving. "Run," said a banner that 8 people had made in about 90 seconds. "You have the most points. Just survive." "He didn't run," said Zhao Qi, coming over the ridge. Good. I was not looking forward to searching. Xiao Yang put life sharing on all 11 of them. "Surrender," he called across the grass. "You'll preserve your school's face." "Surrender?" I stood up. "You're the ones who should be considering it." "Du Qian, divine lightning!" 11 people felt a 4th tier's aura arrive at the same moment. "You," said Zhao Qi, and for the first time in 8 days his voice was not level. "You broke through?" Guo Feng confirmed it on the live feed from 400 meters up, and the stadium went off like a bomb. In the officials' box, Xiao Ping of Jingda, who had placed a wager against Ling Shuang approximately 2 minutes earlier involving an SS grade and an S grade resource, was heard to say, "Who am I? Where am I? Did he break through just now? In the middle of it?" Ling Shuang had taken that bet on instinct. She did not know about the breakthrough. Nobody knew about the breakthrough, including me, 40 minutes earlier. "You do make miracles, little one," she said afterward, and then would not repeat it. Thunder God's finger casts in under 3 seconds now. 3 S-grade barriers went. Life sharing distributed what came through, and it distributed enough to keep all 11 of them technically alive and technically still in the competition, which was the only reason the shields did not trigger. I did not finish them. Knocking you out is too easy. I pulled the lightning back into myself, took the spear off my back, and walked into their formation. Every strike landed like a sandbag. 7 or 8 meters of flight per person, carefully measured, hard enough to matter and never hard enough to trip a protective sphere, and nobody could leave because I was faster than all of them.
I let people go when they surrendered out loud. After about 10 minutes, Guofeng came on the open channel from 400 meters up. Xiaoyan, that's enough. This is a global broadcast. They haven't surrendered. You have paralyzed their facial muscles, said Guofeng. They are physically unable to speak. There was a pause. Ah, I said. Blink if you surrender. All three of the remaining ones, including Zhao Qi, blinked with tremendous energy. 43,332 points on the board after that engagement, more than the other 9 members of the top 10 combined. Captain, said He Ping in the quiet afterward, where are we going next? We, I picked up the spear. You're on your own from here, senior sister. I have complete faith in you. And I left at 80 meters a second. I am told she stamped her foot at an empty plane. I am also told that Guofeng, 400 meters up, laughed until he had to stabilize because he had worked out about 4 days earlier that He Ping liked me, and he was the only person present who understood that the exit had been on purpose and had been kind. The last 3 days were not a competition anymore. Find, kill. Find, kill. Final score, 58,214. There were 10 fifth-tier beasts in that zone. I killed 7 of them. I also took approximately a quarter of every 3rd and 4th tier in 400 square kilometers. 31,231 ability points, which went straight into the account and stayed there because I had learned by then not to spend the last of it. Somewhere on day 9, a journalist found the file on my martial examination and put one line of it out on air. Both of his parents died in a beast tide when he was 10. The crowd's read on me changed after that in a way I did not enjoy and could not do anything about. People started watching the way I kill beasts differently. Somebody on a broadcast panel used the word grief. I have never once gone into a wilderness area because of my parents. I have gone in because points come off dead beasts and there is no other source. The other thing is true as well. Both of them are true and only one of them is a reason, and I have stopped trying to explain which. I came out of the zone on the 20th of March at 9 in the morning. Black combat suit, gone brown from the ribs down. The crest on my chest, the sword in a ring of thorned roses, was not readable anymore. 60,000 people made no sound at all for about 3 seconds. I put my arms out. The noise that came back went on for 4 or 5 minutes without any gaps in it, and it was 2 words over and over. I have complained about that nickname many times in this account. I am going to stop now. I stood in the middle of that, and I did not hate it even slightly. Bai Ling had made it to the stadium that morning. She had spent the week sitting her 3rd-grade pharmacist certification, which she passed, and which she had not told anybody about, and which she mentioned afterward in the tone of somebody reporting a bus timetable. Final standings. Magic City Ability University, 72,000 points. Jingda, 16,000. Jincheng, 13,000. First in individual, first in team, first in survival. Overall champions of the 105th National University League, which required 2 of the 3, and which we took with all 3, and which had not been done in the modern format at all. The trophy is 60 centimeters of SSS grade alloy. It does not melt at tens of thousands of degrees, and casting it required an 8th tier fire type to be brought in for the day. There is a map of the country worked into it, with a point of light for every one of the thousands of universities on it, and one of them is brighter than the others for a year. Every member of the team got an S-grade combat suit. I got a 30 cubic meter space ring on top of it, which Ling Shuang quietly expanded to 100 over the following week and then refused to discuss, and a 6th grade protective talisman. The school doubled all of it. 30,000 credits to me, 12 to Fong Lei, 10 and 8 to the rest. Baishan University, who finished 45th the previous year and whose deputy captain I put in a tank on a train platform, finished 9th. That result is going to reorganize their admissions for a decade, and I hope somebody there remembers where it started. 10 months earlier, I sat at a desk in Class 5 while a teacher read out a warning about the death rate, and everybody in the room turned around to look at the boy with an E-rank ability called Weak Electricity. And somebody in the back row laughed. 60,000 people were on their feet in Qingshu chanting a name I did not pick and cannot get rid of. That is the whole distance, and it took 10 months.
And I would like to tell you that I felt finished. I did not, because of three things standing in that stadium. The first was a 9th tier saint in the inside tier who had come across the country in person, who had put 4 conditions on a table in a villa, and who was still waiting for my answer, and who would keep waiting patiently for exactly as long as it took. The second was that my spirit was at 3,324 hertz, and the door I actually wanted opens at 6,000. And the third was a room I have never been in, with a blood-red moon on the wall, where a cardinal had come back dead, and a grand master made of gray fog had listened to the report and made a decision. He did not
send anybody after me. He did the other thing. He put the entire heavenly mandate cult to sleep. Every cell, every envoy, every stronghold, dark, silent, dormant, waiting for the tide of origin energy to reach its peak and for something they call the supreme heavenly God sovereign to descend. My enemy did not come for me. He turned off the lights and sat down to wait. And I have absolutely no idea how long he is prepared to sit there.